Ready to go? Okay, looks like we've got folks coming in, and thanks for standing in the long line to register to get here. Okay, well, welcome. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first session of WWF programming for the Climate Week at the Nest. We're thrilled to have you here. I'm Marcine Mitchell. I'm the Senior Vice President for Climate Change for WWF, and we are excited to kick off with a subject that has been in the news lately, and that is seaweed, and we're calling it Nature's Climate Fix. So we believe at WWF that seaweed can be a really important part of the climate change solution. It's not a silver bullet, but it can offer so many benefits. It can offer carbon sequestration during its growing season. It can provide food without using land or fertilizer. It can be an input into animal feed. It can be a substitute for some plastics and many, many, many more things. So it's an incredible versatile a product. And it's not new, right? Seaweed's been around for a very long time, over 350 years. And we think that the first seaweed farming occurred in the Bay of Tokyo over 350 years ago. So we in the West are kind of newbies at this seaweed farmer, and we have lots to learn from the ancient experts. But it's an exciting time here because there's the opportunity to really scale and diversify how we use seaweed. At WWF, we're focused on the northern latitudes where you can grow kelp to scale. We believe that growing seaweed provides a valuable way to conserve resources on land and reduce our carbon footprint. So today we have a great lineup of panelists for you, and you're going to hear a lot about very different aspects of seaweed, how it supports sequestration, where WWF is engaged, how seaweed is supplementing the fishing industry and the opportunities there for fishermen and women, and the importance of restoring our kelp forests. So let's get started. We're going to begin with Alexandra Cousteau, who is the co-founder of Oceans 250, who's going to kick us off and tell us a little bit about Oceans 250, and I think has a short film for us. So Alexandra, please come. You can either take it from the seat or come on up and thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here with you this morning to talk about seaweed, which is such an important issue, opportunity, and path into an abundant future. Oceans 2050 was founded in 2018 following the work of Professor Carlos Duarte, who has been our close friend and companion, looking at how we restore abundance to our oceans. And the opportunity and the promise and the potential of seaweed became clear to us very quickly. When we look at our oceans today, it's no secret that they're in trouble. We've lost half of the blue natural capital in the oceans that once existed there not so long ago. When my grandfather, Jacques Cousteau, started scuba diving and started making his films, the oceans were a much more abundant place. And so when you take stock of where we are today, what we've lost, you quickly realize that doing more of the same is not the solution. We need to think differently about where the opportunities are for rebuilding our oceans. And it became clear to us very quickly that seaweed, and not just wild forests, but also seaweed farming, could be a cornerstone of a regenerative blue economy. Now, we talk about the blue economy. The blue economy has existed forever. It includes fisheries, it includes mining, it includes all these things that are not restorative to the ocean. So I think it's important for us to talk about what it will take to build a regenerative blue economy, and seaweed farming has a really important role to play in building that. And one of the reasons I think that it's so compelling is that while we are looking at kelp in the North Atlantic and how do we help the West catch up to the East, it's also important to realize that even in places where they've been growing seaweed for a long time, accelerating the development of seaweed farming in some of these traditional communities where it's been lost, like in Indonesia, is really important as well. How do we bring them into a global market? How do we support their communities, especially their women? Because don't forget that seaweed farming is something that is heavily involving women around the world and giving them economic opportunities that they might not have otherwise. The specific work, though, that Oceans 2050 has been done on seaweed, led by Professor Carlos Duarte and built by our colleague Megan Riley-Caton, is looking at the carbon sequestration of seaweed farms. What is their contribution to mitigating climate change and helping us to address this crisis? And we see huge promise there. But the first step was to really understand the sequestration potential of the farms. And so we brought together the biggest global cohort of seaweed farms, from a 300-year-old farm in Japan to much newer farms, for example, in British Columbia, and did the core samples. We were delayed a little bit by COVID because people couldn't get out on the water, but we've compiled the research, we've done the analysis, and we're now in the process of publishing that scientific report. And in parallel, we're looking at developing a voluntary carbon protocol for seaweed farming so that, because one is required for the other, but they're both important. And we see that as an enabling tool to accelerate seaweed farming and the benefits it can bring for climate. So one of the things that we've worked on with WWF, in addition to their generous support for the study itself, has been the storytelling aspect of it, because it's important to build social license in different communities for seaweed farming. It's not just a matter of going out and throwing out some lines. Like we need to get everybody involved in not just accepting seaweed farming, but celebrating seaweed farming and the benefits that it brings to our communities and our oceans. So I wanted to share this first film that we did to explain a little bit about how seaweed farms can sequester carbon, how that works, and the value of seaweed, both wild and farmed, for ecosystems and the life that lives in the ocean, because that's something that is incredibly important as well, to make sure that we build that abundant future. So I'll let you play the tape. We can restore abundance to the oceans in one generation. Seaweed will help us do it. For many of us, seaweed is the stuff we step around walking down the beach. Below the water's surface, the 10,000 or so different species of marine algae we call seaweed contribute to a vast array of ocean ecosystems, from lush underwater meadows to wild forests covering an area the size of the Amazon. The more we come to understand seaweed's role in these ecosystems, the more we appreciate its potential to benefit all life on the planet, including our own. Seaweeds are among nature's most efficient organisms, growing up to 60 times faster than most land plants. They fuel this rapid growth by converting sunlight into energy. In the process, known as photosynthesis, they pull carbon from the water and release oxygen back into it. The ability of seaweed to sequester carbon, a primary cause of climate change, is significant, with seaweed forests offering 5 times more ecosystem benefits, acre per acre, than land forests. Meanwhile, as seaweed oxygenates the water, it reduces harmful acidification, improving water quality. It cleans the water too, soaking up excess nutrients from agricultural runoff. Seaweed even helps replenish fish stocks, providing healthy waters and a protective habitat for fish to feed, shelter, and spawn. And then there's its potential benefit on land. Nutritious, abundant, and non-perishable when dried, Seaweed offers great promise as a food source for a human population predicted to reach 10 billion by 2050. It also serves as animal feed, some varieties reducing the methane emissions of cows, a major cause of warming, by more than half. From cosmetics to biochar to biodegradable food packaging, seaweed has countless other uses as well. In a potential game changer for the entire planet, seaweed may soon even offer a viable alternative to plastic. So how do we get all these benefits of seaweed? We grow it. Humans have been doing so for centuries. As a crop, seaweed requires no fertilizers, pesticides, or herbicides, no fresh water, and no arable land. It coexists with and even helps to preserve wild seaweed forests, in part by reducing the incentive to harvest them. And just as in the wild, it produces oxygen, cleans and deacidifies surrounding waters, supports fish populations, and sequesters carbon in the sediment below. In other words, done right, seaweed farming is regenerative farming. It restores abundance to the oceans while yielding a valuable crop to us here on land. And because the carbon seaweed farms sequester can now be measured, farmers will soon be able to issue carbon credits in exchange for investment, accelerating the spread of seaweed farming exponentially. Right now, a mere 2,000 square kilometers of the world's coastal ocean waters, an area smaller than central Tokyo, is dedicated to seaweed farming. But because seaweed grows so fast and requires so little, its cultivation can be scaled up rapidly to an estimated 1,000 times its current area without endangering natural ecosystems. As seaweed farming enters the so-called blue economy, it promises to transform coastal economies around the planet, including many of those most dependent on collapsing fishing industries. Already a powerful vector for social justice and gender equality, it will continue to elevate the status of women, who make up the majority of seaweed farmers in many regions, while strengthening local value chains and alleviating poverty. If we can avoid the mistakes of over-farming made on land, it's a win for everyone. Restoring abundance to the oceans, building fair economies, maybe even replacing plastic, all while mitigating climate change. The time is now. The acceleration has begun. Let's do it right.
Continue the conversation and expand the conversation. So what I'd like to do is introduce each one of you and have you tell a little bit about yourself, what you're doing, and what's important for our audience to take away. So the first person I'd like to introduce is WWF's very own and much beloved Paul Dobbins, who's the Senior Director of Impact Investments at WWF US.
Thank you, Marcia. So I became involved in seaweed as a very deliberative capitalist and became an environmental activist through that process. And as I look out in the room and on the panel, I can see several folks who were there early in my journey. Bryce Kuhn came up to me. I haven't seen you in probably 10 years. He was a young guy working on my farm. We started those farms to create jobs in our coastal communities impacted by climate change and declining fisheries. And as we moved along, we realized all of the benefits that Alexandra and her video highlighted so well. After I retired, I came on to WWF, and the task was to spend 2 years doing a landscape scan to see if we could prove or disprove the hypothesis that seaweed farming is
introduce is Jan Verbeek, who's the scientific manager of Sea Forester. Jan, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and Sea Forester?
but also low-cost techniques to actually restore these habitats. We're using this technique called green gravel. This is, I think, already quite well known. But we're also heavily working with coastal communities because we know these people have to be the guardians of their natural resources in the future. And we can't just come in as a restoration practitioner, do the work, and then put hands off. So this is kind of our approach. We have the techniques, the technology, but it's very heavily dependent on coastal partnerships as well.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Next, we want to turn to Bree Warner, who is the CEO of Atlantic Sea Farms. Welcome, Bree. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Thanks for having me on the panel and wonderful video. So I run Atlantic Sea Farms, which is the largest seaweed aquaculture company in the U.S. In 2018, about 30,000 pounds of line-grown seaweed were harvested in the entire United States. Last year, us and our partner farmers harvested over 1 million. And that industry has grown, is led by Maine lobster fishermen who are looking to diversify their income through farming kelp in their off-season. So what we've done is basically lean into the incredible talents that we have on our coast. For those of you who don't know Maine, you probably know that we fish for lobster. That's what our thing is. And within that, we have 4,000 plus lobster license holders that own their own boats and are primed to be the best seaweed farmers on the planet. And I challenge anyone to say that's different. And with that, we now have 30 farmers farming off the coast of Maine in small 4 to 8 acre plots, looking very much like the Korean model of co-ops, basically farming small plots inshore, and have been the fastest case of growth that we've seen in line-grown aquaculture. I think I'm excited to be here today. What we do is we turn our products into retail products, which many of you have probably seen on the shelf. We're in over 4,000 grocery stores across the country with our fermented and frozen products. But additionally, now we also work in the ingredient space with powders and flakes, including with partners like Sway, who just walked into the room with Julie over there. I didn't know she was even in New York, and I'm very excited to hug her. But they are they're starting to work on bioplastics and using partially our seaweed. But I think what's so compelling to seaweed to me is not the carbon story. I think the carbon story is de minimis. The real exciting part is everything else that Alexandra mentioned in that, keeping pressure off the wild stocks, allowing people to diversify in the face of climate change, providing ecosystem services, providing a food source that is zero input, providing inputs for potential plastics and nutraceuticals, and name your thing. Seaweed we're only at the tip of the iceberg of what seaweed can do. So we at Atlantic Sea Farms really keep a kind of a arm's length from the carbon story, because while that's exciting, the other stuff is even more exciting. It is the most climate-friendly crop on the planet. And for that, I'm excited about this panel and the impact it can have on the planet.
Great, thanks, Bree. So we're going to start with questions. And Alexandra, I'd like to start with you. So Bree has mentioned to us that all the wonderful other things that seaweed has come. But we are here at Climate Week, and I know when I first came to WWF and I saw that we had seaweed projects, I was like, seaweed, I'm used to renewable energy and wind farms and energy efficiency. And so while it is important, and we're going to explore more of these other benefits, because I agree with Bree there, that it's amazing, and I think people don't know about it. But from the climate perspective, because we are here at Climate Week, you know, how does it fit into the carbon picture, or does it at all? Is Bree right? Is this not a carbon play? Is this something that we, as who are focused on climate, should consider in terms of seaweed? Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I agree with Bree as well. I mean, for me, emotionally and just intellectually, the potential of seaweed for deacidifying the water, oxygenating the water, creating habitat, increasing fisheries, all these things are tremendously exciting, and it feels good to see a solution that can provide so much for an ocean that is in critical need of that kind of support. But we can't quantify the value of those yet. And we are in a climate crisis. And seaweed can contribute to that in meaningful ways. Part of the reason that we wanted to understand the carbon sequestration of farms was to really have a better understanding of the value that seaweed farming can contribute to the climate fight. And it has a tremendous contribution to make. There's an Amazon rainforest in the ocean. And a lot of these seaweed farms, not all, but a lot of them, are sequestering a ton of carbon. So let's put a value on that. Let's use it to be able, in our accounting, let's use it as a tool. Let's use it as an opportunity to try to mitigate the climate crisis through the ocean and through a regenerative crop that does so much else as well. And I hope that with time we'll be able to quantify those contributions as well, so that we can accelerate the development of this and find additional revenue streams. Because nature is priceless, but unless you put a value on it, it gets externalized. And so this is an effort to put a value on this aspect of seaweed farming, so that we can make sure that we account for it and we're able to use it in the language that matters, which is dollars and cents, right? If we don't include it in that, then it just doesn't count.
Well, this is a good segue to you, Paul, because you've been involved in seaweed farming in many different angles. But at WWF, one of the things is in impact investing. So that's bringing money and investors who are interested in impact to this area. So tell me a little bit about, what's the hook for impact investors, and are you seeing money flow to this area? And if not, what do we need to do to get money to flow?
Sure. To follow on, and it segues into this topic, Marcine. The genius of the and really is the and between what you've just described and Brianna described, which is it can be restorative to the environment and displace terrestrially produced products that have a greater impact. So you see there's a carbon story and a habitat restoration story on one side, and then there's displacement of impactful terrestrially produced or petroleum-based products on the other side of the fence. And that side of the fence is really the commercial side of seaweed. When we did our 24-month landscape scan in 23 countries around the world and proved to ourselves that this is a neglected climate change opportunity, we also identified the barriers to advancement in the underdeveloped world of seaweed farming. 98% of the harvest, which is about 35 million metric tons, takes place in 6 countries in the Western Pacific, and another percentage and a half comes from the east coast of Africa. There are 45 other countries that have started seaweed farming. And we'll take Norway, for example, second longest coastline in the world. There is tremendous potential. However, the barriers are we need innovation. Norway's a high-cost environment in which to farm seaweed. North America, high-cost environment. We need innovation that's going to drive those costs down and enable scale. We need markets that are going to absorb a significant amount of seaweed, more than they're already absorbing, if we're to see seaweed continue on its climb of about 8% growth in compounded annual growth rate in production. To give you an idea of how steep that curve has been over the last 40 years and what that means, is if it just keeps on in its current rate of growth in the 6 countries that are producing seaweed, seaweed will surpass potatoes as the 4th largest cultivated crop in the world by 2050. We think there's a tremendous opportunity to go even further than that. But we found that our traditional method of helping to advance markets and advance our climate agenda through philanthropic giving was necessary but not sufficient. To help companies accelerate the innovation that's going to be necessary to be successful in these new geographies, we were going to have to provide catalytic funding to innovative companies that are going to enable the scale to happen. So we made investments in companies in the North Atlantic Rim to not only provide funding so that they could continue their good work, but to shine a spotlight on the great potential of this industry. And it's the first time in WWF 60-plus years as a conservation organization that we have said not only are these companies important to partner with, we're going to accelerate their advancement in the innovation because we think it's going to benefit the entire industry and aligns with our mission of humans and nature living in harmony.
Great, thank you, Paul. Jan, let's bring you into this conversation. And so, we've been talking about seaweed farming and the benefits, et cetera. But we also have these amazing kelp forests, right? And so, tell us about how, why are those important, and how does that fit in with our natural kelp forest? How does this fit in with the seaweed farming? Is this competitive to that, or does it provide dangers to that, or is this something that can help us as we're trying to scale this industry?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think it was already nicely summed up in the short film from Alexandra, but just recapping a bit, it's the main thing is that habitat provision of these natural forests with an immense biodiversity that they support. And of course, part of that biodiversity is also the fish and shellfish of commercial value that we're fishing. So there is that dual benefit to actually have a very positive effect on the environment and at the same time to coastal fisheries, because they are a nursery or feeding ground for those kind of species. So there's these two big biodiversity and fish story. They're very efficient at cleaning up the water. Again, that was shown in the short film. And the carbon story, as it was already touched on, is a bit of a tricky one. Let's say for an existing natural forest, there have been papers published, the transport to the deep sea, how much is there potential to actually sequester a portion of that total production a year in the deep sea. But of course, there is much more research done, and it's just inherently difficult to quantify that. From a restoration perspective, carbon is also a little bit vilified these days because everyone hears carbon and CO2, and it's a very bad thing. Without carbon, we can't do our work. I mean, we are built of carbon, seaweeds are built of carbon. And when we often talk about decarbonizing our atmosphere, but we also have to talk about recarbonizing the biosphere, because I think it's a very large proportion of the greenhouse gases that are now in the atmosphere came from land destruction, and not necessarily from burning fossil fuels. So just by restoring natural habitats, including kelp and other seaweed forests, we can actually lock up a lot of that carbon back into our living biosphere. So I think there is a bit of a shift in the narrative needed as well. And then the second part of your question, how it connects to seaweed farming, it is very much in harmony with it. If we just alone look at our approach, so our technique is very much inspired by techniques from seaweed farming. So seaweed farming, you seed on a long line, you put it out at sea, and you harvest the biomass. We seed it on small stones. I mean, we're also using some other techniques, but that's our main approach, and it uses the same process, the same nursery process. The only difference is we're actually throwing it from a boat dumping it on a reef. Dumping is probably not the right word. Scattering it. I'm German. So we're using a very similar process, and then the benefit for really coastal communities also comes in, one, from the restoration of the habitat because of improving water quality, providing resource for fishermen, but at the same time, we haven't started this quite yet, but we want to work with coastal fishing communities because they're the direct beneficiaries, and they can actually help us with the deployments. They can take out our materials, deploy them on reefs where it's needed, and we can pay them for those services. So in that sense, they have a dual income, well, an additional income from these activities, and then the benefit of actually themselves restoring the resources that they want to fish.
Great, thank you so much. Go ahead, you want
Point out that Sea Forest was started by a seaweed farmer.
Exactly, yeah. Our CEO, Paul Bakken, he founded the first kelp cultivation company in Norway back in 2008, I think. And his story was he saw the tremendous benefits of farming and thought the wild forest must be as amazing as well. Noticed they disappearing everywhere, and that was kind of his ambition then to found Sea Forest and try to do something about that.
So, Alexandra, you're the co-founder of Oceans 250, and I'm sure this is a growing organization. And we've heard all the great benefits for seaweed, but have there been challenges for you? I mean, how has the reception been? How have you been able to grow the organization? How has the message been getting out, and how has it been received, both positively and I'm sure there's also been some.
Well, actually, you know, this was one of the first big projects that we undertook because there was a need to figure that out. And so Professor Duarte and Megan Riley-Caton were really the ones that built this study, and the reaction that we've had has been tremendous. You know, we were delayed because of COVID, and so different countries had different lockdowns, and in China and Japan they were locked down a lot longer than we were, so it was delayed getting their really vital samples, because those core samples were really important to the study. So that was a challenge. But other than that, frankly, there's just been enormous enthusiasm. We get incoming emails from people who are aspiring seaweed farmers, existing seaweed farmers who want to better understand the science and how it might apply to their farm, students, journalists. There's been so much enthusiasm and really no criticism that we've received, which is great, and the results, which we're looking forward to publishing soon. That's kind of out of our hands. Has its own process, but are really exciting and show that there is a valuable, quantifiable, significant contribution to climate through this process. So once we have that and the protocol in place, it'll be really fun and interesting to see how we can use those tools and how others can use those tools to support and accelerate this really important work. But the enthusiasm has been very clear from the beginning, and I think the frustration that we weren't able to go faster with COVID was real. But that was out of our hands. So I think now we just want to move it forward as quickly as possible. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I was just about to ask Bree. In fact, I was going to talk about your lobsters. You know, I'm actually from southern New England, and so lobster's a big part of our culture. And we're noticing that the lobsters seem to be moving a little north to colder waters. And I know that the folks from Maine are worried that, you know, suddenly these are going to be Canadian lobsters. So, you know, tell me a little bit about, again, kind of that reaction. So are the folks who are, you know, affected in these areas, the fishermen, the folks who are working with lobsters, are they embracing this as an idea for seaweed, or is there some resistance to it? What's kind of the social license to operate, particularly as you try to scale this to a bigger, you know, level?
You know, we get these, and sometimes it's, you know, Maine is this like very cozy place where we all are very internal and all know each other and text each other at 4 in the morning when people are going out on lobster boats. And I often get these calls, mostly from nonprofits, saying, I want to get fishermen involved in seaweed farming in Washington. I want to get fishermen involved in oyster farming. How do you possibly get these people who are resistant to change to do this? And I say, you already lost. If that's the way you're asking the question, get out of the way. Because the reality is, these are people that are managing their own businesses, feeding their own families. Their grandfathers have been fishing. Their grandfathers' grandfathers have been fishing. Their families were fishing at the same time that Alexandra's grandfather was finding this abundance. They know the ocean better than anybody. They're out there every day, and they have been their whole lives. And they used to be able to fish for cod, for shrimp, for a ton of different fisheries. Now it's one. We're a lobster monoculture. And what you can see when you go over the border from Maine to New Hampshire is an immediate drop-off of lobster. And that's not because of climate change. It's because the southern New England states and the northern Canadian areas are overfishing the population. Maine has, because it's a generational fishery, has preserved the industry so well that we're seeing a lobster boom. Nonetheless, the Gulf of Maine is warming faster than 98% of oceans in the world. We are on the forefront of massive climate change. And we are seeing those effects right now in the volatility of the fishery. And no matter what conservation ethics that they have, that fishery is going away. And there's not a single one of those fishermen who's not terrified, not necessarily of the fishery going away, but of the fact that year by year, the only income that they have is from a lobster monoculture that is different every year. And so we started working with a few leaders in the industry, and because there's 4,000 of them, and they all have the same radio stations, and it's pretty boring out there. If you're out there for 12 hours a day, those radios are going off all the time. And we found ambassadors in the industry, people who are leaders, that I didn't say, hey, you know what would be really good for climate change, farming kelp? What I said is, hey guys, I think you can make some money from this. We promise to pick up. We will give you free seed, and we will guarantee purchase of everything you grow. I'll pick it up at the dock, whether I have a market for it or not. I will turn it into something, and we'll try to get it out to people, but I promise that I will be there on the other side. First year, we did it. Second year, COVID hit. We were entirely in food service. There was a Times Square billboard saying, "Get kelp at Sweet Green," with David Chang holding up a handful of our kelp saying, come eat this. That launched 3 weeks before COVID shut down the entire city. We had harvest season coming up and no market for 420,000 pounds of kelp. And we still showed up at that dock, and we picked up every bag of kelp that we guaranteed to grow. And our shareholders showed up when I said, hey guys, we're gonna try retail. So like, come on and let's reinvest so we can pick up from these folks. And we did it. And now we have 17 more guys in the queue, waiting for their leases to go through, and we'll be able to farm millions and millions of pounds on the coast of Maine in the coming years. But that's not because we bash people over the head with the idea of climate change. It's because we offered to support their own business ambitions. And I think that's what's so important about this panel is we need to meet people where they are about seaweed. You know, Alexandra's talking about carbon. That's really important for a segment of people. Plastics, it's a very important segment for some people. Food, it's not about telling people, again, people don't go to the grocery store because they want to be bashed over the head with climate change. They go to the grocery store because they want to find food that tastes good, that feeds their family. So give them food that tastes good without bashing them overhead about how good it is for the environment, but just, hey, this is a really good burger. This is a really good seaweed salad. This is really good in my smoothies. Let's meet people where they are, and then we'll get to that point that Paul said is we need to, really increase the consumption of seaweed Or I think you said in the video, Alexandra, 1,000 times more. Like, we can do that, but we can only do that if we take all of these different approaches and meet everyone where they are. And the report by 2050 is the first time that we've seen science that wasn't just saying carbon, 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 but actually actual studies about what effect it can have. And I think the more that we can put actual data and actual transition behind seaweed, the fact that our partner farmers, we had some guys last year that made over 6 figures, that made six figures in their off season. And the proof is always going to be in the pudding. So it's up to us and everyone in the room not to just talk about seaweed, but to meet people where they are and make a difference and then prove that it's helpful.
Yeah, so I want to turn over to audience questions. Before I do, I have one just question for everyone. And I was really struck in the film about the size of what is now farmed for seaweed and the potential for the size. So what do you think it takes to actually scale like that? I mean, particularly in the next, 10, 15, 20 years, what does that look like? Does anyone have any ideas? And then we'll turn to audience questions.
Sure. I'll answer the question, and I have a question for the audience. All right. Brace yourselves. To get to scale, scale is not so much a technology issue. There are amazing companies and amazing researchers in academic universities working on the innovations that will enable scale within the social and economic constraints of the new regions of seaweed farming, and it'll address those concerns. The markets are really exciting. Animal feed, alternatives to petroleum-based packaging, extracted proteins, biostimulants. You can see the future to the markets. The big challenge is political. This seaweed farming takes place in the commons. It's our commonwealth. We need societal permission to be able to operate in the commons. And that, quite frankly, is what we see as one of the most significant challenges to overcome. No one likes change. This will be a change in some of our oceans. And so I think that is our biggest challenge as a society. How are we going to move forward? So now I have a question. I want to keep it real. How many people ate seaweed today? Okay, 4, right? 4. How many people? 5. How many people brush their teeth? Okay, and we had to ask this of our kids every morning. Do you use toothpaste? Did you use toothpaste? Right? Then you benefited from the efforts of a seaweed farmer. Half of the global crop goes to extracts that are put into our consumer products that we use every day. It's just not seen yet. So we're all contributing to a very green and sustainable industry. So I'm going to ask you to brush twice a day so that we can juice that market up.
Great, thank you so much. So we have a few minutes left, so I'd like to open it up to the audience to see if people have some questions.
I don't have a question. I'm looking for people who have questions.
Thank you. I loved hearing about all the benefits of seaweed. The thing that, and I'm a convert, I'm a believer. I want to believe. Seeing the video and the beautiful pictures of the farmers picking up seaweed by hand and with beautiful boats, it made me wonder, is this how you see the future of going forward in terms of scale up? And how can we make sure that we avoid the things that we've seen in intensive agriculture on land, that we don't make the same mistakes in the ocean?
Paul and I are going to have different answers, which is what I always love about Paul and I being on panels, because we always kind of go like this on this answer. So I wanted to grab the microphone before he could, so he could follow up on it. So how many pounds of seaweed does Korea grow right now? 3 million tons. And it's all inshore, and it's all in cooperatives, and it's all by hand. And they've scaled to 3 million tons pretty much like this, 35 years. There is no proof that offshore farming works yet, none. We have a whole lot of proof that inshore farming done by hand works very well. We know it does. So I'm asked this question a lot by investors and things like, how can you scale up with just a bunch of inshore farms? I'm like, actually, it's been done. What hasn't been done is offshore farming. That doesn't mean that it's not possible. And there are some really exciting companies, like there's one in the Faroe Islands called Ocean Rainforest, which WWF is an investment in. They are an incredible company kind of looking at offshore farming, but they're doing it in a really unique environment where offshore farming in the Faroe Islands, you can see from the shore because it goes so deep and so quick. And there's very few places in the world where that environment exists. But to me, what's so exciting about seaweed farming is when we look at kind of the Venn diagram of efficiency and cost, that middle piece there works very well for people who are already fishing. Their capital barrier to entry is virtually nothing because they already have their boat, they already have their sternmen, which they're looking to keep on all year round. They already have all of the equipment to farm, including the mast and boom that you can pull the rope over, and they have the best tools in the world, which are these, and a knife. And with 27 partner farmers, we could bring in 400,000 pounds in a day. And that's with each person getting 10,000 pounds on their boat and not having any extra cost. So I think we've already seen how this can scale without causing problems or without looking to robots or without looking to massive carbon absorbing ships that are going out and farming offshore. We already know it can work. And what's really exciting about places like Maine and Alaska, if I'm only speaking about the US, because that's my only frame of reference, there's a lot of coastline in both of those places and a lot of fishermen who already have boats. And this can help, they can be the leaders in seaweed in America. And to me, that means that we're not gonna replicate all the brokenness in the terrestrial system, which is making farmers poorer, the earth worse, and consumers less healthy. This turns all of that on its head.
I agree with everything she said. So we share your concerns. There are the wonderful part of this industry that in the modern era is only 300 years old is that we have 10,000 years of terrestrial agriculture to learn from. And if we learn those lessons, we can do this in a sustainable and resilient fashion. And one of the wonderful things about it is I look at the restoration of seaweed beds as possible because industry figured out how to create seed for seaweed in a sense. That's rather simplistic. But I see this industry as working hand in hand with conservation in a way that I've never seen or participated in any other industry, and I've had a long career in many. And so I think that the future can be one of resilience and sustainability because we have an amazing history of terrestrial agriculture to learn from. And it's incumbent upon us to learn those lessons and not ignore them.
We do. Hi, Nicola Dyer, Global Seaweed Coalition, and Paul invited me to heckle. I'm so sorry, Paul. I'm not going to heckle. I'm going to build on this conversation. Thank you for asking that question. Would love to hear your perspectives on what is being called the turquoise economy, integrated multi-trophic aquaculture as an element of that scaling up. Because you're talking about learning the lessons from terrestrial agriculture. So is monoculture in seaweed the future, or is integrating seaweed cultivation with other crops, other crops including mollusks and finfish? Thanks.
So integrated multi-trophic aquaculture is a practice that's been going on for thousands of years. It just has a fancy new name. If you look at the ocean ponds in Hawaii, long before the written record, they were practicing it. It's basically like the farms we read about when we were children. There's a lot of different animals and crops that are grown on that farm, and they all work in a very symbiotic fashion. It happens in aquaculture now, and exciting research is being done on the benefits of co-locating the farms. So early data suggests that if you put a seaweed farm next to a shellfish farm, the shellfish grow faster. And they're working out why that is right now. The challenge becomes one of management
But that can be worked out through cooperative side-by-side farms in the cooperative model that others have talked about. So I think there's a really bright future to that. It works from a ecosystem standpoint, and because the organisms can help each other grow faster, it works from an economic standpoint. There's still some work that has to be done on the research side, but I think in the future we'll see more of it.
Hi, aloha. My name is Auli'i Carvalho, and I'm a student. But I am grateful that you brought up Hawaii, and I was wondering if any of you know of any partnerships or any farmers that are working there right now. I attended an all-Hawaiian school where we do talk about ahupua'as, where we're so intertwined with our environment. It is cultural, it is something that brings in quite a bit of revenue, but most importantly, it's a food source. So as I think of rebuilding our shorelines, and I work with Mars for coral reef restoration, I wondered if you had any specific, whether it be schools or organizations that are working on the ground, specifically in the state.
Thank you so much for that question. I was actually going to build on that, which is really how are you thinking about the integration of conservation and restoration work and Indigenous knowledge in land stewardship? What are the common practices or ways that we're integrating both traditional and more modern techniques?
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you all for this panel. This has been fascinating. Just a quick question here. And I'm interested in your different perspectives on this, both taking a different framework to the aquaculture industry. But what is aquaculture industry doing as a whole to prepare for climate change? I was farmed in the Gulf of Maine, and even 10 years since I've been doing that and have left the industry, I've personally witnessed the ecosystem change. There's new biofoul, things happen at different times of the year, there are different biomarkers, and things have really changed rapidly. And as we're trying to build a long-lasting industry in these same geographies, similar to the lobster question, what are we doing and what can we do to make ourselves be more robust in the face of climate change?
So what I'd like is if each panel member can answer and make any other closing remarks that you have. We'd like to hear from all of you.
Well, I can't really talk much to the aquaculture side, I think, but maybe to a certain extent, I mean, there is already research done for restoration purposes to look at what are the genetics of a population that can actually make that more resilient to future environmental changes, especially when you look at temperature rise. There is a project, for example, in New Zealand, where after the big heat wave they had, I think, in 2016, they lost 90% or more of their giant kelp forest. But there were remnant populations left over, and they were now checking whether they have any specific genetics that make them more resilient. And for restoration purposes, we really need to think in the future, how do we future-proof those populations in the face of these changes? And I think the same is being, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's being done for aquaculture as well. I mean, there's selective breeding also probably for more yields, etc. But there should also be a focus then on making them more resilient, because you can't grow a crop if it's boiling to death in the end, right? So that is my little contribution to this.
Boiling to death is a great image. But no, I mean, I think that to Paul's point he made at the beginning, that really 99.5% of all line-grown seaweed is not grown in the Western Hemisphere right now, is really telling. I want to say my calendar next week is marked for super low tide days where there could be a flat tom day where we can go diving for our source tissue to make our seed for the season. That's insane. That's not how you grow an industry. You don't go out and say, ooh, that looks like great parental material. I'm going to pick that, and then that one maybe will come out to the yield that we want this year. That's the state of the Western seaweed farming industry right now. We are very, very, very early. And while we can say things like, it doesn't hurt the wild beds because it's only 10 pounds for every 400,000 pounds, that's true. But I have no understanding of what my yield and variability is going to be at the end of the season. And I think with climate change in particular, we need to be selecting for strains that perform well. We did a lot of studies on our farms this year to find that some strains just did. We had a nitrogen drop in March this year because the Gulf of Maine was 2 degrees Celsius warmer than it had been in the last 35 years. This year it was a spike. And so there was an early phytoplankton bloom that sucked out all the nitrogen from the entire area. And we were wondering why our kelp wasn't growing. It just stopped. It stopped in the first week of March. And there would be ways to work around that. There are ways to work within it through monitoring, through strain selection, through heat, through basically having our nursery warmer when we're creating the seeds in the first place to acclimate the seeds. There's a lot to do with that, but right now we're so nascent, and I'm really excited to be, as this industry grows, we can actually invest in the science. And there's groups like the Safe Seaweed Coalition, there's groups like WWF that are really investing in the Western seaweed industry to do things rather than going out and diving. Having said that, I'll be putting on my wetsuit next week and starting our new nursery season.
Thank you. Alexandra?
I'd like to pick up on the question of the contribution that Indigenous communities can make, because I think it's an incredibly important part of diversifying our knowledge, learning from people who have been close to the ocean and close to the land for thousands of years. And traditionally, we haven't, as a Western society, taken that into consideration, and that's changing now a little bit. But with things like fisheries, seaweed, there's a tremendous opportunity to learn, and so I look forward to more of that. I think that's going to be an important part of understanding how we grow this. As Bree said earlier, we need to meet people where they are, but to do that, we need to learn from everyone in the community. That has to go both ways. We can't have a single perspective that informs everything that we do. It needs to be diverse and rich and inclusive of the perspectives of everyone. The local women, in Madagascar, the lobster fishermen in Maine, everything in between, and that's, I think, going to be critical for our success, is to be able to continue to advance the science, continue to listen to the diversity of voices and experiences and perspectives, to be able to facilitate knowledge exchange between the Japanese and the Americans, to be able to accelerate innovation. These are all, it's complicated, but it's a tremendous opportunity to build something that can have a real impact on some of our biggest challenges.
Thank you. So Paul, can you wrap us up?
Sure.
Take us home?
Those are great questions, and we think about those every day. But to answer specifically, we're working with a group in Kona that is closing the life cycle on a native seaweed species that is very appealing to a native rudderfish that's a vegetarian. And so we talked about co-locating farms. If you can co-locate a seaweed farm next to a finfish farm, and the finfish is a vegetarian, so you're not having the problem of feeding small fish to big fish, that's using local knowledge of those species to better understand how we can create a food system that works in harmony with nature. And then for indigenous peoples, every indigenous population on a coast, a marine coast, has seaweed as part of their culture. Every single one of them. And we're not the only species that eat seaweed. You can watch sheep, deer, we've seen raccoons. Seaweed is very important to every coastal community out there. So WWF has, in collaboration with the Nature Conservancy, funded a First Nations farm in British Columbia. We are working with Native American groups in Alaska and have funded listening tours so that they can talk among themselves on how they want to participate in an industry that may come to their coast, and to be prepared for that. And then finally, how do we address climate change? You hit it on the head. We're working with researchers around the world to better understand strain selection for temperature tolerance. That's really the critical part of it. 30 years ago, you could have found sugar kelp in the harbor here in New York. That was the southern end of its range. Now you have a hard time finding it in healthy wild beds just south of where Brianna has her farms. So just in the last 30 years, we've seen the southern range move out of New York Harbor north. That's due to the warming waters. And so that's why we do what we do.
Great. Well, thank you. So please join me in giving a really warm thank you to this great panel. Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. And thank you as well. You've been a wonderful audience. Your questions were great. And let's keep exploring this. Thanks a lot. Have a great day. Okay, hello, folks. Hi. I'm sorry to interrupt these great conversations. I know there's a lot of energy in the room. Hello, folks. Hello. So I'd like everyone to start, hello. I'd like people to start moving out. Yes, thank you, and taking these conversations. We got the next panel is coming in. So if you could wrap up your conversations or bring them out into the hallway, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Working on it? You can hear me. Everybody can hear? No? Is this active? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I can just use the handheld too. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session on decarbonizing industrial heat. Do you think that's the most exciting session that's happening around the Nest campus in New York today? My name's Marty Spitzer, and I'm the Senior Director for Climate and Energy at WWF. My team helps work with our corporate partners on setting climate targets and helping them accelerate implementation. We are one of 3 organizations that convenes the Renewable Thermal Collaborative, and that's really the group that we're going to hear from today. Our goal today is to basically cover 3 things. A little bit about the profile of industrial heat in the US. We're going to hear from, and how companies are trying to tackle that problem. We're going to hear from a few energy buyers who are in the trenches of trying to figure out how to decarbonize their industrial operations. And then from a couple of folks who are on the solution side, who are thinking about how do we drive these, the uptake of these solutions. First, I'm going to do a little context setting. Take 5 to 8 minutes to just go through a few slides. Apologize for the slides this morning, but it's important to understand what industrial heat looks like in the US. What's the profile of it? We'll start with RTC. The Renewable Thermal Collaborative is the leading coalition for buyers of energy and industrial energy. It includes cities and states as well, and this is the engine for the demand side of the equation. How do you get companies to buy more energy? These are the people who have to decarbonize, and have many of them, if not all of them, have set science-based targets to do that. But they can't do it alone. And so our sponsors, as part of the Renewable Thermal Collaborative, are solution providers. They're technology firms, they're they develop decision tools, they're service providers. Together, we're about 75 members and sponsors, and growing. And I hope that those of you who may be from industry would think about joining this, because that's the energy is coming from the members and the buyers who are driving that demand. We're working on electrification, renewable natural gas, green hydrogen. There's some biomass in there, thermal energy storage, solar thermal. That's the suite of technologies that we're talking about. Now let me just talk about some work we did last year with the Boston Consulting Group that looked at the energy profile in the US. This is a map of, on the left side is the total amount of emissions from industry on the heat side. So 13% of US emissions. Industrial emissions in total are about a quarter of US emissions. Half of those are process. So if you make cement, you put, there's process emissions from that, and the other half is that. You see the sectors. So I don't know if you can read it all, but refineries, chemicals, iron, steel, food and beverage, and paper and cement are the 6 biggest sectors. You see food, surprisingly, is really big. And you'll notice that little bar above the paper sector. And the paper sector uses a lot of wood waste. Those are still biogenic emissions that come from burning that. That still goes up in the atmosphere, even though that's considered to be net zero and carbon neutral. So we wanted to flag that. But our work is focused really on those biggest emitting sectors. If you break that down further, this is one of the insights that we got from this work that was really important. So on the left side, you see the same total amount of emissions, broken down by high heat is the red bar, medium heat is 130 to 500 degrees Celsius, and the low bar, the low temperature, which is about a quarter of the emissions from industry, are from low heat. That's under 130 C. You don't need to burn natural gas at 1800 degrees to get 130 C. And so in there lies some opportunities for dealing with low heat. We profiled those emissions by state. And you can see the darkest color down in Texas is red. The pink, reddish pink, are not surprisingly in the industrial Midwest, California, and along the Gulf Coast. But you see the opportunities, because if we're going to do this, there's a federal response and federal opportunities. There's also a lot of state opportunities to help advance this. Overall, our work, we identified 5 things we could do together to help solve this. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. Electrifying is a huge component of how we're going to decarbonize industry with renewable energy. So we need to electrify low temperature as well as steam boilers. Greening the grid. Just like for renewable electricity overall, if we're going to have success on decarbonizing industrial heat, we need to do it by getting more renewable energy on the grid. But then we also have to deploy renewable fuels. So we have green hydrogen, renewable natural gas. These are going to be really important elements of the future economy. And then deploying renewable technologies, thermal storage. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes, but a really important opportunity. And then finally, which we're not going to talk about much today, but carbon capture and storage is in the mix in this analysis. There doesn't seem to be a way to actually get to solving all the renewables, but we think it's limited to certain sectors, like petroleum refining, where that may be more important. Lastly, I'm not going to talk about this slide. This shows the bars of how they, the different fuels and how they would be played out. These slides would be available for anybody who's interested in them afterwards. So I'm going to pause there. Just wanted to get us kicked off with a basic context. And then anybody who's interested in that work, that's in our vision report. If you have your phone, you can take a picture of that QR code. It's also on the back table. And just before we switch, we will be doing our Renewable Thermal Summit, October 19th and 20th in Washington, D.C. This week, tomorrow, there'll be $100 off on that. So anybody who's thinking about registering, you might as well get, that's also on the back table, but you can get a QR code and you get $100 off the registration for that. So with that, let me turn to our panel. Let me start by introducing our great panel today. First, I have DJ D'Agostino, who's with Colgate-Palmolive. He's a senior manager for sustainability. Nora Esram is the director of research at the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. We have John O'Donnell, who's the CEO of Raji. And we have Jack McEnany, who's the vice president for sustainability at Procter & Gamble. So welcome. So glad to have you guys. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask them a few questions, get us started. And then toward the end, we'll have some Q&A for the public. So please ready your questions for that opportunity. So let me start with DJ. And, you know, I said a moment ago that the buyer is at the hub of this enterprise because you're the ones who actually have to decarbonize. And so tell us a little bit about where thermal energy fits in at Colgate-Palmolive. And what does this mean? What does this issue mean for you guys?
Sure, happy to. And just want to add, what a bargain, $100 off. I have a couple slides. I thought I'd answer that question first by introducing a little bit about Colgate-Palmolive. I don't know if I'm making you, nope. Is it okay? Mm-hmm. So very brief storytelling, 5 minutes or less. To help kind of answer that question, just to frame a little bit about who we are. First, as a purpose, Colgate-Palmolive is a caring, innovative growth company, reimagining a healthier future for all people, their pets, and our planet. And I think kind of within that, talks a little bit about our different categories. I think most probably think of oral care and those products. We do operate in home care, personal care, and our pet food division, Hills. So an all-inclusive statement to try to really, rally that ambition surrounding our future sustainability strategy. In 2020, we took a step back and thought out to 2025. What would that sustainability and social impact strategy look like? Thinking about that purpose. And really helping to drive the future progress we want to see, net zero, and many other areas, about 11 different ambition areas. So with that, we actually commissioned a study with Kantar to assess globally our household penetration of our products, to really get a feel for where Colgate-Palmolive is around the world. What we found, thanks to that study, is actually it's a top 3 brand globally in more homes than any other brand sold on the planet. And with that comes a lot of inspiration, a lot of pride, but also a lot of responsibility. I promise I won't quote Spider-Man. But we really took that and said, we can actually use this as a leverage for good in a way that we might not have been fully utilizing in the past. So with that came our SMILE strategy. We have 3 pillars, making that type of acronym, if you will, to SMILE. The E of which is preserving our environment. So without fail, when we kind of check with our senior leaders and our shareholders, they recognize the need for us to accelerate action on climate change. And thus, our net zero ambition was born. Net zero for carbon ambition was born. The good thing was at that time, back in 2020, we didn't really have to initiate a lot of efforts around that. It was really about just accelerating and bringing them under that guise of now by 2040, carbon has nowhere where to hide is the catchphrase that I keep using. I'm going to try to patent that one if I can. But if you go to the next slide, you'll see it over a timeline standpoint. Now, I can't take credit for all this work. I just want to kind of lay out that history that I just alluded to. Again, we didn't have to initiate that effort in 2020. We built off of a long-standing series of efforts around carbon collection, understanding our data and our footprint. And you can see also a very, very serious level of attention to energy efficiency. 2011, when I actually joined the organization, was when we were first named one of our Partner of the Year recognitions by Energy Star. Fast forwarding to 2021 was actually our first science-based target approval. And then if we fast forward to just last year, we announced it at Climate Week last year. In the next slide, we had our science-based target approval for net zero. So framing how important decarbonization is really came through in the way that we had to go through this pretty intense accounting exercise. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it or going through it in the Science-Based Target Initiative. And with that came our key milestones, right, by 2025, by 2030, and then eventually by 2040, where we're fully decarbonized, or more than 90%. But I'll just kind of focus on the short term to make it a little bit more bite-sized for the audience. By 2025, our Scope 3 emissions need to be reduced by 20%. Our Scope 1 and 2 emissions need to be reduced by 20%. That's against the 2020 baseline. And then we look at our energy intensity. That needs to be reduced by 25% against the 2010 baseline. And like a lot of CPG companies, Scope 3 is a massive portion of our footprint, upwards of 90%. If you set that aside for a moment and just think about our own operations, our manufacturing facilities around the world, our offices, our warehouses, and you look at that footprint, what's really driving carbon emissions at those sites? 75 to 85% is from energy at those facilities. If we're going to work with our suppliers, in my opinion, tell them to decarbonize, we really have to walk that talk. So energy and renewable energy ends up being a massive, massive portion of what we do. When I break down those 75 to 85% figures, a little less than half comes from that thermal load in the form of fuels that we're combusting at our sites, and really helps to set the stage for just how critical thinking about solutions are in that decarbonization space of that thermal load really is. We'll talk a little bit more about those solutions, so I don't want to take up too much airtime, but that's to kind of kick us off.
Yeah, so 50%, that's a big number, and it's the number that people hadn't been talking about, right? Everybody's been focused on electricity as the solution, but there's this whole other sector of emissions that we really have to tackle. Well, Jack, let me turn to you. Similar question. Tell us a little bit about P&G and sort of where renewable thermal fits in for you.
Yep. Thank you, Marty, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today. So I thought maybe the best way to paint a picture of where we are with renewable thermal was just to tell you a little story, right? A story about some of the progress we've made on climate, some of the challenges we've run into, some of the strategies that we're implementing, and some of the things that have helped enable some of our success. So quickly, if we just go back in time just a little bit to 2020, we had some targets that we wanted to achieve in 2020. It was a 30% absolute reduction in our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and to be utilizing 30% renewable energy at our facilities. And the primary strategies at that time for us were focusing on energy efficiency and obviously increasing our procurement of renewable energy. So we were able to hit those goals, and I'll come back and I'll talk about some things that enabled that progress. But similar to Colgate, when we hit 2020, we said, okay, what comes next? So we set some goals for 2030. That included a 50% absolute reduction in our Scope 1 and Scope 2, and to purchase 100% renewable electricity by 2030. Again, primary focus, let's drive energy efficiency and go after new sources of renewable energy. So early into that goal window, we made a strategic choice, right? We made a choice to accelerate our purchase of renewable electricity. So today we stand at 99% of our purchased electricity from renewable energy sources, and we've achieved a 57% absolute reduction against our 50% target. So we're pleased with that progress, but there's another little thing that we have, similar to Colgate, which is we have an ambition to get to net zero emissions across our supply chain and our operations by 2040. So if I focus in on operations, we've driven our Scope 2 emissions pretty low, right? So really, if we're gonna hit our net zero ambition, it's all about our thermal energy footprint. That's what we have left to solve. Now, we faced some challenges with renewable electricity, but the challenges with renewable thermal are even greater, right? We can't run a steam duct 100 kilometers from a point of generation to our facility, right? At the same time, we know there's some important and emerging conversations about even accounting guidelines for how you think about Scope 1 emissions and accounting for renewable energy sources. So while there are some unique challenges there, our strategy is really focused on how can we develop modular and scalable solutions that we can take across our manufacturing sites, of which there's about 130, right? And so while we have a few sites that are pretty large and intense and where we have dedicated teams developing site-specific strategies, what we really need to identify is how do we find scalable solutions, number one, that we can reapply across that network of manufacturing facilities, right? And ideally, how do we find solutions that also create value, right, as we decarbonize? And a third element of that strategy is really an acknowledgement that we have to be working in partnership with others, right? These are shared challenges, and we're gonna need to partner externally if we wanna drive progress. So to get a little bit more specific in terms of where we are, first and foremost, if you haven't picked up on the theme, energy efficiency is still, number one on the list. Eliminating losses, focusing how we can be more productive with the energy that we do use through heat capture. Another area for us that has proved beneficial has been the area of data analytics, or big data, right, whatever that means. But we've got some smart folks in our company who are able to leverage new tools that can really provide insights into our operational process in terms of where we can better be using energy. I'll give you just one pragmatic example. As we've gone through the process of tracing where our steam lines are across our manufacturing facilities, one insight that we've gleaned is that, you know what, in many instances, we don't need steam, and hot water would suffice, right? So that unlocks an incredible way of thinking about different opportunities to distribute energy, through our facilities, and also unlock some opportunities for potential application of heat pumps, right? But I think like many other companies, we are also then looking at a broad range of solutions around electrification, bioenergy, solar thermal, and geothermal. So I think the best part of the journey that we've been on so far is our focus on loss elimination, our focus on de-steaming, our focus on potential applications of heat pumps have revealed for us that many of the projects we want to go after are investment-grade projects, right? So there's this perception that this process inherently costs money, and that's not necessarily the case as you look across the options that are available. So still many challenges ahead, but the one thing I just wanted to end with was I talked about the progress we've been able to make on our procurement of renewable electricity. That was actually unlocked in large part due to the Renewable Energy Buyers Alliance, which is today the Clean Energy Buyers Alliance. And just a little genesis story there. It was actually Marty and his team at WWF that had the idea to engage with a number of renewable electricity buyers. And we came together to answer the question, what are some of the barriers and challenges that we have to overcome? And so what that led to was this group getting together to first and foremost say, hey, these are the specific kind of solutions that we need to be able to advance progress against our goals. And in the process, sending a very clear demand signal, right, of what we were looking for, and providing a community where those who want to work towards new solutions could come together and do that. And it's my personal belief that today, what is known as the Clean Energy Buyers Alliance has had a significant role in helping unlock progress on renewable electricity. I offer that because part of the reason we're here today is the Renewable Thermal Collaborative, right? And we think that that can play a very similar role. And just to share our personal experience in terms of the value that we've gotten out of that, number one, it is access, right, to some of the leading thinking and top talent and technology that is out there finding solutions for renewable thermal. Many of the partnerships that we are now working through and looking to bring technology into our site, those connections were made at RTC. The second thing is that RTC has been working to help develop and drive new tools. I talked about our interest in heat pumps. There's been some great work at the Renewable Thermal Collaborative to develop tools that allow our engineers to then go into our sites to better identify opportunities where they can play a meaningful role in driving down energy. And then the last is really just a source of inspiration and guidance, right? Just being able to engage with thought leaders in this space really helps to provide opportunities for reapplication and exploration in a very action-oriented, solution-oriented organization. So if any of that story resonated with you, any elements of our story is similar to yours, I really would encourage you to check out the RTC. So Marty, over to you.
Thank you, Jack. And I didn't pay Jack. I didn't have to do anything here. But this collaborative work together is making a difference. So thank you for that, and DJ. We'll come back to you with a couple of other questions in a minute. But I want to turn to Nora, who's at the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. Nora's going to tell us a little bit about that, but given what you're hearing from the buyers, given what you guys see from ACEEE, tell us how this is playing out for you. What does this look like from the ACEEE standpoint?
All right, thanks for having me. Okay, ACEEE is a DC-based research and policy organization. We develop and advocate for transformative policy to reduce energy waste and combat climate change. What is a transformative policy? The examples that you might be familiar are building energy codes, applying standards, and fuel economy standards. That's really driving the energy use down. And some you might not be familiar that we have been working on, energy efficiency resource standards. That requires all your utilities to meet a certain energy reduction goal through customer energy efficiency programs. That's a lot of rebate we have been talking about. You need a policy to make it happen. Buy clean procurement policy, you may have heard that, require the public sector to purchase low embodied carbon product and materials. And we also played an instrumental role in a lot of the energy provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act. So we got what we need from the federal sector. Now we need to work with all of the stakeholders to make it happen. I would say policy is only part of it. To make it happen, we need market transformation. So what is market transformation? It's a series of coordinated market intervention to introduce changes. Just to give you an example, 30 years ago, 98% of clothes washer in the US market is top loading. Meanwhile, the European countries have seen significant savings from the front-loading machine. The front-loading machine used 40% less water and 60% less electricity, but there was no such thing in the US market. So we made the transformation, market transformation happen with a lot of collaborators. In 8 years, the market share of front-loading machine increased to nearly 40%. Maybe eventually we'll have those clothes washer, but definitely not in 8 years. So over 10 years, that change saved 30 billion kilowatt hours for all of US consumers. That is $3 billion US, and then the energy to power 8 million houses over a year. All of this energy and costs would have been wasted without this market intervention. Now we're working together for the industrial heat pump market. Okay, so why industrial heat pump? You have heard a lot of numbers these days. I just want you to remember one more number, 30%, 30. Okay, why, how did I get number? Industrial heat pump can reduce industrial energy use by 30% because we're talk about process heat accounts for 50% of industrial energy use, and 60% of those is under 200 degrees C. As Jack said, we can meet those heat demand without very high temperature. And industrial heat pump can meet to those 200 degrees C, that's 60%. 60% times 50% is 30%. That's the target we're working. Why is it now? We already seen those technologies rising in the European market, and similar to the clothes washer, they have case studies, they have products, but not in the US. So we're working towards that.
Great. Do you want to talk about this, the market here, for how we're thinking about it in the heat pump context?
Sure, yeah, that's kind of our game plan. To make it happen, we need all sectors work together. That's so-called market intervention. So we need a federal policy and program fundings to signal the market, as well as providing funding to lower technical and financial risk for the manufacturers. We are working with both supply and demand side. On the supply side, we need the leading manufacturers to provide product technical assistance to the end users. We want the end users, we have two sitting here, just to work with their engineers, identify the sites, and to develop data, to develop case studies. Meanwhile, we're working with utilities and state energy offices to provide incentives. If you remember the energy efficiency resource standards, right, they're obligated to do some of the work for all of the electricity users. The state energy office are receiving lots of money from the Inflation Reduction Act. So all of this we are working towards to lower the cost, as well as to making sure that we have the clean infrastructure to meet the industrial electricity demand. And then, among all of this, why we have RTC, why we have ACEE, we need all of the NGOs to work collaboratively to educate the market, advocate for policy, as well as connect all of the stakeholders and with funding opportunities. That's really the picture we're envisioning to make it happen, to introduce the change, to accelerate the market transformation.
Yeah, I appreciate this, because this is a great graphic for a lot of the work that we all do to try to change the market. There's a transactional element to this, which is, at the end of the day, if you want to buy a heat pump, you can't really buy them in the US right now. So we need them manufactured. They need to be installed and maintained, and we need a workforce to do that. Well, guess what? The providers of those technologies want to make sure, before they make a big investment in building heat pumps, that there's actually somebody who wants to buy those heat pumps, because these will be big commitments. And so getting that whole ecosystem to move together is really what we're talking about. And between RTC and ACEE, we are, and one other organization where we launched officially in July an Industrial Heat Pump Alliance. And while we're working out the details of how we're going to carry that forward, we're going to be pulling all these elements together to try to drive the market. So thank you for that work, but also for helping us understand how we could actually make some progress. I'm going to turn to John now, because John O'Donnell has been leading a company called Rondo, and Rondo has been doing some really interesting things about thermal energy storage. And let me say, just to kick this off, was when we were doing our vision analysis, thermal storage was in the mix. It shows up in the models and the projections. But there's something happening in this space that's it's happening faster than the models can really keep up with, I think. And I want to talk to John. Tell us a little bit about Rondo, what you're doing, and why you're excited about thermal storage.
Sure, thank you, and it's an honor to be here. And let me answer your questions in reverse order. We're at this amazing moment of opportunity that the wind and solar industry have created, and deployment of wind and solar at industrial scale, at gigascale, is every year, we had some supply chain issues, but every year bringing costs down, 90% plus in the last decade. As a result, intermittent electricity is becoming, if it's not already, almost everywhere in the world, becoming cheaper than burning fuel. And the number one issue for industrial thermal energy is, what does it cost? It's a huge portion of the total cost of production. And driving transition that would lead us to a more expensive world is not what any of us want, and it's not likely to happen rapidly. And you mentioned things are going faster than the models said, because it's becoming clear, several things are becoming clear. One, that the rate at which wind and solar are deploying is being slowed down by clogging in the grid. It's difficult for an electricity grid that was designed to carry continuous loads to keep up with this rapid increase in intermittent generation. And that's causing, among other things, extended periods of negative electricity prices in electricity grids across the US and around the world. There were 2,000 hours of negative wholesale prices in Oklahoma last year. How many people were able to tap into that? We're at this moment where if we had low-cost energy storage for heat, it could tap into what's happening in the electricity market, because we can have as much intermittent clean electricity as we want, and we can have it at prices lower than fuel. And you know that all kinds of energy storage for electricity to electricity are all kinds of chemistries, all kinds of technologies are deploying, and they have an enormous role in the electricity grid. But storing heat is a lot cheaper and simpler. You know, put a brick in your oven. When it gets hot, put it in your bed. It'll keep your feet warm all night. You just stored electricity as heat, and doing that in industrial scale is what we're doing at Rondo. We literally build a box with between 500 and 6,000 tons of brick in a box to replace an industrial boiler or kiln and run on intermittent electricity. And turns out brick, which is made from dirt, is available at scale and low cost. And when you heat it to 1,000 C, a pound of brick stores as much energy as a pound of lithium-ion battery for a few percent of the cost. So there were lots of technology and engineering breakthroughs needed to do what we're doing, but now that we're doing it, it's really simple. We are now operating in California at a biofuel producer, the world's highest efficiency, highest temperature energy storage. We're building our next project in California and developing around the world. Rondo is backed by climate investment funds, Bill Gates' Breakthrough Energy, Energy Impact Partners, John Doerr, and a set of industrials across mining, data, fuels, chemicals, cement, and the work that the RTC is doing in connecting us with the actual real live users who have particular challenges at particular locations and cannot build 1,000-mile steam lines, but need low-cost energy at that place. You know, a lot of our work has been focused on sorting out the hardware and sorting out deployment. We now have 90 gigawatt hours a year of manufacturing capacity in place. But a ton of what is needed is market education, education of the finance community, because most people who are operating facilities want to buy renewable heat as a service the way they buy natural gas as a service. Regulatory policies, the grid and the policies around electricity are changing and need to change faster to make it possible for dispatchable load, the load that can participate in electricity grids like generation does. How do we figure that out? And you know, again, I'm delighted and grateful for the work that RTC is doing, because you're at the table with the IRS on the interpretation of the Inflation Reduction Act and with all sorts of policymakers, but particularly bringing the buyers together so it's clear what the real needs are.
So thank you for that. That's really helpful for people to understand. I mean, this would not be a topic, a technology we'd have been talking about just a few years ago. When you think of the market, there's Rondo and there's some other companies who are sort of out doing this. How do you see the market developing for this?
So I spent week before last across 5 European countries, and we're a member of an organization in Europe called the Energy Resilience Leadership Group. Getting off natural gas in Europe is one of Europe's greatest challenges for industry. And I was in a session with President von der Leyen where she said we're in 3 wars: the ground war, an energy war, and a clean energy war with China. Europe's bullets in the energy war are domestic wind and solar, and this technology and technologies like it, because you're right, there are now about a dozen companies that are beginning to build various ways of storing electricity as heat. These technologies will allow repowering of food, chemicals, cement. There are a number of smaller sectors, but those are some of Europe's biggest sectors. Across the United States, the places in your map, some of your map, those industrial centers that you showed, are also places where renewable energy is available at scale at low cost. Those are places. So we're engaged on 4 continents, but the industries that you called out in your survey are the types that we're working with. And the market is accelerating, driven both by corporate commitments to decarbonize, which is perhaps necessary but not sufficient. Because if the chief sustainability officer is at odds with the factory manager over, we're going to have increased costs, that's not a great scenario. So the places where it's happening are where we unlock a cheaper source of energy that also meets a corporate goal. And,
thank you for that. So get ready in a couple of minutes. I'm going to turn to you guys if you have questions, so just give us a second here. But I want to come back to Jack and DJ. We talked about 2 technologies. There's a lot of other technologies. I see Winston from Mars here. There's others who are sort of wearing the same hat of trying to figure out how to do this. What do you see as the biggest challenges? Just sort of, what's top of mind for you as you're trying to actually do this?
I could start. So I think I described our carbon footprint and a little bit about our energy story. And I think Jack kind of alluded to this. When we think about solving for that decarbonization in general, it's a bit simpler to start those processes on renewable electricity. We can work with procurement and finance, and through creative, innovative ways, thanks to SEBA and other organizations, we have PPAs and other opportunities to really source that renewable electricity and solve for large portions of our footprint pretty swiftly, actually. We just signed one of our largest PPAs recently. We released a press release this week on it.
Everybody know what a PPA is in this room? I presume so.
I should spell it out. That's rude of me. Sorry, Power Purchase Agreement for Renewable Electricity. And I'm referring to one in the U.S. that will be virtual, VPPA. On the thermal side, it's not really as swift as just, change your procurement and change where those electrons are coming from. I wish it were. Maybe renewable natural gas and other sources end up getting us to that point, but I don't believe we're quite there yet from what I've seen. So it's really, partnering in kind of a deeper way with the folks who are really solving for these problems, understand the nuts and bolts for how those same operations work and function. And to be fair to those individuals, have been functioning, have been kind of the heartbeat of our operation for so many years on natural gas and fuels that have, fossil fuel type origins. So the challenge is then kind of rethinking as much as it is looking at the problem and trying to solve it. It's actually kind of taking a step back and reassessing the problem. I'll speak from a personal standpoint because I'm sure there are some engineers in the room, but the engineers that I'm one myself, the engineers I speak to generally have a little bit more of a hard time kind of taking a step back and solving for those problems, as in challenging assumptions. Imagine if natural gas is no longer dirt cheap. Imagine if it's something that we need to solve out of the equation because of its carbon intensity. What do we do differently? Can we electrify? Can we challenge the steam that we're using in the places that we're using it? Is there a way to go back and partner with R&D and actually look at that formula that I need to heat to a certain temperature and change that set point? Can I use lower temperatures in the process? They yield really exciting, interesting stories, and actually we have, thanks to RTC, we partnered to do a case study of what our Athens, Greece facility did in installing 2 phases of solar thermal, and actually helped us solve for that problem. Some really brilliant engineers on the ground there that really made that happen. But doing this at scale and really getting to that point where we can solve these challenges globally is going to take a lot of effort, a lot of technical kind of cross-functional work that we haven't been traditionally doing. just another nod, RTC is really able to allow us to connect to those solution providers and think of those problems differently. Challenging those assumptions differently is really the key.
Great, thank you. Jack?
I guess I can't just say ditto, right? But I would really just echo the point. The key challenge for us is, again, the analogy to renewable electricity. There were challenges to overcome, but as DJ pointed out, that was, more of a procurement exercise. This is about technical innovation on site. We have a very diverse product portfolio, 5 distinct business units. Those production operations look, very different. And as was alluded to before, thermal is local, right? And so I think the combination of those two things and really having to invent solutions, not in isolation, but with really knowledgeable partners, is really one of the key challenges that we face.
All right, appreciate that. So this kind of conversation that we're having here in just under an hour is the kind of conversation we're going to have in a lot more depth at our RTC Summit. So if you are if this is an area that's like of interest and you want to sort of dig in, come join us there in October. We'll have a lot of people to talk about it. You can geek out on all of this in great detail. But what I want to do is open it up, if you don't mind, to you guys if you have any questions before we wrap up today. Anyone? Any hands? This is all easy peasy.
Chris Sugar with Ambient Fuels, we're a solutions provider. As we work with customers, DJ, you hit on it and you did as well. Renewable energy you could kind of do in a couple commercial people in the back room, and the site never really knew what happened for the most part. And you go into physical solutions, and as you said, there's operational safety, reliability, environmental permits. How much success have you guys had on kind of dedicating resources to that? You need a bigger team dedicated to that, and sometimes we find procurement teams are engaged, but those support resources are not, and that becomes kind of a limiting factor on, getting to a plan and executing. And so, how do you address it organizationally?
Yeah, I'll take a first shot, and then I'll hand it over to you. So, yeah, it's a great question, and I told a little bit of the story about how our net zero ambition for operations is really all about solving thermal, right? That realization actually led us to create a new organization internally of our engineers who are tasked with finding those solutions. And so it's a new team that we've formed. But to the point that you raised, that I think was very pertinent, that team does not work in isolation, right? Their job is to reach out and work multifunctionally across the company to find solutions that are going to work, not just to generate the energy we need, but check the box on everything else. So, from that standpoint, it has unlocked additional resources. And at our larger sites, they themselves have dedicated teams, specific to that site. But again, I think part of the desire is to find those solutions that once we identify them, that we can scale. Like modular, scalable solutions are really going to be key, because we've got 130 sites around the world that we're managing against. So.
And I would just add, I think just the underlying scalability, I think that really is key. And also, from an overall aspect of identifying those opportunities, we've recognized there are some that kind of fall into that lower hanging fruit category that might be, Jack, I think you used the term, might be more investment grade, might be something that our teams have motivation to go after them once they understand the financials. I think the key is then that next step. once sort of those more simple solutions are kind of identified and taken care of, resources actually do become a bit of a challenge, because unless you get to that level where you're able to scale, similar to what Jack pointed out, we have specific groups actually now looking at that to simply get those technologies in specific categories so we can kind of copy paste and scale up is really the key.
I wanted to thank you for the question, because I think you put your finger on one of the hard parts. And about a third of our total engineering team is dedicated to working with end users because heat is not heat, right? The steam networks have unique characteristics, water quality, all kinds of things. And one of the things that we're focused on is making it easy, making it drop in, but that requires a tremendous amount of work with the users to really understand exactly what's the problem to be solved. and then making a modular solution. But yeah, thank you. That is and I think that is one of the obstacles in that there are a lot of technology providers who have some new idea for how we're going to do energy storage. And if you're storing electricity, well, you just hook up to a wire. But it is uniquely, if we're solving for heat, it is this kind of collaboration that is going to allow market-ready, fit-for products to evolve.
You know, just while we're, next question here, just one observation is that this really is different than electricity, right? That electron on one wire, it's the same electron that arrives. It doesn't matter where you are. This is harder. It's going to take longer. For a while, I was talking about managing expectations. You know, everyone's like, oh, we'll just solve this in the next couple of years. This is not really how it's going to work here. We are earlier in the journey on thermal than we were on renewable electricity when we got involved with it in REBA. There had been decades of government investment that had already started lowering the cost. We got involved right as cost parity was coming. And so the economic winds got on our back. There was, you know, as complicated as that was, there was an electron, wires, and sort of, you know, equipment that ran on it. So we have a different task here, but that's why it was important to get started, and that's why we think we're making some progress.
Could I offer just a quick build before the next question? It just struck me as I'm up here that we've talked a lot about the challenges and the barriers that we're all facing trying to overcome. But to Marty's point, there's reason to be optimistic, right? There is growing awareness of the size of the prize and great analyses like the one that Marty shared with you all to help dimension what is that challenge, what does it look like. And there's emerging, you know, collaborative efforts like the RTC, you know, where people who share those challenges are coming together. So yes, it's going to be a long road, and yes, it's going to be a hard road, but there's reason to be optimistic. So I just wanted to make sure that that message came through.
And we are at that moment of positive economic tailwinds right now that are building. Yeah.
Please use the microphone because we are also broadcasting. Next question.
Hi, I'm Ritu from Invenergy. Appreciate the optimism and thanks for the discussion. A lot of the focus today has been around electrification, and I'm curious, particularly for the users, how you weigh electrification with RNG and hydrogen.
Yeah, you want to start?
I'll just
That's a hard one. I'll let you start.
No, well, listen, I'm not the engineers leading this work, but I will tell you there's nothing that's off the table for us at this point, right? We are pursuing a portfolio of solutions, and some of that's going to be influenced around the unique nature of the individual sites and the type of operation. But certainly electrification is there, but renewable natural gas and you know, solar thermal and geothermal, all that is on the table for us as well. So.
Yeah, and I would just add, I think a little bit earlier in the presentation, some of the report output and the graphs kind of showed a little bit of this, but some of it comes down to the process and thinking about temperature, and similarly, you know, I don't work so specifically on the projects themselves, so I won't get very technical here, but the concept is if you go into it kind of with a menu of different options, and then starting from the baseline that in some of those facilities we've already solved for the electricity component. So there's actually a window where we can say, hey, a portion of this lower temperature makes sense to electrify. I can go from that fuel to then a renewable electricity source, but then a portion of it might not because of thermodynamics and process and what we're trying to achieve. So I think narrowing down the playing field with a menu is kind of the term that we use almost as a working term, and then thinking through project for project based on a heat kind of range is one way we really think about it that seems to serve us well.
And just specifically on hydrogen and RNG, in that modeling, RNG has a role, but it's a pretty small role. There's not, in the scheme of things, even if you got all the RNG you could get, there's not that much biomethane relative to the amount of heat that is generated. So just something to keep in mind. And we did a deeper dive. One of the products of RTC was a deeper dive on an assessment on green hydrogen. So if anybody's interested, it's on our website. Hydrogen's in demand everywhere, right? We're talking about it for transport, aviation, power companies are interested in it. There's not going to be anywhere near as much hydrogen as is needed anytime soon. And even in the most ambitious projections that DOE's made, the amount that's in need is far greater. So it will be a question for smaller operations, they're probably not going to be using hydrogen for a lot of stuff. Some of the bigger, like the chemical companies and some of the other sectors, iron and steel will probably be more likely to be investing in some of those bigger things. But there will be opportunities, depending on where companies are located in facilities, where they can take advantage of hydrogen as well.
You made me think of one more point just to add to the question. Again, it's a really good question. Hydrogen is also intricately linked to electricity, green hydrogen, right? Because the source of creating that hydrogen through electrolysis would, in theory, be powered by wind and solar and other aspects. So I think the problem, as a statement overall, is pretty intricate. But portfolio-based approach and thinking through different options, I think, is the key. I just wanted to add that plug.
There's a European study that's underway right now looking at electric thermal storage and hydrogen. And what that study, the provisional results found that electric thermal storage for the lowest cost, 100% renewable energy, heat. Electric thermal storage is about 70% and hydrogen is about 30%. Hydrogen, because it can store seasonally, can fill in seasonal variations and longer outages. But all the electric thermal storage technologies use half as much electricity per unit of heat delivered to the factory. The hydrogen systems are about 50% efficient, and so the rate limiting step in how fast we decarbonize in lots of places is how fast can we get the wind and solar built. So the first 70%, electric thermal storage has a huge role to play, but there's no question that hydrogen is part of the thing as you try to get all the way to 100% renewable.
And that electrification, those of you working on electricity know we're at a moment where it's gotten a little harder to buy renewable electricity in the US and get facilities built and transmission. And so all of the things that are plaguing expanding renewable electricity will be important to solve for thermal energy as well because of the electrification component. So there's a lot of work to be done, and that's actually a nice segue between RTC and the Clean Energy Buyers Alliance, where that work comes together. We're almost out of time. I'm going to have one last wrap-up question for our panel. It'll be a quick round, but any other questions from the audience? All right. Well, I like to end these panels on optimism, and I just would love to ask everybody, tell us a little bit about what you're most excited about. When you look forward over the next months and into the next year, what is it that's got you most excited about what's happening?
I'm sure glad it's not the what keeps you up at night question. Is that one?
You can do that one.
No, my 2-year-old son keeps me up at night. External and internal is the way I'll answer this question. Externally, and I'll point to some of the great folks on this panel, I think it's really, really incredible the leaps and bounds that energy storage is growing. Simple yet sophisticated technology that is taking advantage of these markets where we have such high penetration of renewables. We can really take advantage of that low or even negative cost electricity in a way that's just mind-boggling to me. I think it's incredible. I'm really excited to see it continue to accelerate. And we had these conversations with a lot of vendors and partners, and you just expect it to be some overly complicated battery component, very expensive. It's not really that way anymore. A lot of things are changing that are really quite surprising, and I think a reason for optimism. Internally, within my own organization, I'm constantly blown away by the types of questions I'm getting from what I would call maybe non-traditional sectors. So one way to put it. Last week, getting ready to leave for this conference, I had someone reach out in finance and legal. Two different people, two different questions. I don't think they were corroborating at all. One asked, what is green hydrogen and why can we take advantage of it? How can we take advantage of it? I was blown away, almost fell out of my chair. We had a great conversation. And someone else reached out and asked, what are we doing about these low electricity prices in markets around the world? Can we take advantage of it? Yes, we can, right? This is fantastic that these types of concepts are becoming so mainstream, if you will, and a lot of people are really kind of leaning in, listening, recognizing these opportunities to decarbonize, save, reduce risk. A lot of great win-win-wins, if you will, that are coming down the pike that I think are pretty exciting. Those are my sources of optimism.
All right, thank you. I'm sure many of you like me devoted our career to sustainability, right? Now, finally, I feel like we're seeing things happening at lightning speed. It's really, I've seen so many, well, like a tremendous interest, investment, innovation flow into clean energy. This is really a time I've ever seen in my life. You probably haven't seen it either. Just to talk about some of the federal opportunity, we have $10 billion tax credit for the supplier and demand, supply and demand side to invest in clean technology, right? The DOE's loan program office has 40 billion, yes, 40 billion new lending capacity for clean technology. The president, used the Defense Production Act to accelerate 5 key technologies, the domestic manufacturer 5 key technology. You see those happening every day. I'm really excited to be part of this clean energy transition. I'm also optimistic, and hopefully next time in the near future, we are able to sit together. We can talk about our success story of market transformation and lots of new things happening in the next several years. Over to John.
I have a lot that I'm optimistic about and excited about. First of all, you're here. You're engaging in this topic, right?
Woo-hoo.
We're having this conversation. Yesterday, the Department of Energy, dropped its overview document called its liftoff strategy for industrial heat decarbonization, calling out the RTC's role. And a lot of other things. We're in construction now for our next large unit, developing projects around the world, and we are seeing this kind of engagement that we have the tools. We have the tools to go fast, and okay, we're doing our part in getting those tools ready, but what you're doing and what you're doing is, I'm hugely excited that I've been working in industrial decarbonization of heat for a long time. I delivered more than half of the solar industrial heat running right now over 15 years. I have never seen anything like this moment of alignment of economic tailwinds, technology readiness, but buyer commitments that are moving much faster than anybody thought.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. For me, it's momentum, right? The momentum is starting to build. You've got companies like John's that are coming out with new solutions. You've got groups like RTC helping people understand the shared challenges and providing platforms for collaboration. So as I said before, yeah, it's not going to be easy and it's going to take time, but boy, it's moving in the right direction and the momentum's starting to build.
Thank you, Jack. We're excited too, and I hope you are. We have a lot of real opportunities in the coming months. I want to just say later today, some of you will probably be coming to this, but we have another session for the RTC that's hosted down at Diageo's headquarters at the World Trade Center, accelerating decarbonization in the food and beverage sector. It'll pick up a little bit on this, some of the heat pump stuff, where we just did a food and beverage playbook for the RTC that looked at the low heat opportunities. Some of you may have noticed that low heat bar for the food and beverage sector was 97%. So that's the 4th or 5th biggest sector, and 97% of the heat is low heat. So we have a really tremendous opportunity. I would be remiss if I didn't one more time, for those that were here from the beginning, is make a pitch. We are already at the size of last year's summit. For those that were there last year, we had 140. We have room for double that, and the registrations are coming in, but we also wanted to take an opportunity while we were here to let everybody know there's, like, if you've been here and you've seen that, you can get $100 off tomorrow. So scan that. It's also on the back table. And then I think finally, I want to thank our panel. This was a great discussion. I enjoy my time in my daily work because I get to talk to people like this all the time. Their passion for what we're trying to do, and you can feel it, that we actually have some really great opportunities before us. So thank you, DJ, Nora, John, Jack. Really appreciate it. And thank all of you for coming. And I hope you have a great rest of the event.
Hello? They're on. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining our panel discussion today on accelerating transparency, accountability, and collaboration in supply chains, a case study on the apparel sector. And I know it's lunchtime, so really happy to have you all here. So by now, we're all keenly aware of the climate crisis that we're in. In the last month alone, we've witnessed extremely heavy rainfall that's led to catastrophic flooding and loss of life from Libya to Greece to Brazil. And the scale of these impacts, from worsening floods, more waterborne diseases, rising sea levels, wildfires, droughts, all of these impacts are growing. And the apparel sector, amongst other sectors, actually has a big role to play in climate mitigation and adaptation to build resilience due to the industry's significant dependencies on nature, and then also significant negative impacts on nature throughout the textile value chain. The other point is that some of the largest apparel production hubs in the global south are also some of the most vulnerable regions in the whole world to climate impacts. So that also makes it especially relevant. So today our panelists are going to talk about the important role of open data and how that has fostered collaboration in the apparel sector and has enabled climate action. So I'm going to ask them to share some examples of their work, some lessons learned, tools and resources that might be helpful to other sectors that might be, more at the beginning of their transparency and sustainability journey. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panel. So sitting right here to my left is Natalie Grillin. She's the Executive Director of Open Supply Hub, which is a free open data tool and interactive map of global supply chain locations. Championing access to open data and transparent practices, Natalie has worked for a decade to launch innovative solutions to complex problems in supply chains. And next, we have Lee Green. He is the Senior Director of Communications and Marketing at the Sustainable Apparel Coalition, or the SAC for short. You'll hear that a lot today. He is responsible for overseeing all communications and marketing activities at the organization, ensuring the work of the SAC is effectively communicated to all stakeholders, and that the SAC is regarded as a key partner for transforming the industry to positively impact people and planet. And Lee is based in the historic city of St. Albans in England. So he's come from across the pond. And then last but not least, Abigail Akamarzel. She is the head of sustainability for H&M North America. With 15 years in the fashion industry, Abby leads H&M's local sustainability strategy and programs to support the interconnectivity between the health of people and the health of the planet. With a focus on impact, Abby's work emphasizes climate justice and creating racial, gender, and LGBTQ+ equity through models of economic advancement, grassroots community growth, and civic participation. So thank you all for joining this panel today. And then back to me. I'm Paya Luthra. I'm the Global Apparel and Textiles Lead at WWF. And in my role, I lead and coordinate our global sustainability efforts with the textile sector across freshwater, biodiversity, and climate and energy. And just to give some context, because there may be people in the audience that are not aware, at WWF, we work very closely with the textile sector in transformational partnerships. And that means we work with companies to help them adopt and implement leading sustainability practices. And that helps them advance their own sustainability objectives, but also scales investment and positive impact in river basins and landscapes that are within their value chains. So that's an important relationship that we have with the textile sector. And the way we do this is we help companies identify and prioritize where they need to take action in their own operations, but then beyond in their extended value chains. And we work on, everything from raw materials like cotton to cleaner production and wet processing facilities to joint advocacy. So we're actually very active in this space on both a global level and down to a local level. So I just wanted to mention that in case you weren't aware. And now I'd like to ask each of you to share your role in this collaborative apparel ecosystem, and if you could share kind of how your work relates to your co-panelists. So Natalie, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, Pyle, and happy to be here with some of my colleagues. So Open Supply Hub, as Pyle shared, is a global supply chain data platform. Anyone can use our tool to search or contribute supply chain data. We have over 200,000 production locations in our database, as well as 750 contributors of data. Everyone on this stage is a stakeholder of ours, as well as companies like Amazon, Target, Fair Trade International, Fair Trade USA, other certification bodies, other multi-stakeholder initiatives. So we're really trying to build a piece of public digital infrastructure for data sharing. We started in the apparel sector, but we expanded to broader supply chains. So anyone in the room who's working beyond apparel, we also have data in the ag sector, the electronic sector, et cetera. And the way that organizations like the SAC, like H&M are using our tool, SAC's partner Worldly is using our unique IDs in their platform to create interoperability across the data ecosystem. H&M is a contributor to our platform, and I'll share a case study later about how WWF has used our tool. So yeah, we really are a pre-competitive public good working to create systems with open data to help build an interoperable ecosystem.
And Lee, how would you describe your role in the SACs in this ecosystem?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I am here representing the Sustainable Apparel Coalition. As mentioned, we are a global multi-stakeholder non-profit alliance across the globe, spanning 36 countries. We bring together just over 280 member companies, and that includes the manufacturers, the retailers, the brands. We also have affiliate members, which include the likes of WWF, but they include other NGOs, they include academia, and they include some government agencies as well. And then we have kind of the industry service providers like packaging companies, et cetera, et cetera. And we are working collaboratively with a clear vision, and that vision is to not only make the industry sustainable, but to make it equitable and restorative as well. And we want to make sure that the industry is giving back to the planet and its people more than it takes. And within this panel, as mentioned, H&M, a very important member historically to the SAC. H&M also sits on the board. WWF, as I mentioned, is an affiliate member, so we work very closely with them on collaborations. And then, we've worked with Open Supply Hub as well to also drive further impact.
Great, thank you. And over to you, Abby.
Thank you. So H&M, I hope everyone's familiar with the brand, but at H&M Group, we are the users of these supply chains. We are the beneficiary and are inputting our data into these tools and systems. So we have the ambition as one of the world's largest fashion retailers. We have the ambition to lead the change to a circular and net zero future, but that also will not happen alone. We know that when we're talking specifically around scope 3 emissions, we're often talk about tier 1 and tier 2 in the supply chain, but when you go to tier 4, this is a lot of what we're doing with WWF, really in terms of collaborating and really making sure that these locales or these people, really it's about the people, not just the location, but the people who are most impacted by climate change, who are also within our supply chain, we're working to support them. So it's really understanding with open data, how can we look at both the investment solutions that I'll get into later, but also these nature-based solutions that we can really collaborate on and bring together that climate, biodiversity, this broader holistic view of what is sustainability into our brand, and we as the retailer and sort of the end point, what is our responsibility? So really we're feeding data in, and then we're also using the data to make decisions.
Great, thanks all of you. I think that's some helpful context, especially for those that are not in the textile sector and might not know. So before we get into further discussion, I just wanted to briefly define traceability and transparency. The reason is they're often used interchangeably, but they're actually different concepts. And these terms are going to be used a lot in the panel today. And again, if you're not in the textile sector, you might not be as familiar. So essentially, traceability is knowing where and how every part of a garment was made, all the way from the farm to the consumer. And fashion supply chains are extremely complex. They are very much like a tangled, dense web. So it's very difficult, actually, for apparel companies to have that traceability all the way back to their raw material producers. But it's an important thing to work towards. Because you really do need that to be able to lessen negative impacts, both environmentally and socially in the value chain. And then when we talk about transparency, basically it's the public disclosure of that information. It's credible information about supply chains, about business practices, and then data and impacts on how those practices are affecting workers, communities, and the environment. And transparency and public disclosure allow for open data. And that's really vital because this is data that is accessible to all. It allows for greater coordination. It allows for collaboration. It's really important to take action in scope 3. So I just want to, I want to also just acknowledge that I know that the apparel sector still has a long way to go. But interestingly, the apparel sector is actually farther along than most other sectors when it comes to transparency. And that really opens up a lot of opportunities for collaboration and to work on climate action. So with that, Natalie, I want to turn to you now. Can you tell us how and why the sector has been able to reach a higher level of transparency and collaboration?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, to what Pyle was saying, if you go on H&M's website or some of the other major retailers' brands in the apparel sector, you will find something that you don't find on most company websites, which is a map, a list of the suppliers that they source from. This is not something you see in other industries typically. And yeah, I'm happy to share about why, what the forces behind that have been. First of all, some of you may recall that in 2013, there was a very horrific factory collapse in Bangladesh, the Rana Plaza factory collapse, where over 1,000 people lost their lives. And over the course of a year, civil society partners, worker rights activists were digging through the rubble trying to figure out which organizations were sourcing from there. How did we get to this point? What happened? And this created a movement in the industry with civil society demanding, and one would argue rightfully asking for, transparency around where organizations were sourcing from. And it took leadership from brands like H&M, like Nike, to come forward and start disclosing their supply chain and saying, this is where we source from. These are the suppliers we have relationships with. Here's what we source from there. And please engage with us, civil society, engage with us, collaborators, so that we can work on remediating issues in supply chains. But at the same time that this is happening over the course of the past 10 years, you also have the apparel industry coming together through leadership from organizations like the SAC, Sustainable Apparel Coalition, Lee's organization, to convene around shared goals, right? Because climate change, living wage for workers, reducing heat in facilities, right? Supply chains are shared. Not everyone is, vertically integrated, owning their supply chain. You have to work collaboratively to solve solutions and to solve for solutions, to invest in supply chains. And so this convening that was happening around shared goals also encouraged transparency because it was beneficial to share data. And then I think ultimately all of us are consumers, right? We all theoretically work in this space. There's more and more people demanding information about the products that they buy. I want to know where this product came from. I want to know how it was made. I want to know that there are not abuses behind the production of this product. And so that consumer demand, I think, is also pushing organizations to start being more upfront, not just about where they source from, where their supply chains are, but what are the goals that we're setting, and then what are the actual actions that we're taking. And I guess the last thing I'd say is that I think sometimes people hear transparency and they think, oh, transparency for transparency's sake. It's just, oh, I'm just disclosing where I source from and I'm not doing anything with that. I think the apparel industry, and we'll speak more to this, has really taken that data that they're sharing and that they're putting out into some of these platforms, these shared platforms like ours, to use it to create a baseline of data to really start to measure and then move to mitigation and collective action.
Great. And Lee, now over to you. Natalie mentioned the important role of the SAC. So if you could tell us a little bit about the role of SAC and the evolution of tools, like the need for the tool development, that'd be great.
Sure, thank you. So the SAC has been on an exciting and transformative journey for well over a decade now. For those of you who may not be aware, the SAC was formed back in 2010 by Patagonia and Walmart. In fact, it was led by visionaries like Rick Ridgway and Mary Fox from Walmart. Our mission was to bring coherence and ethical grounding to sustainability reporting within the apparel industry. Before we existed, sustainability reporting was like comparing apples to oranges. There was no consistency, no harmonization, and no common framework for what that reporting should look like. And so this made it impossible to understand what was really going on. And so one of our cornerstone achievements is the development of the Higg Index, which many of you may know as the industry's compass. It's a suite of tools, and this suite of tools has evolved over the years, and it continues to evolve, and it's providing companies with the guidance that they need to navigate the complexities of sustainability metrics. We've designed the Higg Index to be responsive to the changing needs of the sector and, of course, the world at large. But speaking of change, 2023 marks a strategic evolution for the SAC as well, one that amplifies and builds upon what we consider a very strong base. As the world continues to confront mounting challenges like environmental degradation, social injustice, and economic volatility, we are now sharpening our focus around three foundational pillars. So combating climate change, ensuring decent work for all, and shaping a nature-positive future. And it's really about evolving our work to go beyond tool development, which is what we're famous for, to one that drives measurable global impact. Of course, the Higg Index will remain central to this new direction, as it forms the cornerstone of sustainability measures. But I just want to lastly kind of recognize that this is not a solo mission. You know, the issues we are tackling are too big for any single organization to handle, and I'm sure you'll hear this a lot throughout the week. This must be a collective journey, you know, one that requires the active participation of every stakeholder in the ecosystem. We're all actors of change, and we all need to play our part. So I'd like to take this opportunity to invite each and every one of you here today, and for everyone watching online as well, to get involved. You know, we must all engage if we are to transform this industry from what is essentially a land of good intentions to what it can be, which is a realm of impactful realizations. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. And Abby, over to you. Natalie mentioned also the role of leading brands in driving the adoption of standards and setting the bar for other companies. So could you talk a little bit about how H&M Group has been able to lead in these aspects?
Absolutely. I think, you know, when advantage or disadvantage, depending on your point of view, from the brand's perspective in terms of driving this adoption, is we are on the front lines. Our customers are putting these garments on their bodies. It's very emotional, it's very tactile, they can really see, touch, feel, all of it. So H&M, we actually published our supplier list in 2013. We were one of the first large brands to do this. And now, as was mentioned, when you go on our website, any item on there, you can find out where it was made, the factory size, where it's located, the type of products they make, their address. And so our tier 1 supplier list that's published covers 99% of our product that is put out there. And then we actually also include our tier 2 mills. And so that's covering about 73% of our product group. And so it's really important that we're putting out there and making it public. So fashion is such a collaborative environment, but we do not have wide-ranging legislation. We don't have a standardization of sustainability data. Even the definitions can change depending on who you're talking to. And data collection or data in itself is constantly evolving and changing what we're looking at and what we're doing. So it's really important that we as a brand are driving the adoption of this and really driving these standards forwards, because otherwise you can get caught in a loop of trying to find out that perfect data or that perfect project that's going to solve all the problems in your supply chain or solve all those problems in the fashion industry. And it is such a collaborative environment, you'll get stuck in that. You'll never push the envelope. And so our focus is always, how can we enable our customers to make empowered choices, and how can we enable sustainable change and sustainable development? And so by focusing on those two aspects, that's why we're publicizing our data, or that's why we're publicizing our supplier list. That's why we work with the SAC and use their tools. And that's also why we do things like, you know, we're brand certified against several textile exchange standards, which is a chain of custody. So when we are making sustainability claims about materials, we have the information to back it up. Or with Textile Genesis, running our pilot for using blockchain to trace our recycled polyester garments. And now we have 200 million garments that are going through the system. But it's really up to us as a brand, because we are the most visible, but also we're the most tangible, I think. And that can really enable both within the industry, the competition of the industry. We always say that there's no competition in sustainability, and that's true, but brands are competitive. And if we're driving consumers to expect this information, legislators to expect this information, we're driving it ahead, then we can actually drive the whole industry ahead once it becomes a hygiene factor and standard.
Great, thank you. So now that we've kind of set the scene here, I want to ask you all to think about sharing some tangible examples, some case studies that can, you know, really bring to life what we're talking about and inspire our audience. So really, I guess my question is, how has open data and more transparency, enhanced collaboration in your specific work, and how has that enabled progress towards Scope 3 mitigation? So, Natalie, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So our platform is all about the purpose of having the data open is to facilitate collaboration ultimately. And where we see collaboration happening is at many different levels. So first is just internal within organization. Second is one-to-one, working collaboratively with one other organization. Third, we see it at a regional level, and then we've even seen some ecosystem collaboration. So on the one-to-one internal level, we have Mammoth, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly, M-A-M-M-U-T, a brand that uses our platform. They are measuring and trying to mitigate their Scope 3 emissions. So they used our tool to map their supply chain and reach out directly with their suppliers to work on and see who else was affiliated with their facilities to work on how could they collaboratively work to reduce emissions in the facilities. At the ecosystem level, actually with WWF, we published a report last year that looked at, with using their water risk filter, looked at water use as well as heat exposure. And WWF mapped our data over the data they had, data layering, to be able to see which brands and retailers were working in these regions where they had mapped the highest amounts of risk. And WWF uses our tool on an ongoing basis to identify opportunities for collaboration to protect biodiversity. And then the third example, a few years ago, the Global Labor Institute, which is an organization out of Cornell University, took sea level rise data and mapped it over our apparel data to be able to see which facilities were essentially going to be underwater by 2030. And they published a report that was widely read, widely talked about in the industry. And now there's essentially a question when you're looking to make an investment to reduce emissions in a facility or to upgrade a facility in some way, to look and say, is this facility at threat of being impacted by flood risk from climate change by 2030? So there's a lot more case studies and examples on our website that you can see, but the data really at the end of the day is that first initial step in being able to foster collaboration.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there are so many different levels of collaboration that can materialize from this data. And actually, it just made me think the work that we did together using the OS Hub data, there's another level of collaboration which is about sharing knowledge. You know, for example, in the work that we did, we used OS Hub data, we used our water risk filter data, and then we actually also used machine learning. And we did that to group global apparel clusters by similar risk profile. And when I say that, what I mean is, you know, are the highest risks on water scarcity? Is it flooding? Is it water quality? You know, is it a combination of risks? And, you know, it was really interesting because we found that there were clusters that had similar risk profiles that were so far apart, thousands of miles, different parts of the world, you know, like the cluster in Qingdao, China, shared a similar risk profile with the one in Los Angeles. And that's really valuable information because, you know, if you can identify the shared challenges, you can identify shared opportunities to share this knowledge and, you know, share solutions, you know, what worked with a specific combination of risks. So I think that that's another level that can come out of this and that layering of data, you know, absolutely. So now Lee, you know, turning to you, what examples can you share?
So I'm going to talk about something that's very close to our hearts at the SAC, and that's our initiatives aimed at decarbonizing the fashion industry. So we, you know, as many have, obviously, recognized the urgency of the climate crisis. So at the end of last year, we launched our decarbonization program, and this is focused on reducing carbon emissions to offset the overall amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. But you know, we also recognize we can't do it alone. which is why we joined forces with our partners like Apparel Impact Institute, Textile Exchange, and ZDHC Foundation, or I guess I should say ZDHC here. And through the Apparel Alliance, we're pooling our resources, aiming for an ambitious but necessary goal, a minimum 45% reduction in GHG emissions by 2030, in line with climate science. But I want to talk a little bit more about the real change agents, and they are our members. As of this year, we've mandated that all SAC corporate members must set science-based targets for GHG reduction, aligned with guidelines from the Science Based Targets Initiative. I'm thrilled to share that as of September 2023, so this month, over 50% of our members have either set or have committed to setting these science-based targets. I think one really good example at the moment is Aldo Group. So I'm sure you've seen their stores around New York and in other cities around the world. But they didn't just commit, they put these commitments into action. So using data from our HIG product module, so one of our product tools, they've been able to conduct life cycle assessments grounded in climate science on the materials that they're using. And this has allowed them to introduce more sustainable materials into their products. And so they've been able to achieve a lower carbon footprint within the products that they're developing. But critically, the innovation doesn't stop there. Aldo is working very closely with their value chain partners through the HIG product module to decarbonize their entire supply chain. And again, this is the critical piece for catalyzing industry-wide change. Lastly, I just very quickly want to talk about a new project that we've started working on. And again, using data from the HIG Index, we have identified around 1,500 suppliers, which accounts for about 20% of those that we mapped. And that 20% contributes over 78% of the emissions. And so we've been able to target these areas, and we'll now look at developing focus programs that drive decarbonization at an unprecedented scale. And the preliminary modeling that we've done, part of this project that we're doing with AII, Worldly, and Reset Carbon, suggests that by looking at this 20% of facilities, we could lead a 35% reduction in emissions by 2030, which is huge. So we're really excited about that, and we'll talk more about that in the weeks and months ahead. But what you're seeing is an ecosystem of interrelated efforts, all supported by data, all designed to accelerate our industry towards a more sustainable and decarbonized future. Thank you.
Thank you. That's fantastic. And Abby, can you share some examples from the brand perspective? I know you've already touched on some of it, but I'd love to hear more.
We have a lot at varying levels, and I think that really shows, I mean, we know that climate change and the climate crisis is affecting all parts of our supply chain and actually all parts of our value chain. So it's very wide-ranging in what it touches, and so our projects that we are working on, both, we talk about mitigation, but there's also adaptation, there's resilience, there's a lot of varying projects. So earlier this year, our CEO, Helena Helmerson, set us the goal of doubling our revenue while reducing our emissions by 56% by 2030. That's a wonderful goal, amazing goal, very ambitious goal, but it's a goal. It's out there as a goal, so what are we doing to achieve that? Because we can set all the goals you want. So we are part of that 50% that has Science-Based Targets Initiative signed off on our goals. But it's, one of the things is when you're talking about setting these big ambitious targets, one of them is really sort of putting your money where your mouth is. Some of you in here might be familiar with our 500 million euro sustainability-linked bond that we put out. It was over 7 times subscribed to, so it's very successful, but that has direct links to not only reducing emissions from Scope 1 and 2, but also our Scope 3 emissions are tied to that bond. And then we've actually worked quite a lot with WWF on doing studies with the goal of putting out as much data as possible. And with these studies, what that's led to is really a different way of working with our suppliers. So in the past, it's been they're sellers, we're buyers, we're in a business relationship, but now with this data, it's really much more of that partnership and investment in our suppliers. So we have our Green Investments arm. Ulrika is actually here, so she's speaking at Climate Week this week, so I hope if you have an opportunity, go see her. But for example, in our shared factories, we have different projects that are getting rid of fossil fuels in our factories, or we're doing zero interest loans. And so even with just in the last year, we've had 17 approved projects that have removed or have the opportunity to remove 50,000 tons of CO2 emissions from our value chain, but will also remove 140,000 tons from other supply chains that are using the same factories, because we are a very, very collaborative industry. So it's also how are you using your data to account for what you're removing or what you can take credit for and what else is happening. But then, beyond these facilities, beyond these sort of factories, facilities, also, we're looking at nature-based solutions. I mentioned that earlier, and greater traceability around there. So with WWF, we're able to set contextual targets and really looking at the farms and these other really, really important places that we know need our assistance and need our investment. That's really the key word, I would say, is investment in these. So for example, we have an agriculture project in India, which is all about a regenerative, ecological, economically viable farming project. So this project aims to support 6,000 farmers to transition to regenerative practices by 2025. So we're actually in our second year of harvest, second full year of harvest now, and we're transitioning from our 150 sort of pilot plots now to 3,000 farmers are in the program. And so we're helping them with regenerative practices or helping them invest in planting diverse crops, which contributes to microbial, insect, bird diversity, all of those. It lessens the pressure on megafauna, like the tigers that use this as a corridor between two protected areas, which is all great and wonderful. But again, going back to the people, it's lessening the burden also and increasing the resilience on these cotton farmers. It gives them an opportunity for more income, or to grow more food as interplanted with their crops, or even it's making them more resistant to the impacts of the raising temperature on Earth, so then they're more likely to continue to farm cotton, which we really need. We need cotton farmers in our supply chain. So by working and in places where maybe you don't have the perfect data or the perfect study, you can still make really impactful investments that you know are necessary now. You can't wait until you have the perfect study done and can take that one perfect action that will create sustainability. Instead, it's about how are you working with your partners and collaborating and sharing to make that impact now and to act now.
Thank you. It's great to hear all that H&M Group is doing. I think that mobilizing finance and supporting suppliers is one of the most needed actions, and also the fact that they're doing this in shared factories. I think that's really important, and I think we need more brands to kind of get on that path. I think that the other thing that can be, great coming out of this is there are some tools, that I think H&M has been developing that you also, I think, have been wanting to disseminate, to the industry. And it would be great, to hear a little bit about that. And then I actually have another question related to raw materials, but yeah, could you talk a little bit about, because I know the work that's being done with suppliers on renewable energy and all of that there are also some tools that have come out of that.
Yeah, so I can talk about, I think, one that's probably most exciting or interesting because it's really accessible to use. So we've invested in the Wood AI app. which is being used by suppliers in Cambodia. And so this app is just like a mobile phone app that is used by our facilities to identify the wood that is coming in to be used in their boilers. And so it can identify, is this wood from plantations that are made, they're growing this wood for this purpose, it's more sustainable, or is it naturally occurring wood sort of in the forest, which we don't want to cut down. But before this, there was no way to know what you were getting from your suppliers into your factory. You were just taking their word for it, what you were buying for your factory. So we've piloted or trialed the app with our H&M suppliers, and now, very, very exciting, we have 4 other major international brands, can't say who, but look out, who are now actually interested, and they're encouraging their suppliers to use the app as well. And so this is not just across different brands, but it's also across different suppliers, across different countries. So really expanding the scope and range. And it's something that it's an app on your phone. And so it's really accessible also for those who maybe are, you know, working day to day also to access and learn and understand and then feed into.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting, you know, when I heard about that app and the fact that now other brands might have some uptake. You know, basically it helps to combat deforestation, which is obviously one of the biggest things we need to do. And then I just want to clarify one thing with you. You know, and also kind of for the audience, we I think tend to talk about, when we talk about scope 3, we tend to talk about or think about tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers. And that's, you know, the wet processing and the finishing of garments. And, you know, I think that makes sense because most brands have traceability, you know, they have more traceability kind of in that area. Also, the emissions from tier 2 are very high, and they can be measured. But, you know, scope 3 is actually the whole extended supply chain. And like you said, it includes raw materials. And, you know, it's definitely more complex, tier 4. It's very, you know, you can't, it's hard to quantify. It's you know, it's hard to measure. But we know that there are significant impacts coming from that tier. And so, you know, the other fact that most brands don't know, you know, their producers. How has H&M been able to kind of take action amongst all those challenges? Like, you know, how did they find out where they should try to, you know, do some work?
I mean, one, working with organizations like WWF, but it's really about looking at your supply chain and being really strategic about your supply chain and where are you setting, you know, science-based targets. Those are the gold standard. Those are what we're all working towards. We all want those for all areas of our value chain. But so that's going to be places where it's material to our business, and we also know there's a climate risk. But we can also set maybe contextual targets, setting targets where it's, we know this type of place, this type of climate in this area that does this thing. We can set those targets and say maybe it's something that's not as material to H&M supply chain, but we know that there's a climate risk, or vice versa. And so we can still set targets. Maybe it's not a study that's done in that exact place and time, but we know because of the type of place it is, the industry that we're doing, whatever it may be, we can still set targets that can enable us to act now instead of waiting until we have that perfect data that I talked about. And so that's really enabled us when we're saying, okay, we're not going to have 100% of the most in-depth and perfect data. And this is why also, though, open data is very important, because it allows us to make those decisions and allows us to act now. So it's also, being comfortable with acting now and doing the best that you can and still working towards those science-based targets, but knowing that we have to act now. So it takes a little bit of bravery, too, to say we are going to invest in this project, even if we won't be able to quantify 100% of the impact that it has on reducing emissions. And we won't be able to publish and say, we did exactly that many tons of reduction, but it's still knowing that it's important to our supply chain and our value chain.
Right, yeah, and like you said, there are other benefits. It's not just about climate adaptation and mitigation, which is really important, but there are also water benefits or biodiversity benefits. So it's great that it's looking at that holistically in this kind of work. So now, Lee, I'd like to turn to you. Are there any other tools that SAC has developed or leveraged that have been really useful that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yep, sure. So one of the tools that we're really excited about at the moment is the revamped HIG Facility Environment Module, FEM 4.0 as it's called, and that's being launched in November. So this update is more than an incremental change, and it represents an unwavering commitment to be responsive and to create industry-driven solutions to address the needs of the sector. This was crafted through close collaboration with our extensive network, which included the manufacturers as well as the brands. And this has resulted in a tool that is both sharper and more effective. And if you'll allow me, I'll just break down some of the key enhancements. So first is data quality, obviously very important. So the new HIG FEM incorporates years of feedback, providing a more detailed and relevant set of data. The additions and specificity in response to the members that have used it and to other users has resulted in more precise and accurate information. And so we're very excited about that. We've also introduced a data anomaly tool, so it can spot if the data looks a bit funky. So again, we're really looking forward to that. And another big thing is the industry alignment. So the tool is now more aligned with industry standards like the GHG protocol and the ZDHC roadmap to zero. So not only does it help with your Scope 1 and Scope 2, it also makes Scope 3 emissions reporting much easier than previously. On the expanded scope, it also goes beyond the basics. So we've updated the tool to dive into critical environmental issues, ranging from things like groundwater preservation to soil contamination. And we've also kind of given it a facelift so it's much easier to use. It has advanced platform features now that make it far more intuitive. And just very quickly, lastly, one for the manufacturers is the audit efficiency. So this new version significantly reduces the need for duplicate audits, which is obviously a major plus for manufacturers because, obviously they're always looking for operational efficiency, which they should be. But I guess what I'm saying is, in summary, the HIG FEM 4.0, as part of the HIG Index suite of tools, places both the SAC and our members really at the forefront of environmental accountability. And we're not just measuring sustainability, we're enabling our members to almost redefine what sustainability can mean for the entire industry. And I'll be bold enough to say, and you can quote me on this, this is going to be a game changer, so we're very, very excited about it.
That is very exciting. No, thank you for letting us know about all these enhancements and advancements that are coming up. And then, Natalie, I want to ask you if there are any other tools or resources that you might want to mention that might be helpful that, again, you haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, I mean, beyond using Open Supply Hub, which everyone in this room is welcome to use, it's free to use, I would just make a case for thinking about interoperability, which, if anybody doesn't know what that means, it's thinking about how these different systems can exchange data, how they can programmatically connect. And as we see the proliferation of service providers, we see the proliferation of initiatives all working on these common shared goals that we have, you're going to need to really think about your suite of tools, right? I think the dream state, the holy grail, is to be able to have like a single supplier dashboard where you're able to pull in all these different pieces of information from these different initiatives and different standards and tools. In order to do that, you have to have interoperability. And so OS Hub with the OS ID that we assign to each production location, we're able to help facilitate that. But really encourage you to think about that base architecture of data that you're going to be operating from. Even if you're starting very initially, you only know your tier 1, like that's fine. Start to think about that from the get-go, because otherwise you're gonna have a lot of problems in the long run trying to connect all of these systems and all of this data.
Great, those are great points. So in the short time that we have left, I'd now like to shift and ask you all about lessons learned that you may be able to share with the audience, and it may apply also to other sectors. So Natalie, why don't you continue?
Yeah, sure. So the first thing I would say is for a new sector, sort of, or if you're new to this concept, don't be intimidated and think you have to make all of your data open from day one, right? You can start small, even if you have a set of suppliers that you've audited and you feel confident in their location, or if you don't, right, like you can use a tool like Open Supply Hub. You can work with organizations like the SAC to get even better quality data, even starting small. The second thing I would say is kind of the elephant in the room that I realized that we didn't address from the beginning, which is probably my bad. I think maybe that was a talking point I was supposed to make, but that there's this myth that your supply chain is your intellectual property. It's your IP. I'm not going to share it, right? I think probably everybody learned that in business school, and it's just something that's perpetuated over time. The apparel industry has taken that myth to town and determined that is not the case. There's so much overlap in supply chains, right? There's so much that where you can see, even just looking at our tool, how much companies overlap in their supply chains. So we need to debunk that myth. I think Lee mentioned earlier, we're like facing down an existential crisis, right? And we need to start collaborating. And the first thing to do is to share data in order to collaborate. So, I would also make the case quickly that if you think that you can keep your supply chain data private, you are mistaken. Maybe that's a little controversial, but like a lot of the data is already out there. We talk to service providers who tell us that when they're onboarding a company, when they're trying to make a sale, one of the first things that they do when they have an initial meeting is be like, oh, look, we've already mapped half of your supply chain, or what we think is half of your supply chain. So the data is out there, and it's only going to proliferate more and more and more. So it behooves you as an organization, whether you're a civil society or a brand or retailer, wherever you are in the spectrum, to start sharing what you can and collaborate.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also, you talk about the overlap between companies. Also across sectors, we've also found that there's a lot of overlap between the ICT sector and the apparel, production hubs. So again, there's just, a lot of opportunity there. And yeah, I was going to ask you about that myth. I'm glad you brought it up, because I think a lot of companies, they have this discomfort, with public disclosure, and there is a rise right now in green hushing, which is unfortunate because I think it's going to hinder a lot of progress. So anyway, moving on. Lee, what advice would you like to offer?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to talk about a few things. So I think it's pretty obvious, as mentioned, we stand at a pivotal crossroads in the journey towards sustainability. And so the choice before us is very clear. We can either be passive participants in the status quo, or we can become catalytic agents for meaningful industry-wide transformation. Now, it's important to realize, as mentioned earlier, this isn't just the SAC's journey, nor is it solely the path of big brands like H&M or innovative platforms like Open Supply Hub. It's a collective endeavor. It's a communal tapestry, if you will. And in that tapestry, as many of you will appreciate, every thread counts. Every actor plays an essential role. And the active engagement of all stakeholders serves as an accelerator for our mutual impact. And so what does this mean in practice? It means that you need to engage deeply with your value chain. You need to collaborate openly with your partners and streamline your efforts so that you're not duplicating each other's work. And you need to advocate for policies that don't just appear transformative, but actually catalyze real substantive change. And let's not forget the role of the policy makers here. They need to support the evolutionary mission by offering clear, unequivocal guidelines. We need a framework that leaves no room for ambiguity. Whether you're talking about things like product footprinting, responsible purchasing practices, reporting standards, or even consumer labeling. And I think it was said earlier by Abby and Natalie, don't let the quest for perfection hinder you from making progress. The fact is, the best time to start this journey was yesterday. The next best time is right here and now. It's today. And we don't have the luxury of waiting for perfect solutions. So I think, my last message is going to be, let's roll up our sleeves, let's get to work, and let's learn and evolve as we go.
Thank you. Very well said. And Abby, any advice or lessons coming from the brand perspective?
I mean, there's still so much that we as an industry and we as brands can learn, and I think it's really embracing the moment that we're at today as an opportunity to take collaboration to the next level. And that's something, we have the ambition to be leading the change, but there's also so much we can learn from others in the industry, both brands like ours, but also those that are pushing forward circular business models, secondhand resale, repair, recycling, all of these that are inputting into the industry, collaborating, learning, and taking that really holistic view, as I mentioned, of your supply chain. And as I'm sure you can tell, of course, looking at tier 1 and tier 2, so important, really important to invest and look, but then also looking at tier 4 and really looking at how can we invest in solutions there as well that are having that wider impact, where you're not just getting so zoned in on doing one thing and one thing perfectly that you're losing sight of what are you really trying to achieve. And I think that that's really important, that you're not getting tunnel vision. And then also, because it's an imperfect system that's always changing, not being afraid. And I think that's really, really important, not being afraid to act because you might be criticized for not doing everything. Don't let that stop you from doing something.
Great, thank you. No, I think really good points. Thank you all for these insights, lessons, advice. I think it's really helpful. I'm hoping that others will find it helpful, and applicable to other sectors too. So I wanted to let you know that we have put together a list of links to tools, resources, coalitions that we've mentioned today in the panel, but also some others that we didn't, and I think you'll find interesting. If you scan the QR code, you'll find that list. I think there's some very apparel sector specific resources, but then others that are more broad. And I think it would be worth taking a look. And we just have a couple minutes left, so I guess just to wrap up, I can kind of cover some of the key takeaways from today's discussion. I mean, I think one of the main key takeaways is really that open data, open tools, standardized data, and transparency, they really create value for all. And they allow for so much collaboration on many levels. They allow for learning and to really be able to take action on ground in Scope 3. And that's crucial because, as you all have mentioned, one company's efforts can only go so far. We have to work together in collective action. There's really no other option. And I think if we can do that, then we can make progress not just on mitigating emissions, but also in enabling adaptation and building resilience in major production hubs that are at risk right now, and then, further back in supply chains. And, it's important because solving the climate crisis, it's not just about cutting emissions. It's about protecting people, communities, livelihoods, and ecosystems from harm. So I really think going forward, we're going to need to work on both mitigation and adaptation in tandem. And all of these resources and data are going to help that move along. And then I think the other point that was made is that we really need to keep improving on the collection of data and sharing of data and being able to measure impact and further traceability, but don't let perfection, stop action, because the climate risks that we're facing right now they're so great. We don't have time. We need to do more, and we need to do it faster. And the good news is that there are win-win opportunities. There are so many resources and tools available for companies to take action in Scope 3. So it's, there is that side of it too. And I know that the apparel sector is different than many other sectors, but I'm really hoping that what you heard today was valuable. And I do think that it can absolutely apply to other sectors, because a lot of this is universal, universal needs to really take climate action. So with that, I just want to give a big thank you to our speakers. If you all could join me in a round of applause. And I really want to thank all of you too for joining. And WWF, we're co-hosting sessions the rest of today in this room and also on Thursday. So I hope you will check those out too. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready. Good afternoon and welcome everyone in person and those who are joining us via live stream. I'm Marcine Mitchell. I'm the Senior Vice President for Climate Change at the World Wildlife Fund. I am moderating this important session, and we are so happy to have everyone here this afternoon. So for over 50 years, WWF has been promoting pragmatic, science-based solutions to tackle the threats to nature around the globe. We are thrilled to be here today with some of our key partners to share with all of you some information about a new platform that we are officially launching today and that we think will be a game changer for accelerating nature-based solutions in ways that provide lasting benefits not only for climate, but for people and for nature. Over the years, there's been a growing and unprecedented interest in nature-based solutions. And as we continue to witness the devastation that's been wrought by climate change across the world today, and this summer has been a real example of all of the heat and the fires and the droughts that we have been experiencing. And we've also recognized the growing interlinking between climate and the biodiversity crisis. We don't just have one crisis, we actually have two crises, the crisis of climate and the crisis of biodiversity. And with this desire for a need for net zero, adoption of net zero targets, which will help us deal with the climate pollution, we're really seeing a parallel of the emergence of these two issues of climate and nature. And this is matched at the same time by an increased recognition of our need to have an inclusive conservation model and a rights-based approach. 38% of the remaining intact landscapes are owned and managed by indigenous people and local communities. And we need to recognize that. We need to recognize that solutions to climate that address the demand for nature-based solutions also must provide equitable benefits to indigenous and local communities because they're the ones who are sustaining these landscapes. So we have a great panel that we've put together for you today to talk about this new nature-based solutions origination platform, as well as the solutions that we need to address. And our panel, we're going to begin with my colleague, Carrie Cesario, who's the Senior Vice President for Forests at WWF, and who's going to announce and explain to us about the nature-based solutions origination platform and how it flips the script on the design and the financing of nature-based solution actions to ensure high quality on both the supply and the demand side. And then next after that, we'll hear from three panelists who will play a critical role, who have been playing a critical role in testing this new platform. So we'll start with Carrie, and then I'll introduce the rest of the panel.
Great. Thank you so much, Marcine, and hi to everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I mean, as Marcine has already spoken to, we have really a tremendous opportunity in the coming decade to scale up nature-based solutions in response to these twin crises. We know we can't reach 1.5 degrees Celsius without tropical forests, and beyond their climate mitigation benefits, they're also essential for biodiversity, sustainable livelihoods, human health, et cetera. The challenge is that to date, results from nature-based solutions have been mixed at best. Some of the problems we see include exaggerated impacts and claims, an abundance of small-scale projects that don't advance transformation at a meaningful scale, and pricing that's too low to deliver equitable benefits to local communities or to cover the true costs of monitoring and adaptive management. Recognizing these problems, a number of environmental organizations and indigenous peoples organizations came together to publish the Tropical Forest Credit Integrity Guide for businesses. The guidance calls for a transition to jurisdictionally issued credits when we're talking about voluntary carbon market activities for forests. and to see that transition happen by 2030. But so long as current issues persist, companies and other investors are left distinguishing between what is good, what is high integrity, high quality NBS, and what might be lower quality. And will struggle to find investment opportunities that represent credible NBS. I think the bigger risk that we see is actually that companies and investors get scared off entirely from investing in nature-based solutions. And that's really a risk we can't afford to take given both the opportunity and the real need. So WWF's nature-based solutions origination platform aims to disrupt the current market pattern by charting a new course for how NBS interventions are designed, funded, and implemented. Through the platform, we're taking an integrated approach. Our scope, as Marcine already alluded to, our scope is climate and nature and people, and without trading one for another. We believe that this will bring a higher quality to the carbon market while also delivering benefits beyond the carbon market in terms of sustainable livelihoods, biodiversity, and more. And rather than disconnected one-off projects, our scope is a focus at the landscape level. Our starting point is what needs to be true across the landscape to reduce deforestation, reduce degradation, improve forest management, keep forests standing, in order to deliver emissions reductions, sustainable livelihoods, and biodiversity conservation. And only then can we match, integrate, and secure funds from appropriate sources. By strategically combining funding and incentives from both the public and private sectors, we can secure holistic, long-lasting impact. The platform is built on the principles set out in WWF's supply and hold on. I know, I'm looking for oh, here we go. Sorry about that. The platform is built on the principles that are set out in WWF's supply and demand side blueprints for nature-based solutions. The blueprints detail what it takes for an NBS offering to have high integrity and for companies who are investing in NBS to do so with high integrity. Basic principles of high integrity for NBS offerings are the things that I have been alluding to. Equal attention to benefits for climate, nature, and people, and focusing on landscape scales that are big enough to mitigate leakage risk, where the threats can be shifted to another location instead of actually being addressed. On the demand side, principles of high integrity require focusing on the mitigation hierarchy. This means that companies must make substantial progress in addressing their own supply chain footprints before investing significant attention to nature-based solutions. I would note that for companies with forest footprints or that benefit from standing forests, WWF also has a companion program called Forest Forward, which provides support in improving supply chain footprints. These blueprints aren't radical in what they propose. They're made up of principles to which we all aspire. The trick is applying these principles on the ground and at scale, and this is not something we've seen broadly adopted to date. So the platform is set up to do two things. One, help address that supply gap of high integrity nature-based solutions by building a portfolio of integrated interventions in key conservation landscapes. Second, we will originate deal structures or funding opportunities with companies who are exhibiting nature and climate leadership. And then we'll blend with other sources of private capital, everything ranging from grants and concessionary loans to impact investments and market rate capital, and public financing such as from the GEF, the Green Climate Fund, and other bilateral agencies. One of the opportunities we have is to build on WWF's success with project finance for permanence, or PFPs, which is an innovative finance model that has been used to secure durable finance for large landscape level conservation. Through PFPs, WWF has already helped to mobilize $1 billion and more, delivering impact across landscapes comprising over 110 million hectares. With the platform, we are starting with 5 landscapes. The Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, in which I'm very pleased that we have Diana here to speak to that. Madre de Dios in the Peruvian Amazon, the Atlantic Forest in Brazil, the Diana and Northern Highlands landscape in Madagascar, and Central Annamites in Vietnam. On Vietnam, just last week, we issued a joint statement with Vietnam's Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, highlighting the collaboration on the Nature-Based Solutions Origination Platform. We screened all of these landscapes against a set of criteria to predispose ourselves to success. These criteria include ensuring that there's sufficient size of landscape initiative to enable that transformational change and to minimize leakage risk, that the landscape level initiative has been rigorously designed, and that there's an alignment of strategies and action with government policy. In each of these landscapes over the next 18 months, we're in a scoping phase, laying the groundwork for implementation. And this includes refining the landscape strategy with meaningful participation from local stakeholders, the design of a rigorous metrics framework, and full cost modeling to shape the landscape financing strategy. Structuring, combining, and sequencing multiple types of finance to really power the landscape strategy. This is a learning journey for WWF and our partners. We don't have all the answers, but we do have a clear vision and strategy for a differentiated offering. And we're certainly not going it alone. We have opportunity to build on multi-stakeholder partnerships and collaborations already operating in each of these landscapes. And we're looking for other partners from across civil society and the private sector to join us along with our partners, HP and Apple, to realize this vision. And I do really want to extend my sincere thanks to HP and Apple for their leadership and their pioneering support in forging this journey and for being part of this event today. And now I'll turn it back to Marcine. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Carrie. Really appreciate it. And now I'd like to introduce the rest of our panel. We have James McCall, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at HP. And HP has been supporting WWF and scoping of each of the platform's initial 5 landscapes and piloting implementation of the NBS portfolios in Brazil and Peru. And to his left, we have Chris Bush, who is the Director of Environmental Initiatives at Apple. And Apple is also supporting us in the platform's 5 landscape and is supporting preliminary actions needed in Mexico and Vietnam to ready them to implement their holistic conservation strategy. And finally, we have Diana Perez, who is the Vice Minister of Planning for Sustainability for the Yucatan State in Mexico. And the Yucatan Peninsula is one of the 5 tropical forest landscapes in the platform's initial cohort, and it's selected for the rigor of the landscape initiative and the readiness to deliver high integrity impacts, which is due in no small part to the efforts of the state governments on the peninsula. So thank you very much. So what I'd like to do is have initial remarks from each of our panelists, and then we'll have a discussion. And we'll save a few minutes at the end to take questions from the audience. I think you'll see on your tables there should be pencils and some paper. So for efficiency's sake, we ask you if you could write the questions on those papers, and we'll have someone coming around to collect them. Liz, do we have somebody who's going to pick up those up soon? We'll do that for us. For those on live stream, I apologize. We won't be able to take your questions, but hopefully you'll be represented in the room. So I'd like to start with James. And James, it would be great if you could tell us a little bit about how HP came to this work and why you're supporting the NBS origination platform and WWF's landscape efforts.
Perfect. Well, I think first and foremost, thank you to WWF for hosting us today. And, you know, I think this panel just demonstrates that sustainability really is a team sport, right? You've got Apple and I, we fiercely compete in some areas, but we fiercely work together in others. And the planet is one of those areas where we work together because size and scale and doing things in a meaningful way with groups like WWF really do transcend boundaries across companies, across platforms, and across other areas, because we're working on planet-sized problems and we need to do with planet-sized solutions. For HP, if you think about it, many of you know us for our PCs, but hopefully you also know us for our printers. As one of the world's largest print companies, the forest, paper are intimately intertwined with our business and are essential to our business. At the same time, we want to make sure that every page printed is serving a purpose, is meaningful, and is having a positive impact on the world and on the forest around us. And so as we've started down this journey for several decades, we came in with WWF with a commitment over the last few years. We first started with reducing our own footprint. So we said we wanted to make sure that all HP sourced paper, if you buy any HP paper, it's all responsibly sourced. We've already removed deforestation from our supply chain. We're third-party certifying that paper. We said, well, that's great, but what about your packaging? So we went a next step further and we said, once we achieved paper in 2016, we said, let's make all of our packaging also responsibly sourced, remove deforestation from that broader supply chain, because we had as much supply chain packaging as we did as paper. And so we achieved that in 2021, and then looked around and said, okay, we know the HP paper we sell, we know the packaging we sell is all responsibly sourced and deforestation free, but we want to go a step further and look at all the pages in every printer everywhere. And I know some companies are doing that in large office spaces, doing that with their corporate partners. I don't think sustainability should be limited to your corporate partners. Whether it's your children's homework, whether it's a coloring page, whether it's your grandma's photos, whether it's the next large format print that's doing a green building design, every page printed, from a magazine to a book to everything at home, should be forest positive. And I would challenge other companies to come on this journey with us. And so that's what we've done with WWF. Our commitment is to protect and restore and compensate with nearly 1 million acres. To put that in context, that's 5 times bigger than New York City, where we're meeting today. So excited to be here and excited to help launch the MBS partnership.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm going to circle back to you and hear more about your experience in Brazil. But I'd like to now hear from Chris. And Chris, Apple has been spending a significant amount of time thinking about the whole issue of investments in nature-based solutions. So could you share with us what Apple has been doing in this space and why you've come to support this relatively new approach in delivering high-quality NBS?
Absolutely, and I want to share James's comments in thanking you for having us here today and for all the partnership over the years. Apple is already carbon neutral for our own operations, and by 2030 we are going to be carbon neutral for all of our products as well. That means their manufacturing, the transportation of those products, and the lifetime use of those products. We've centered that strategy around a really bold goal to reduce our carbon footprint by 75% from its 2015 level. And so that's a reduction goal that is centered in a 1.5 degree trajectory. When we think about our work to get to carbon neutral, reductions take center stage in all of that work. And so far, we've been seeing success in that. We have, since 2015, we've reduced our carbon footprint by about 45%. And we've done that while we've grown revenue by over 65%. So I think when we come at this, we are always thinking about how we put reductions front and center of the work. But there are sources of emissions in our inventory that we don't have line of sight yet on how we're going to avoid. That's the 25% of the footprint that remains. And that's where we see carbon removal coming in to play a really important role to support our strategy of how we get to carbon neutrality. And in doing that work, we want to begin by investing in nature-based solutions. We see nature-based solutions as a starting place because they're scalable, and investing in nature has all kinds of other co-benefits beyond just the carbon removal. So we will, and we actually already are, investing in forests, wetlands, grasslands to address this part of our carbon footprint and remove carbon from the atmosphere. In 2021, we launched a partnership with Goldman Sachs and Conservation International. So this is the Restore Fund, where we made a commitment of up to $200 million in nature-based climate solutions. And then just earlier this year, we launched another fund with Climate Asset Management, which is a joint venture between HSBC and Pollination, creating an additional $200 million fund for nature-based climate solutions. So these two funds together, at their peak, are targeting about 2 million tons of carbon removals per year. Now, the approach that we're taking with the Restore Fund is one that we think is quite innovative. Not only are we trying to deliver really high integrity carbon removal, but simultaneous to that, we're trying to deliver financial return on our investment. And we want to do that in a way that meets really high integrity standards. So thinking about not only how do we generate net positive climate impacts, but how do we generate positive community benefits and biodiversity benefits where we're investing. Thinking about high conservation value areas. And then of course leaning on third-party standards like FSC for working forests or CCB, Gold Standard, Vera when it comes to carbon. So we've made 3 initial investments that we've talked about in the Restore Fund across Brazil and Paraguay. These investments are covering about 150,000 acres of sustainably managed working forest and about an additional 100,000 acres of native tropical forest, wetlands, and grasslands. But in doing this work, what I think we have seen is that there's a gap in the market. There is not sufficient supply of the kinds of investable projects that the world needs in order to get to 1.5 degrees. Not only are there not enough projects, there aren't enough projects when you get down to the points that we were hearing about earlier when it comes to quality and integrity of the impacts and the community benefits of those projects. And so we're really excited about this platform that is being launched today because it starts to get at some of those fundamental and foundational issues around quality and, importantly, supply of these high quality investments that the world needs for a 1.5 degree trajectory.
Great, thanks, Chris. It was really great to hear so much about what Apple's doing. Let me turn it to Deanna. Deanna, I am so happy you're here representing the Yucatan state, which of course is integral in terms of what's happening on the Yucatan Peninsula in terms of sustainability. So maybe you could kind of walk us through that landscape. What does that landscape look like? And what kind of vision do you have, or does the state have, for what sustainable development looks like in such a broad area and such a beautiful area with so much forest and natural landscapes?
Thank you so much. I'm very glad to be here and joining this meeting today. Let me start by breaking the ice by asking you, who knows where Yucatan is? Please raise your hand. Most everyone, correct. And how many of you have visited Yucatan? Not that many. I hope you change that soon. Well, Yucatan is in the southeast of Mexico. It's in the heart of the Yucatan Peninsula that bears its name, alongside Campeche and Quintana Roo. Cancun is in the Yucatan Peninsula, but it's not in the state of Yucatan. Some confuse this. And we have more than 360 kilometers as a state in coastline, leading to the Gulf of Mexico. The Yucatan Peninsula houses the Selva Maya, which is the second largest tropical forest in the American continent, second only to the Amazon. We, as a peninsula, have more than 60% of the mangroves of Mexico. We have a unique biodiversity, very special species such as jaguars, flamingos, sea turtles, and quite a few others. Some are endemic, and we're very glad to have them. We also possess one of the world's largest water reserve, and their houses cenotes. Have you heard about cenotes? Yes, they are beautiful. If you haven't, please Google later, cenotes. We estimate to have more than 80,000 cenotes in Yucatan, only in the state. We have more than 160 open to the public for tourism. Also, Yucatan is known for their history and culture. To this day, we are home of the Mayan people who daily basis practice their tradition, their languages, and so. Also, they practice their agricultural heritage of the milpa maya. This results in an exquisite gastronomy, and this combined with our beautiful landscape are plenty of reasons for you to visit Yucatan soon. Furthermore, Yucatan has the highest rates of peace and security above all Mexico, and this has led to have impressive numbers in direct foreign investment, economic growth, job creation, tourism, and we are consistently breaking records, but this leads to urban development. And as the governor of Yucatan, Mauricio Vila, says, we must not be victims of our own success. This is why we have to protect what is most valuable to us, our natural resources and our people's health and safety. This is why we're properly grateful that over the past 2 years, we have been able to reduce extreme poverty by 50%. And this is also important because we are reducing vulnerability for these people. In addition, we have significant challenges in terms of climate change. We have a lot of high temperatures and more hot days year by year with long periods of droughts, but also are vulnerable to the path of hurricanes and tropical storms. This is why it's our priority to increase our adaptation and resilience, being nature-based solution a key factor to success. To address these challenges, we have implemented different programs and actions toward forestry, ecosystem recovery, and a lot of efforts into the fight of climate change, always trying to have science-based policies. We have seen all the benefits of restoration, but now we know we have to go beyond the voluntary carbon market to achieve goals and focus again on conservation ecosystem, carbon sequestrating, and using resources in a sustainable way. We are really excited because we have an amazing partnership with WWF, and earlier they recall the PFP, and we are about to launch a PFP for Yucatan that is the Project for Finance Permanence. It's the first in a state level. It's going to call Yucatan Vive, and we are going to protect more than 550,000 hectares in our natural protected areas, and we're very glad to have this work along WWF. So thank you very much. Just to close, I want to share a vision of the governor that is called "We must know to cherish, and we must cherish to conserve." Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Great. So, James, let's go from North America, a wonderful landscape in the Yucatan state, to South America and Brazil, which is, is the home and the host of some of our most iconic and important forests and landscapes. And I know that you have been working with WWF to meet your forest positive goals, and including large forest scale protection as well as management and restoration. So could you give us some examples, some stories and lessons that you've had from actually implementing this kind of work in place in Brazil?
So I try to put myself in the audience's shoes, right? Because we've all started this journey and we all had to take that first few steps. And so for us at HP, it's really about finding the right partners, the right place, and then having that right impact. And I think that's really where WWF has come in, is they helped us come into the Atlantic forest in a meaningful way, help us fix the right biodiversity opportunities, the right fiber opportunities, because whereas a lot of companies are looking at carbon, HP is looking at the forest and at the fiber itself within the trees. And so we're able to invest in some ecosystems that otherwise would not be overlooked because they didn't have a high carbon value, but they had a high fiber value or a high ecosystem value, a broader nature-based solution to it. And so WWF has helped us be able to do that. And I think sometimes people see WWF and they forget about the local component of it. We're literally working with 11 different local on-site partners in Brazil, right? And so WWF acts as that a collaboration partner to help us find the right local partners. Groups like Regula is one of our primary partners in that area. And then they help bring the science to bear to say, what are the right areas to be planting? How do we do this in a resilient way? How do we think about it from a total end-to-end ecosystem approach, using both local knowledge and science knowledge that we're bringing in, because both are critical. One of the stories I love to share from Regula, we were meeting with some of the groups there, is not only do they plant seedlings and other things, they literally go out and walk the forest and they pick up seeds. And they've collected over 100 different species of local plants that they know are resilient in that area, that they know are unique for the animal species, the soil health, the biomes that are in those areas. And so I think that's what, to me, nature-based solutions, having WWF as a partner, having the right place to do this enables us to do. And I think just to kind of build on that, and you may say, okay, well then, why this nature-based OP? Why do we need to go a step further and really kind of be able to rate or to evaluate ecosystems? And hopefully what, the work that Apple's invested, that HP has invested, is to help accelerate more investment in this space, because it takes a couple of years to find these projects, right? It takes a couple of years to evaluate these projects, to stand them up, to get the partnerships there. If we can kickstart that process, it's 5 ecosystems now, it's going to continue to grow more, then what that enables is, as other companies want to come along beside, as other companies want to also invest in this work, some of that heavy lifting is already done, and we can all continue to run faster and to continue to invest more back into these critical ecosystems.
Great, thank you. So Deanna, James was just talking about the importance of partnerships in his work. And we know that how critical it is to have the right enabling environment, to have multi-stakeholder consultations. And not all governments are prepared or experienced in doing that. It seems like the Yucatan state has done a good job. Can you give us, what advice, I guess, would you give to governments in place with forests at risk in terms of how they would advise non-government stakeholders and bring that, collaboration and partnership between the governments and the local communities, the indigenous communities, and other non-government stakeholders?
Sure. First of all, I would like to say that everything I said earlier, we have not done anything by ourselves. Everything has done with different kinds of actors. It will be unwise to say we know it all. That we have all the resources, all the reach, we'll have several limitations. So in order to expand our results, we must work together and have significant alliances and partnerships like the one we have with WWF. I think this kind of relationship should be based on shared responsibility, communication, monitoring, but also transparency. And we have had several examples. I could be wasting all the rest of the time telling you about the collaboration we have made. We have had several donations for multilateral and bilateral resources, and we have been able to impact in ways we couldn't be able to do it by ourselves. We are very glad we have helped people that are very in need. For example, we have one fund that helped us install solar panels for rural homes that weren't able to have any access to electricity. They truly changed their lives with these programs. And the project of PFP, Yucatan Vive, is right now in the fundraising stage, and all the donation will go to a conservation fund, will be hosted by an NGO from Mexico, and all these donations must be with a grant. And it was our commitment as government to invest more in our natural protected areas. So this is this kind of relationship that we will be cherished in order to have more success and more results, and also a lot of transparency. We know that environment has everything to do with security, with health, with economy. And in order to have a real sustainable development, we must all work together. Thank you.
Thank you. So Chris, James and Deanna really talked about the importance of partnerships and having voice at the local community and indigenous communities. But we all know that these projects don't work without funding. And we also know that we can't, depend and rely just on governments to fund this, particularly governments in the South, that we need to be able to bring in private partnerships and blend financing from government sources, from private sources, et cetera. So can you talk to us a little bit about what you think in terms of companies and how we incentivize and attract companies to participate in these kind of blended finance structures, and how they prioritize the carbon benefits versus what we were talking about in terms of the benefits for nature and the benefits for people? Because we always hear about carbon. How do we make sure that we have the right incentives to bring them in for carbon, but to make them stay for the people and for nature?
Great question. I mean, I think the short answer is yes. There's absolutely a role for public finance in this work alongside private finance. And when we think about all of this work and investing in nature, one of the first things that we need to be thinking about is how do you bring more funders to the table? There isn't a single source of funding that's going to be able to tackle the problem sufficiently. That's why we're investing. That's why we're working with public funders. That's why we are in this platform and supporting this platform, because there's not sufficient supply to get to that 1.5 degree pathway, as I was sharing earlier. And so I think in partnership with the public sector, there are some very real opportunities to move faster through improved diligence processes, which can help improve the quality of the work that we are all doing and the impact of the work that we're doing. And we have a choice about what we fund, and that's how we get at the impacts and what we really want to achieve as you're getting at. So I think at the end of the day, there is probably more work to be done in terms of how we all bring in more public finance and pair that up with private finance, because there's some very real opportunity to drive significantly more impact that way. And it's something that we already see happening, of course, but there is more opportunity there.
Great, thank you. Carrie, let me turn to you. We're talking, about the funding. We also need scale to have impact, right? We have such a few years to really turn around this biodiversity crisis, this climate crisis. And often in the past, we've looked at, project by project by project basis. And you mentioned in your original remarks that we need to kind of go to a much larger scale, right? And this has been reinforced with your Tropical Forest Credit Integrity Guide that we published and with other leading environmental organizations. So what do you think is the missing link, the bridge that divides us from going from this project basis to this larger scale jurisdictional approach?
Yeah, maybe just to build. Thank you. Maybe just to build on a couple of the criteria that I noted. As Chris said, no one donor or investor can do it alone. And I think that's been this hurdle where when you look at the scale of an intervention that might be funded by one particular mechanism, whether it's a carbon credit project or a grant project or whatever, it's often scoped to that particular investor, the scale of those resources, et cetera. And I think, as you said, we want to flip the script on that and be really clear about what the full cost, model what the full cost is of what needs to happen based on a multi-stakeholder developed landscape strategy, and then sort of appropriately and strategically do the matching on that. But in that way, I think there's been quite a lot of learning we've gained from working on PFPs where no single donor bears the full cost, nor do they bear the full risk, and that only by sort of bringing those pieces together do you buy down some of the risk and you can kind of piece together the full vision. So I think there's going to be a stepping stone approach on this where we have to have the vision within which the interventions are nested and sort of in that pathway of trying to meet the vision, at least as it relates to the carbon credits piece, which is really only one component, looking for ways to have nested projects within a jurisdictional vision and that sort of thing. So I think we see the pathway of how to bridge from the interventions as we've typically scoped them and a full-scale landscape vision. But it really has to be financially scoped to understand what that full picture is.
So James and Chris, can I get the corporate perspective on this? I think in general, corporates are used to investing kind of at a project basis as individual corporates. And so this jurisdictional approach and this platform approach that we've introduced is coming together and having to be part of a diversified portfolio. How do you guys, think about that, and how do you sell that up the ladder to your corporate bosses? What are the risks? What are the things that you're attracted to about that?
I mean, we started doing this work across multiple different places, multiple geographies, and part of the reason that we began with a pretty diversified approach geographically is we wanted to figure out how do you drive impact and the right outcomes, not just from an environmental perspective, but for local communities in different places. In order to get onto the right, in order to get on the 1.5 degree trajectory, we're going to need to be doing restoration work in forests, grasslands, wetlands, agricultural lands. And so we need to solve for all of that. But it's not just about these different systems. There's also a question of how do you work again with local communities? And how do you drive that impact at the local level that's really sustainable? And so I think what's interesting about this platform is it starts to come at this question, as was just being said, from a different angle. And that, we think, is a very important way to diversify how you drive the impact and how we deliver all the outcomes that we're going to need to deliver in order to successfully do this work over the long term.
I think for me, as a sustainability leader, I look at these as planet-sized problems that need planet-sized solutions, and I want to go where the problem is. As an engineer, I look at it and say, okay, I have a limited amount of resources. I want to make sure every dollar I'm spending is having the biggest single impact I can have inside of nature, right? And so I want to make sure that I'm going where I can support the right community involvement work. And I'm working with communities that are already on this journey, and we can come along beside them with WWF, with our funding, and take the journey that these local, often indigenous groups were doing and amplify it even faster and even further, right? So I look for the communities where we're able to make that impact, where they were already invested and they were already doing the right things first. And then we think about it from where are we gonna get the right ecosystem benefits, the right forestry benefits, the right nature benefits, and then we try to prioritize that across making sure that we're also looking at diverse and resilient landscapes. I don't want to just have one project, right? I think we all see the world around us today, historic floods, historic forest fires, historic natural disasters, and other things. If we're really trying to have a long-term impact on climate, if we all went and worked in the exact same ecosystem at the exact same time, that takes a big risk, right? We wouldn't want a supply chain that looks like that. I don't think we want a carbon solution that looks like that either. And so I think we need to let Mother Nature show us where to go. We need to let these communities show us where they want us to invest. And then we need to come along in a science-based way with WWF and with other partners to say, okay, now how do we do it and do it in scale and do it in a way that is resilient and diverse across the planet? Because it really is, equal problems across equal parts of the world. And we want to go where the planet's telling us we need to go, where we have high growth rates, high biodiversity opportunities, high community impact opportunities, where we can really make a difference in people's lives. So.
Great, thank you. So now I want to turn to audience questions. I have some cards here, and this is open to everyone in the panel. There are two that I'm going to put together. So the first question is, what are the key markers or signals of high quality investments as opposed to low quality investments? And as we evaluate these NBS investments, what red flags should we watch out for? So this is about high quality. How do we know it? Do we know it when we see it, or is there something that can tell us? And are there red flags to look out for? Anyone wants to take that on?
I can start with a red flag, and I'll open this up to my friend from the Yucatan Peninsula as well. For me, one red flag, when I go to meet with community leaders, Do they welcome me? Do they ask me to come into their home and sit down and have dinner with their family? Did they want us there? If the local community you're working with doesn't want you there, you're doing something wrong, right? And so I think you've got to start with that community, with the impact that they want to have, with what's important for their region. And then we bring the other factors in, the science, the other pieces to it. Because first and foremost, this was their forest before WWF, before HP. They were often the protectors of the forest before we got there. And so I judge as a red flag, does the community welcome us when we show up, or is the community kind of disappearing and I'm meeting mainly with my NGO partners and other things? And so that would be a red flag. And I think the other piece would just be going back to, letting the science lead the way, right? I mean, making sure that you're not coming in with monocultures, making sure that you're thinking about the full impact, whether it's the soil health, the species health, or the tree or grasslands or whatever else that we're planting in those spaces. So from a Yucatan standpoint, anything you want to add to that? Or?
No, it's completely right. You have to work with the local communities, but also with partners that have like the experience and all, that let the data speak for themselves. It's a right piece to have the monitoring for before and after and along the way, to have the follow-up and the transparency of the numbers and the goals, and later on the results in maybe in a web page and these kind of things. I think for us, a red flag is when somebody commits to something that you know they won't be able to deliver. It has happened sometimes. And for us, it's about also to show the commitment. I mean, if you really are into making something action, you should be the one doing the job also.
And if I could just add, I think, well, one, just as a resource, I would highlight again the Tropical Forest Credit Integrity Guide, and also WWF's supply side blueprint, which I think goes through some, elaborates on this point. But I think to build on the point in particular about thinking about the role of local communities and the aspect of benefit sharing, if the price seems too good to be true, it probably is. I mean, doing things well and trying to deliver on all these things that we're saying, we want this, of course we want it to look this way. You can't, do that on a very low price per unit. And I think that's sort of the red flag for me.
I would just, I agree with what's been said, and I think the only thing I'd add to it is really making sure that you're using very robust third-party standards and third-party validation to make sure that what you think you see and what your partners are telling you see is actually happening.
Okay, great. So my second set of questions have to do with measurement. So one is, accurate carbon measurement is a large part of integrity and transparency. What MRV solutions are you using to ensure you are delivering on your promises? And the second part of that is, how will WWF/the platform measure the impacts and successes of each initiative? So.
Yeah, thanks. So I think a couple of things to say on that. I mean, one is that, where there are existing certifications, validation systems that can be drawn on and utilized, we're not looking to reinvent the wheel here. I think because the question very specifically spoke to carbon, I would just note that, that would be a place within which we certainly want to avail ourselves of existing standards that support the high quality that we're looking for. But I also, just want to take the opportunity to say that where carbon credits are the right mechanism for financing the intervention within the landscape, that will be the relevant tool, but it is not the only tool. And so I think what's on us, and as I mentioned, sort of the attention to rigorous metric frameworks, is to ensure that we have frameworks that are operating at that landscape scale, so really recognizing some of the specificity about particular landscapes when we're looking at the metrics for climate, nature, people, but then also having the ability to have them be comparable across landscapes. So one of our intention is that this will be a portfolio in which there will be opportunity to look at those across landscapes. So I think it's going to be that combination of a metric system that is kind of relevant to this bottom-up approach, but availing ourselves, of course, of those standards and verification systems that are in the market already, but would be dependent on kind of what validation is needed for that particular investment flow.
So we have a question here for HP and Apple, and you've said they've made quite large commitments. Do you see, and how do we get more companies to invest in this type of investment, particularly on the biodiversity aspect? You guys are leaders. How do you get followers? You can't be a leader without followers, right? So how do you get more followers in the corporate world?
I can start, and then I'll turn it over to Apple. I would turn a lot of that back to the audience, right? Whether you're making purchases for your own home and your own sustainable lifestyle, whether it's at the company where you're leading sustainability and you're building this into your procurement guidelines, know who your partners are. Know who you're buying equipment from, know who you're partnering with, and hold us to a high standard, right? Put sustainability into your design specs. Say, you know what, I want a PC that's EPEAT Gold certified, because I know EPEAT's going to look at the energy efficiency, it's going to look at the responsible sourcing. Make sure when you're buying a printer that it's not just forest positive at your office, it's forest positive everywhere. We live in a hybrid world now. How many of your workers have moved to where they're printing at home, they're printing at the office? You don't want to just have a sustainable footprint when it's in a big corporate office. That's easy to solve for. I want to solve for sustainable printing everywhere. And so I think as you think about making sure that at the end of the day we all serve customers, we all serve all of you in the room, making your voice heard, making your sustainable choices count, and then raise the bar on all of us. Push us for where we're at and push us to go even further, and to ask and say, are you really moving the needle? And are you helping me on the sustainable journey that I want to be on? Because at the end of the day, whether it's my PC or my printer, my footprint, your footprint, it's all the same. It's all the same scope 3. We're all focusing together, and hopefully I'm providing you sustainable products that enable you to make more sustainable choices.
So I very much agree. Transparency and accountability are an important part of the puzzle. I mean, that's why, just 2 weeks ago, I think it was, Apple came out supporting California Senate Bill 253 around corporate climate disclosure for scopes 1, 2, and 3, because kind of similar theory around what you were just describing. But I think there's another piece to the puzzle here, which is around how we, as companies, are designing our initiatives and our plans to do this work. And part of that for us is we think it's really key to design all of it in a way that makes sense for the business. Because if we design it in a way that makes sense for the business, other businesses will pick it up and scale it. And that's on us to do. And that's the way we are looking at all of our initiatives in terms of how we are trying to hit our environmental goals. That was the impetus behind the way we designed the Restore Fund and are investing in forests. We want to earn that financial return in addition to the carbon, precisely because we think then the market picks up that initiative, and then the market can scale it. So we think that's really a central tenet of the way we're going about all of our environmental work.
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to do one last question, and then I'd like to end with each of you just giving us a quick takeaway. What do you want the audience to remember, or what's really a key point that you want them to take away? So before I get to that, the last question we have is, there's some confusion about credits. And so the questions are about, carbon credits or biodiversity credits. Are biodiversity credits part of the nature-based solutions? So how important are the credits in terms of opening up the market, be it on the carbon side or be on the biodiversity side? Do we need these credits? What do they add to it? Do we think is an important source of funds? So again, open to anyone to want to go ahead. Deanna's going to start.
I just want to say, like I said earlier, I think we have to go beyond only credits, because sometimes it's just like a trade. For us, it's important the goal and the results, and also the impact into the local communities. We have to make sure that there are enough regulations for have a justice in the trades, but we have to go looking for the correct way to do things, but make sure that the results are important, that the work with several stakeholders around each project is correct. And it is important, and it has been a great mechanism in many times, but I think we must go back to why there is a credit market.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Deanna. I think I would add to that just to say that what we see currently, as I started off saying, the results have been mixed at best. Most of those results for nature-based solutions have really been as part of, and I assume the question was about voluntary carbon credits. So, looking at the track record so far of what's been delivered on nature-based solutions via the voluntary carbon market, I think, the vision we have, as laid out, specifically for credits in the tropical forest credit integrity guide is, I think directional, but we have to be at each instance given the opportunity to build towards a jurisdictional offering, to build towards sort of convergence with what countries are trying to do in terms of meeting their nationally determined contributions, things like that. And so, I think, there's always a role, but I think we are really aiming towards what does the next generation of that mechanism look like as one stream within which, among the multiple streams that really need to come together to deliver at scale.
Okay, well, let's do a wrap up. This has been a really great panel, really interesting. I'm going to start actually with you, Deanna. If you can give us just a very quick, what do you think is a high-level takeaway? What do you want the audience to remember about this session?
That there's a lot to do, and it's not impossible to maintain this biodiversity or the 30+30 commitment. We must take steps forward, and we must take it together in team. We must make projects like the PFP and some others that have been a success and multiply them. And for me, it's it. Like I said, to have a real sustainable development is a teamwork.
Chris?
We need to move quickly. We need to move at scale, and we need to move with high integrity and high impact. And I think a lot of what you've heard this afternoon starts to get at some of the issues in terms of how you do that. And I don't think that in advancing these initiatives, we should be accepting the trade-offs that some present to us as needing to accept. I think we can deliver on all of these things simultaneously in a way that is good and delivers high integrity outcomes from an environmental and community perspective.
James?
I think what I would add to the comments is I would encourage this team and those of us that are watching online, don't let perfection be the enemy of progress. I think the world needs us to make a difference now. I think climate, the people, the communities we're supporting need us to make an impact now. The species we're working with need us to make an impact now. And so, surround yourself with the best and the brightest. I don't have hundreds of forestry experts, so I partner with WWF, who does have hundreds of forestry experts, who is working in these communities, who does have a vested interest in seeing this succeed. I partner with the best and the brightest standards that are out there, and we sit down in a transparent way and we communicate that back out. So we try to hold ourselves to a high bar. So take something like CDP. I make sure that I disclose not only on carbon and on water, but also on forest. And so I let others hold my transparency out there and say, are we doing this right work? And I'm proud to say that we consistently get a AAA from CDP across climate, across water, and across forest. And I believe we're the only print company that gets an A in forest currently. And so don't let the perfection be the enemy of progress. Step forward, do something, make a change, and support the right communities and the right work. The rest of it we'll learn together. We're all building the bridge as we walk on it. So.
Carrie?
Thanks. Yeah, I've been reflecting on this aspect of perfection and how to transition from what we have now to what we're trying to build. And it takes a certain amount of leap of faith, even to sort of come out and start talking about something that, oh, we haven't figured everything out yet, but we know we need to get on with it. We don't have the time to not be sort of trying how to do what the vision that we've set out. And so I find that it's always like a little nerve-wracking, but it's also incredibly exciting. And I think it is the source of hope of like doing big things. Like as Deanna said, like we can do this. It's going to take a lot of ingredients that are beyond any one organization, individual sector, et cetera. But when you try to do something really big that is about changing the status quo, that's a huge motivator. And I think even as we sit in this room with no windows and in the dark and kind of sitting here like just like holding on to the hope of like what we can do together, and I think being reminded of like what's at stake by sort of dipping down into a landscape that is beautiful and that matters, and that we need to be reminded of when we're sitting here in New York City. So hope, excitement, a little bit of anxiety. That's what I want you to leave with.
Great, Carrie, thank you. And thank you for sharing about this NBS origination platform. And thank you for all of our corporate supporters and our government supporters. Absolutely, we have to do this together, right? Teamwork is the key. And I'd like, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking this great panel and everything that we've learned. if we can get people to come in from the... Okay, guys, we're about to get started in a minute, so if folks are in the hall or whatever, this is a chance to come on in, please. Thank you. And come in the front, don't be shy. I know no one likes to sit in the front, you know. Come on in. Great. Okay, great. Well, we're going to get started. Maybe we could close that door then so we don't hear all of the... Okay, can we close those doors? Thank you. All right, well, welcome everybody. Everybody who's here in person and on live stream. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today in what should be a great discussion about overcoming our current challenges and rapidly building out the renewable energy infrastructure. I'm Marcine Mitchell. I'm the Senior Vice President for Climate Change for the WWF and based in our headquarters at Washington, D.C. So we have all seen this summer once again with nearly weekly record-breaking of climate extremes from the largest Canadian wildfires. And so for those of you who are in New York, I know that you suffered from all the smoke that came down from the north. We have seen the rain falling for days in Vermont, Hong Kong, Greece, Libya, just to name only a few, of causing the untold damages and losses that we need to address climate change, and the crisis has never been more urgent. And this is especially true for the poorest and the most marginalized populations around the world, who not only are disproportionately borne the environmental and health cost of fossil fuel-based development, but are now hit the hardest by these new climate extremes. And at the same time, the same drivers that is causing our climate crisis today, this 100 years of industrial development, our urban sprawl, our agricultural conversion, these have created a worldwide crisis of similar magnitude for biodiversity. And we know that there's a 70% decline in representative wildlife populations globally in only the last 50 years. So we have two crises. We have the crisis of climate and we have the crisis of nature and biodiversity coming to us at the same time, and they're interrelated, right? You can't separate one from the other. So the simple question is, how do we build out a new world, a new renewable energy infrastructure that we desperately need, and we need it as fast as possible? But how do we do that without creating a worse crisis in biodiversity? How do we do that without combining or compounding the historical inequities and environmental injustices of the past energy infrastructure development? So that's our challenge. But thankfully, we have never been placed, both in the US and globally, in a better place to tackle this challenge. We have more spending than we've ever had on decarbonization and renewable energy infrastructure. We have bills like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, which has allocated nearly $1 trillion in spending for climate change, mitigation, and adaptation, including some of the largest allocations ever for impacted communities and nature-based solutions that we've ever had in the past. In the US, we currently generate about 40% of our power is through low carbon energy, including renewables and nuclear. So the Biden administration has set a goal that we will be 100% clean energy by 2035. And that means that in the next 7 years, by 2030, we need to be about 80% of our energy has to be generated by low carbon. So our challenge is, how do we go from 40% today to 80% in about 7 years? That's the challenge that we're facing. And as we said, as we're trying to accelerate and do that in a very speedy way, how do we make sure that we are being fair to people and that we are not damaging our environment? So we have a long way to go. And at the current project approval rate, we won't get close to building fast enough. It takes an average of 5 years for a new renewable project to get connected to the grid. And transmission projects, as you know, is very important, is perhaps the most essential thing for the build-out, is taking more than a decade to be approved. So again, how do we accelerate that? A new report has come out, is about to come out from WWF and the Boston Consulting Group, BCG. It'll be launching in November, and it highlights the scale of the challenge we face globally. The total land that was needed for renewable energy infrastructure range from twice the size of Texas to twice the size of Alaska. That's a lot of building that we need to do in a pretty short time. It's a lot of permits, right? But to put it in context, to be fair, it's not much bigger than the structure, the infrastructure size of the fossil fuel industry. And so if we're able to use some of that infrastructure, that footprint, as well as some of the footprint from agricultural lands that may have already been diminished, then the impact on nature will be substantially less. So we have a big challenge ahead of us. So what is the solution to accelerating renewable energy in a way that is nature and people positive? And that's why we've organized this panel today. We wanted to host this discussion with leading experts from key institutions, federal and state, nonprofit and private sector, to all come together to discuss how we can be most effective in managing these trade-offs to overcome NIMBYism and to facilitate a transition that isn't just fast, but is truly equitable and nature positive. So we have a great panel today to discuss this, and we'll start at the federal level. But we have with us Arpita Bhattacharya, and she's a Senior Advisor and Climate Chief Officer for the Department of Energy Loan Programs Office. We have Chair Rory Christian, who was appointed by Governor Hochul and designated Chair and CEO of the New York Public Service Commission in 2021. We have Marshall Johnson, who serves as Audubon's Chief Conservation Officer, overseeing its science, policy, conservation strategies, and field offices, network, and hemispheric programs. And finally, we have Kathleen Frangion, who is Head of Government Affairs and Market Strategy for Ørsted North America. And in this role, she leads the company's engagement with government officials at the federal, state, and local levels. So I'm going to join you, and we're going to start our panel. Thank you. So, Arpita, why don't I start with you? So how do you see LPO, or our Department of Energy's role, and the federal government as a whole? I know you can't speak for the entire federal government, but let's give it a role, in addressing these challenges. I mean, you know, in the U.S., we're always very state and local based. We don't tend to have a national energy plan, but as you see, we have a big challenge here. So what do we need to overcome the challenges if we're doing it from a bottom-up perspective? And what role can the federal government, and specifically the Department of Loan Services, can you provide in terms of acceleration?
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me. And it's just great to be here with this super distinguished panel, and hope everyone's having a really good climate week. It's so exciting to be here a year after IRA passed. So much has happened, and there's so much more to do. I definitely, I don't know if other people have this, but like, think about the article that's gonna be written in 10 years of all the things we did right and all the things we did wrong, and so trying to minimize the things that they're gonna write about that we didn't get right. But just to step back a little bit, and I think you mentioned a lot of the things that we're trying to do from the Biden administration. We were trying to, at the same time, address climate change, create really good jobs, ensure disadvantaged communities are able to benefit from the IRA, the bipartisan infrastructure law. We're trying to reshore and onshore American manufacturing. We're trying to ensure that we have American competitiveness and security. So we're trying to do a lot. And I think we're doing some things really well and some things I think we're really going to need to buck up on over the next years. And then I think just that's all our goals. And then just to put it in the money context, to hit our 2050 goal, we need $10 trillion of private sector incremental investment. That means like $300 billion a year of investment. I think last year we did 140 billion of that, and that was again private incremental investment. And the reason I say this is we, as the federal government, as DOE, we are supposed to be catalysts for that follow-on capital to follow. We are the money, the 400 billion that came through those bills can't do it alone. So it's really exciting to be here at Climate Week to really understand like how do we get the momentum to have that level of investment. But at the same time, I think what we're trying to do at Department of Energy is ensure there's a two-way conversation happening. It used to be, not before, but essentially there used to be moments where we'd be like putting out funding opportunity announcements, sort of letting them hang out, and then getting the applications back, assessing them. But really what we're trying to do now is understand the barriers that both companies have to actually unlock all this private capital, but also communities. So we have a community jobs and justice team that works with every single one of our applicants. So right now, we've done 12 loans for over $20 billion of funding, and those are conditionally committed and closed deals, but then we have a full pipeline of 143 other applicants, and every single one of those are in different communities, and we are working with all of them to think through how do you create good jobs here? Have you talked to the communities? And it really is being able to ensure that they understand this is a priority, and it's not just a plan that they put together. And we're really trying to figure out how we integrate it over the life of the loan. We have 30-year tenors on some of our loans, and we're really trying to ensure that the benefits that we are prioritizing last through the lifetime of that loan. So those are some of the things we're trying to do. And I think that just in terms of the urgency, I do think there's a lot that we can do to move faster, but I really think, again, that two-way communication between communities and companies is really gonna help. One example is we have these Pathways to Commercial Liftoff reports that talk about how to actually reach deployment and commercializations for key sectors. We just released our industrial decarbonization reports, and one of them, is on low carbon cement, chemicals, mining, and refining. And these provide insights from, hundreds and hundreds of companies of how we actually unlock private capital investment. I think what we need to add there is, and the communities that they're in, and have that conversation. So we're really trying to build that out.
Great, thank you so much, and thanks for that perspective from the federal government. So let's turn to the states. So Chairman Christian, you are one of the most powerful public officials in the state when it comes to, in New York, ensuring the goals of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. And making sure that those are met. So can you help us understand a little bit about that act and what New York is doing in implementing and enforcing this act? You're 3 years more into the implementation, and any insights or initial advice in terms of what you'd say to other states or to the federal government in terms of the lessons that they could help other states implement as they're embarking on this similar path?
So thank you. That's a really good question. Series of questions, I should say. I'll start with an overview of the CLCPA. I'll go into kind of where I think we're going and what lessons learned, and I'll end on some advice to the federal government, if you guys will take it. So again, Rory Christian, Chair of the New York State Public Service Commission. We regulate all the utilities in New York State, all the regulated utilities, Con Edison, National Grid, among them. So electricity, water, natural gas, all come under our purview, and we essentially determine what investments are made into the system to maintain it. And as you can probably imagine, everyone wants us to make very significant investments on the electric system. Few people want us to make any investments on the gas system. And that's the prevailing narrative right now. But the analogy I like to use in that is if you own a car, you have to make sure it works You can't let the tires run flat, the wipers you have to change, you have to maintain it. So we're looking at the right balance of making our electric system more robust to meet our goals while also maintaining our gas system during the transition towards those goals. So that's an overview of that. Now, the CLCPA, the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, I think is one of the most unique pieces of legislature I've ever had the privilege of reading. And yes, I read a lot of legislature. What I find interesting about this is built into the act is a recognition that we need to get input, feedback, and have consideration from the very communities that have long been affected by investments in energy infrastructure. Baked in are the creation of several working groups, the Climate Justice Working Group, the Environmental Justice Working Group. And these are not just groups established to talk about issues. They actually have directives and actions laid out in the bill that then become policies that myself and other state agencies will be implementing. So from the very foundation of the CLCPA is this vision and view of equity and bringing everyone in, informing and developing and identifying what solutions we need to bring towards achieving our climate goals. Case in point, we developed something called a disadvantaged community designation. And this is something developed by these working groups specifically to identify areas that have long been on the negative side of the energy system we've built. I grew up in a part of Queens not too far from the Ravenswood power plant, a plant built in the 1960s. This was a coal-fired power plant built within walking distance of one of the largest public housing developments in the country. And the developments were there first. So this is a sign of where our priorities were in the 1960s. Our priorities have very much changed. And in recognizing that change in priorities, we also have to look at how we prioritize and look at our energy system to make sure we don't continuously repeat the mistakes of the past. And so the CLCPA is designed to do that. The actions we as a commission are taking are with those equity considerations in mind, and I think that is probably one of the most powerful parts of this law. It's not so much the goals it establishes of achieving net zero by 2050 or having a complete emissions-free energy system by 2040, but it's empowering the individuals that are affected by these decisions and giving them a say in how they take root. So that said, what can the federal government do? Well, I don't think I have a half hour, so I'll try to keep it short. I think one of the most interesting things about this, and I say this as the regulator of New York State, and New York State is very unique among the other states in the union, but there's very much this bottom-up approach, which has worked thus far, but I think we all need to take a second look at it and ask ourselves, is this the right way to do it? Should we have a greater degree of federal investment and involvement in infrastructure that ultimately will blur the lines between multiple states and is coming with a price tag in the billions and cumulative hundreds of billions of dollars across the whole country? I think the federal government, for their part, are taking a step forward and doing what they need to do and providing the funding and the guidance. But I do think a higher degree of coordination between the federal government and the various policy initiatives that they have and also the various permitting roles that they have combined with the state can accelerate our pathway towards our future goals. And to your point, that book in 10 years, I think what it's going to say is we could have gone faster if we had done these things. And so that's where I think true collaboration, not just among the states, but with the federal government as well, can really drive some results.
Great, that's a great point. I'm going to come back to it after we go through our panelists, because I want to know if it's politically possible, given our, the politics in this country. We're very divided if we could actually get something like that done. But let's switch over to on the environmental side. Traditionally, the environmental organizations have often been slow and pushed down development because of its impact on nature and wildlife, et cetera. But Audubon has come around to strongly pushing for a transmission build out. So how did that happen? What is the change in thinking? We haven't always been, as part of the of this group of pushing for this type of development. So what changed?
It's a really great question, and it's a great conversation that we're having today. And it's interesting that we're having it here in the Javits Center, because this is a center that could have been really a catastrophe, a local catastrophe for birds. But because of the center's leadership, and I see Jessica Wilson here, the leader of New York City Audubon Society, because of their leadership and leading in, this is a living sort of example of what we can do when we use technology, use science, and folks have the capacity and the courage to make changes that mitigate the impacts on our local environment. This is a living infrastructure example of that. And it's I think, a example that we see time and time again for Audubon. I look at my own personal career. We oftentimes in the environmental community, we show up and the answer is no. We sort of start with no, and how that's changed for Audubon. You think about the sprawling Audubon Society. We are a collection of 450 community and campus chapters. We are 2 million members. We have a footprint across more than 11 countries in the Western Hemisphere. We're the largest conservation organization focused on birds in the world. And we come to this issue, and what's changed for us has been, we view our work through the lens of birds. Birds are such a great umbrella signal species for the broader environment, and we come to it through science. Over the last 6 years, we've increased our investments in science capacity by more than 50%. To help us empower collaboration, to help guide our work, and to really look at the intersection of these different issues, bird loss, climate change, and look at what the world might look like for birds 20 or 30 years from now at 1 degree Celsius, 3 degrees Celsius. And what we found through our really groundbreaking 2019 Survival by Degrees report was climate change poses the greatest existential threat for birds. Obviously for people, but for birds and people. And we needed that to have that grounding in science first and foremost, to empower, to educate, to raise awareness amongst our flock. There was questions 5, 6, 7 years ago around climate change is politics. We need to worry about just habitat. And the fact of the matter is we've lost 3 billion birds since 1970. That's 1/3 of our bird populations have disappeared since 1970 in North America. And most of that has not been due to climate change. Now climate change, to varying degrees, literally poses a knockout blow, a potential knockout blow for 2/3 of our species that remain in North America. And so we know feeding, producing energy for 300 million people, 7 to 10 billion people across the planet, there's no free lunch, right? There are going to be impacts. And I think fundamentally what has changed our approach is a realization of the threat that climate change poses, the science that has empowered and really refocused our efforts and allowed us to produce reports like the recent Birds in Transmission report that really helps guide our partnerships and how we're going to show up. At the core of that, not to be glib, it's been science. And science for us is listening to what birds are telling us through data, through research, and using technology to model out where we can work in a win-win scenario with industry, with local regulators and agencies, federal partners, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really been science that has really empowered our change in attitude and approach.
Great, thank you so much for that. Turning to Kathleen. Kathleen, Ørsted is one of the shining examples of an energy company that has embraced the energy transition and really transformed itself from an oil and gas company into renewable energy. and has done a lot in offshore wind and in terms of starting that industry, actually, and bringing it to the U.S., both onshore and offshore. So from the developer point of view, what's going well in terms of the acceleration of renewable energy projects? And what are some of your biggest challenges? And how does that differ in the UX context from the European context, from whence you were born? You know, how much more difficult is it to operate in the US from Europe? And are there lessons that we can take as part of our acceleration of the energy transition?
Thank you. That's a set of great questions. Like Rory said, I feel like I could take quite some time to respond, but I'll try to move quickly. And thanks for including me. And this is such a great panel. And I think it's the kind of conversation that's really required to accelerate the progress that we all want to see. Because I think one of the themes of this week, certainly, and then just our work in general, is the urgent need for collaboration. Public sector, private sector, nonprofit sector, certainly communities, and that none of us can do this alone. So it's great to be here with you. Just real quick on my company, in case you know, I'm sure you're not all following us closely, but we're a Danish clean energy company. We're one of the largest global renewable energy developers. We have a particular expertise and skill set in offshore wind. We're the global leader in offshore wind. We also have the largest offshore wind pipeline here in the US. We have been recognized as one of the most sustainable energy companies globally, and we're really proud of that positioning. It's something that we've worked hard to achieve. Back in the, I guess, early 2000s, we were still a kind of more traditional Danish utility, largely reliant on fossil generation, definitely not getting invited to Climate Week panels. And our leadership at that time realized that that sort of profile was inconsistent with the urgency of the global climate challenge, and decided to take a very strong pivot and transform, might be a strong word, but really transform the company to the kind of global leader that we are today. And that's obviously a very meaningful, I think, success story, but we're continuing to move forward aggressively to kind of take on the full set of challenges. I know a couple of folks have mentioned biodiversity as something that we need to obviously tackle different pieces of the challenge jointly, and this is one that I feel like sometimes it gets separated, right? It's like a climate conversation or a biodiversity conversation, but it doesn't. I don't know, Marshall, you're probably more of an expert on this than I am, but it doesn't feel like it should be that way, and we can do this together. And for us, we've taken on a commitment that for all of our projects will have a net positive biodiversity impact starting in 2030. We need to, in order to meet that commitment, we obviously have a lot of work to do between now and then. So we have a number of biodiversity projects already underway, which I can talk about later if that's helpful. But on the kind of what's working, what's hard, there's a lot to celebrate and a lot to be incredibly excited about, especially kind of sitting here as we are in the U.S. and in New York. The political leadership that we have right now at the federal and state level in the U.S. Is something that we can't take for granted, and it's something that we really need to take advantage of the opportunity we have to advance as much as we possibly can in this moment where we're living in, where there's so much to do and we have such committed leaders. So that's incredibly exciting. Obviously, the progress at the federal level, both the infrastructure bill and then the IRA, and all of the support for renewables that are generated there, hugely impactful. Also on the offshore side, I'd cite, and we'll probably get into permitting a little bit, I would expect, but real progress from the Biden administration in trying to advance the permitting process, and still in a very focused way, and ensuring that everything is on track and that all of the key engagement takes place, but a real focus on moving projects forward and making that process as seamless as possible, which we deeply appreciate. And then, of course, political leaders like Governor Hochul here in New York, and really not only setting strong goals, but like Rory said, like putting the process in place to enable those goals to kind of turn into projects and reality, but do it in a way that brings people along, brings communities along. So it's like such a moment that we're living in, and it's like we have to really stop and appreciate and recognize that, and recognize the opportunity. And that being said, it's hard, I'm sure, and especially I think this is particularly true on the offshore side. I'm sure that many of you have been reading recent headlines about global economic headwinds that are really providing challenges, specifically for large infrastructure across the board, large capital-intensive infrastructure projects, and ours are certainly among those, and that's a set of factors that I don't think any of us could have anticipated, but that have driven real increases in inflation and interest rates, supply chain bottlenecks, and we're working through those with diligence, but we're working through them with strong partners, and that's the key, and that's why I continue to feel really, really confident about the progress, because we do have the set of leaders and the set of kind of market players and participants and partners in place that can enable our success. But these are tremendous moments of opportunity and challenge at the same time. But I know we've got the kind of puzzle pieces in place that can allow us to tackle them.
Well, thank you so much. But on the subject of acceleration and some of the barriers, Chairman and Kathleen, maybe you could talk to us a little bit about communities, and are you seeing community resistance? We hear often that we've got there are projects that look good, that they're permanent, they've got transmission, interconnection, et cetera, but then we have kind of community backlash, or we have people who are afraid. I mean, change is not easy, even if it makes sense, even if it's economic change. Are you seeing that, and how do we overcome that? Are we doing a good job in communicating to the communities, explaining, is it an information gap? Is it a fear? Is it just our politics? What are you seeing, and what do you suggest? And are there any folks in this room that can, address that problem with our communities?
Again, with a really interesting question. So I look at this from multiple perspectives when you talk about community engagement. I participate in dialogues with the community through rate cases and other things, but in the rate case discussions, I think the most interesting thing is the theme that I hear every time. The bills are too high. We need renewable energy now. Protect consumers. Those are the key themes that we hear from every single consumer engagement, no matter what. And we're working on those. We're addressing the arrears problem. In fact, we put roughly $1 billion+ towards arrears post-COVID to address that issue. And we're still working on a variety of means to address affordability. We've established a 6% affordability mandate or guarantee where we're trying to set up rates where they are based on your income. No more than 6% of your income should go towards energy. And this is something that's been tested and written about, and it's in the literature. So we have goals that we're striving towards achieving in terms of the things that consumers want. But when it comes to the things that consumers don't want, it runs the gamut. I've met individuals in farming communities who do not want solar next door. I've met individuals in urban environments who don't want new gas mains built, even though those gas mains will guarantee that they're heating their homes. So it's a very contentious environment right now, and I think the thing that concerns me most isn't whether a community wants or does not want, it's the information behind the basis of that view. And I find that things are very politicized now, and it's very difficult to cut through to the truth of the need and the real reason why projects are needed, the real benefits those things can bring, the real consequences those things can bring. And we can do a lot better in communicating that as a commission and as utilities and others in the state. But I fear the message is politicized in some interesting ways that does not help us move forward towards progress. But that said, in terms of community engagement, we're seeing a lot more of it. Prior to my role as a chair, I worked at the Environmental Defense Fund, and a typical rate case would have 500 comments from the public. We're now seeing 7,000 plus public comments on a typical rate case, unheard of. And I challenge my other chairs in the room to tell me what their situations are, but I don't think anyone's experienced anything like that before, but we're all seeing the trend towards greater public engagement. So what I see as a chair of this commission is a challenge of how do we take that energy, that interest, and turn that into something helpful and useful. And that's one of the many challenges we are trying to overcome in addition to achieving our renewable energy goals.
Great. Yeah, I'm from New England, and so I remember the long fights in terms of putting and permitting offshore wind. And some of it has to do with this disinformation. And maybe Marshall, birds was a big issue always, and we know that some of that is not quite the case. But what are between the two of you, what are you seeing in terms of, and how are you engaging? How are you turning that conversation? How are you leveraging this engagement, which is a positive thing in some senses, right? If you've got people engaged, it's now about how to reach out to them and educate them. What are you seeing? How are you engaging? And Marshall, how are you educating people to the fact? Because you're a trusted voice, obviously, particularly in something that has to do with birds and offshore wind.
Thank you for the question. This is something that is so important and something that we take incredibly seriously. That community engagement, that act of really listening, really paying attention, responding to what you hear when it's possible, we can't be successful without doing that work. And that's really, I feel certainly that's something my company takes very seriously. I think most developers do. We need to be best, we need to get better every day at that. And we do, and we commit to that. One thing we found, though, is that, and it's why these rooms are so great and valuable, there's only, at some point, people get a little tired of hearing from us, like of hearing from developers. And that's where, our other local partners and communities can play such important roles because, it's a different, it sounds different to people. They have different, kind of levels of trust maybe with Audubon than they do from a renewable energy developer. And so getting that mix right of supporters and ensuring that, we're all working together to ensure that those partners are there and those partnerships are real and meaningful for all the partners in the organizations. That's something that we also work very hard on to kind of build that base of support and ensure that those voices can also be there in the community, and it's not just us speaking. And the goal there, of course, is to build really kind of a sufficient consensus around what does this need to look like for a project to succeed and advance. And that's critical. Let me be honest, though. You're not going to convince everybody all the time. And there are going to be, yes, farmers who just don't want solar there. Or there's going to be, there is a lot of, kind of well-intentioned opponents, certainly, but there also is a great deal of misinformation growing. And it's something that as a sector and as a community of advocates, we need to take incredibly seriously and be very diligent and speedy in our response and our ability to rely on the scientific basis, like you said, Marshall. And so often, government scientists or and geoscientists can be such trusted and respected voices. And so those are the places where we really can all work together to both build the support base that's so essential, but also to push back on that misinformation that unfortunately, just kind of given the politicization of our current environment, it's all too often becoming more and more part of the dialogue. And I guess kind of one just note or ask that I would have is that sometimes I know it can be challenging for organizations to voice their support for specific projects, right? It's more like, oh yeah, we like offshore wind generally, but we're not gonna kind of get in the mix on a certain project or a certain proposal. And I guess I would ask to really think about that and find ways for us to work together and make those projects as beneficial as they can be for the communities, such that we can get there, because that kind of ability to lock arms and have a broad set of voices supporting specific projects and specific communities is so important. So we're really excited to be here and just continuing this dialogue, because I think it's so critical to our collective success in advancing the agenda. So, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, Marshall, do you want to add something?
Yeah, it's so funny, when Kathleen was speaking, I was thinking about a conversation I had with a colleague probably 10 or 11 years ago from the industry. And we were just, really vexed by the inability to work, get to sort of a pathway forward on a particular project. And he says, Marshall, I tell you, I always see your side of the issue when the answer is no. But when we do things right, you're never there, right? You're never sort of supporting, and that actually really helps out the industry. We think about the industry, and Kathleen, I'm sure this will resonate with you. We think about the industry, we say the industry, as if it's a monolith, right? It's just one entity, one brain manifests in many different brands, and that's not the case. And there are different players on that spectrum that really want to lean in and do the right things, have epiphanies like Kathleen, your company, and some that bare minimum. And by showing up and being proactive in these partnerships that really drive towards yes, we're able to leverage our credibility. We're credible voices for different reasons in our communities. And we're able to leverage that in a real meaningful way. Example that I would call out, which I think is a great example, is the recent groundbreaking of the SunZia transmission project in the Southwest. Now, this would open the door for the transmission of roughly 5 gigawatts of new renewable energy. The Bosque del Apache National Wildlife Refuge is in that space. This project, the history is probably 15 or 20 years old. Pattern Energy was not the original developer of the project. We have found a really hard time on this project for years. Pattern Energy showed up, began to operate differently. We began to be able to operate differently. They made meaningful changes, literally moving the project to avoid direct impacts to the refuge. And we met them step by step, along the way, till we can get to a groundbreaking where we're there. We are lending our support. And it's a huge project. And so there are examples that are really encouraging. We know we have the technology. We know what the science is. We know generally the partners that have to be at the table, including, to the commissioner's point earlier, communities that are traditionally impacted the most and have the least voice and say in what happens. And so all we need now is that courage to be proactive, to lean in, to accept that we may not get, we want to get to yes, but yes shouldn't correspond to getting everything that we want. We know that there's going to be impacts to wildlife no matter, again, I'll say it again, there are no free lunches. And we want to avoid, we want to mitigate where necessary the impacts. And when we have those productive coalitions and collaborations, there are so many examples of when this happens and it goes right. And we need to learn from those examples. I think Sunzia is a great example because it started in a really bad place. And it was marred in that place for a long time, and it really took the partners meeting each other in the middle in a proactive, specific, productive way. We were able to chart a pathway forward, and having the federal partners a part of that process start to finish has been really inspiring. And those are the examples that we have to latch on to and duplicate to meet our goals moving forward.
Great, thank you so much. Arpita, let's get you back in this conversation. So we know in terms of acceleration, the thing that greases the wheels is money, and you had talked about the trillions that we're going to need to actually get this done, right? So can you tell us like some of the barriers or the persistent barriers in terms of capturing that private sector money? What is stopping some of that money from flowing? Or can you give us a example of a loan or a grant program that has overcome some of those challenges, that's been really successful in leveraging that private sector, of attracting that money, of bringing them in as a partner to either at the state or the federal level?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Sunzia example is just such a good one. And we are really excited. The IRA gave us $40 billion for the Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment Fund, and so that will be open for transmission. We're seeing the pipeline, but we're going to have those like really important community conversations. So just a very good example. So I think so many challenges. Sometimes we talk about how each of our projects is a snowflake. So IRA took our loan authority from $40 billion to $400 billion. So again, like a large volume of applications. And a lot of our funds are for innovative, first-of-a-kind type projects. And so one of the projects that comes to mind is our first virtual power plant that we funded with Sonova. So this is a $3 billion partial loan guarantee. And so it hit a lot of our climate goals. So it's 568 megawatts across 115,000 households. And it will be, it's equivalent of taking 1.5 million vehicles off the road. Very exciting, 3,400 jobs. But like, okay, so what does a virtual power plant do? We also released a Pathway to Commercial Liftoff report on virtual power plants. I think folks know maybe the general concept, but you have solar and storage, and then you have software, which allows, depending on where you are in the country, to communicate with your utility and help when you have excess solar energy or stored up. You're able to actually help your community and sell back to utility and ensure that you're able to balance the demand and the load within that community. So really exciting, but I think the key parts of this that were so exciting was that we realized through a study that was done at our National Renewable Energy Lab that a lot of the times the funding for rooftop solar doesn't go to folks with low FICO scores. So lower credit scores just have a hard time accessing this funding. But they did a study on folks with lower credit scores and found that their prospect of repayment on those loans was excellent. So there's no reason to not be going after this market. And so Sonova has committed to having 20% of the loans go to folks with FICO scores lower than 680, which is exciting. 20% of the portfolio will also be in Puerto Rico, which obviously has issues with weather challenges and reliability. And so, this is sort of the first time we're doing this, and there's going to be challenges and there's going to be bumps, but it's just exciting to see, is there a way that you can get the megawatts out there, think through how you can actually access a community that hasn't had access to capital and renewable energy in the past, and then figure out how we can expand that. And we're excited to launch more virtual power plants soon.
That's great, and I love that you brought in that kind of equity and access issue, because that's so important. And on one hand, you're talking about the hundreds of megawatts, but then also with the virtual power plant being able to really get it into the communities. We just have a few minutes left, but I want to have a chance to engage the audience and see if we can have any questions from the audience to our panel.
Thanks. Dan Delury with Vermont Law School. And I've been very much focused on the NIMBY issue as of late, which is a little bit different than the community relations issue, at times anyway. With the NIMBY issue, you've got people who don't want something, and people who don't want something get very focused in their opposition. When I go to hearings, including of a commission on a project, no one who really wants the project shows up because the positive impact is diffuse. And I think that's a real challenge. And I'd love to speak with any or all of you about that because I'm trying to put together a focused effort on trying to resolve that.
So I think this actually hits on your Sunsea thing from earlier, the idea that if there's a call to action, if there's a problem, people will rush to solve that problem, or at least highlight its existence. But if everything's going fine, people feel perfectly comfortable letting things go. So I've seen similar problems, and in my time at the environmental group, I could definitely empathize with that approach. I think in the question of NIMBYism, you know, I completely agree with when people get focused on something they don't want, they're very vocal about it. And I think, again, the challenge we at the state and the commission and other enterprises need to figure out is how do we communicate the benefits of these things above and beyond what they see? How do we navigate the narrative that exists to get to a place where we can all be comfortable with the solutions as they come? And part of what we do to try to, work around the NIMBYism, we look at the projects as they're being developed and we try to understand where are they in that development phase? Do they have support from the community? Does the community actually want them? And in fact, some of the staunchest supporters of our nuclear facilities in New York are the very communities in which those nuclear facilities reside because of the tax benefits they bring, because of the jobs that they bring, despite some others who may cite the environmental concern and fear. So you have to find a way to bridge the divide and communicate that. And I'd love to talk to you offline about your work. And I think there's many parallels to what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think just to highlight a kind of an experience that we've had that has been really challenging, very tough, but in the end, I think a really good model of how we can work in partnership with key allies to advance projects through very local NIMBY style opposition. It's actually our first commercial offshore wind project that we're building for the state of New York, South Fork Wind, currently under construction off the east end of Long Island. Incredibly supportive community leaders. I know it's going to be, it's so exciting. I mean, and New York is such a great partner for this work, of course, but really like our local partners there have just been incredible. The leaders in East Hampton, particularly, political leadership has been constant and strong throughout. That's really meaningful when you have your local leaders who really see the value. To your point, Rory, I think that kind of really appreciate the economic value that the project brings, but also a certain amount of pride at powering Long Island with offshore wind and clean electrons. Like that's something that really has become a point of pride for the leadership in the community. And we've just developed incredible relationships with some key local environmental leaders who are just passionate and organized and talk about showing up. I mean, like they're there before we are, I mean, they are so committed and so wonderful. And if those people could multiply themselves, it would be just it would be remarkable. And then partnerships there on the ground with labor have been hugely meaningful as well, and then the business community. And it's like a secret sauce out there on Long Island. Again, I wish I could like bottle it and take it everywhere. But it's been wonderful to see, and of course, supported by strong leadership at the state level too. So that might be a good case study for you to take a look at.
And also, one of the things of just adding on to your point, someone that we don't have on the stage that we really wanted to have is labor.
Yeah.
So labor, these are places where you have jobs and economic development. There are really a lot of benefits there, and I think labor could be very motivated. I think they need to be part of this conversation, and I think we need to reach out to them because that's something that all communities, no matter what political area you're in, everybody wants jobs, everybody wants good jobs, everyone wants to work. So that's something else we need to consider.
Quick follow-up.
I just wanted to add one group or one audience that's not at these hearings and getting active is the youth audience. Yeah. I mean, you have these youth groups that are so focused on supporting climate action, and yet you go to hearings and meetings, and it's all older adults. And I just think if the youth simply showed up, that it would be very meaningful in terms of demonstrating a different view. I mean, where adults might see a field of ugly panels, I mean, the youth will see hope. And I think it's important to start focusing on that.
Great. I think we have time for one last question. I see somebody.
Yep.
Well, maybe two. Maybe we can gather a couple questions at once. So we've got 1, 2, 3 here, and then.
Steve Engler, founder of a climate tech workforce development company called Emerald Energy. So that was really appropriate comment about labor. Just maybe your advice on what role startups can play in helping solve the technician shortage, and maybe what it would take to get technicians up the learning curve faster. You can see these numbers: 1 million electricians, 9 million jobs created by IRA. How are you going to fill them? Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Morimoto. I'm with the Paulson Institute and Edelman Global Advisory. I have a question for Kathleen. You put a few issues on the table: misinformation, real environmental concern, NIMBYism. So, in your experience, which of those, or if there's another one, what challenges do you think are the most acute for developers?
Last one.
Yeah, sorry to do this to you guys. I know it's hard to keep track of the questions. But my name is Leif Maynard. I also work with DOE in the Office of State and Community Energy Programs. And I also, I guess I could be considered a youth. I just graduated from college, and I'm 22, and so now I'm working in renewable energy. So I think that we do need more youth voices in that space, people who can bring in new perspectives. But my question is, I know that Denmark has done some really interesting kind of models on community ownership of wind, and I'm kind of wondering what you all think of the role and opportunities for like true community ownership and how that factors into like engagement and opportunities to accelerate this transition. So like community ownership of renewable technology.
Great. So what I'd like to ask the panel, we're at the end of our time, so touch on a question you feel is relevant, and then any wrap-up remark quickly, so that we get a chance to talk to everyone. Why don't we start with you, Kathleen, because some things were directed to you, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Just really quickly on the workforce question. Sorry, I couldn't see you. I think it's such a critical piece of the puzzle, and I think the federal government's been doing a great job of really highlighting the gap and starting to put programs in place to support. We just launched a new program that we're calling Wind Power Ready that's particularly focused on turbine techs and hiring out of the communities where we're building our projects. So we just launched this in Atlantic City, New Jersey. It's a tremendous, exciting opportunity to really bring, and it is a lot of young people, so it kind of ties in with the youth point, a lot of local people who are looking for ways to be part of the clean energy economy, but maybe haven't gone to school or don't have the training. It's a really incredible way to bring them in early in their careers and get them in at the launch of what's going to be a huge industry. So love to talk more about that. I think it's also a great way. It's a great way to do community engagement too, in a very like serious and real way. You know, we're coming in to talk to people about jobs, and we want to hire people from your community to work on these projects that are going to, you know, kind of change where they live and how they get their energy and what their environment looks like. So that's been very exciting. I don't know which of the challenges is the hardest. It's hard to say. I mean, right now, I feel like we're living in this like disinformation swirl, and it's gotten to a level that is new, I'd say. It feels different than it had before, and I think that we're all working together to learn how to really tackle that and respond and be as strong as we need to be and communicate as clearly as we need to be. So I guess I'd just highlight that one, but it's all pretty tough. So.
Really quickly, I just turned 37. Am I still youth? Am I? It made me think about that. I'm going to really quickly, touch on, what's most challenging. The question, and I would say what's most challenging is really two parts. The scale, right? We have to almost triple the amount of transmission to bring on the needed renewable energy, more than double the amount of new renewable energy sited and deployed. The scale of the task is giant, and I sort of think back to, and I think this would, if I think about the 700 staff that we have at the National Audubon Society, I think back to something my mentor always told me. Marshall, focus is the main component of genius. Focus. And I think that's going to be really important as we move forward. I think really focusing on clear metrics. We're going through and completing strategic planning and developing our flight plan, if you will, and getting really focused. And this is something that I don't think we've ever done as an organization before around something like renewable energy. We have a very specific goal of playing a leadership part in siting 100 gigawatts of new renewable energy. And so getting really focused on clear goals that tie back to our mission. There are things that are pros and cons about having such a specific mission like bird conservation. I think in this context, it's a pro. We know exactly what we're here to do and what our focus, what people expect of the National Audubon Society and our affiliate partners and chapters, campus and community. And so that's one aspect of it for us to play our part and to contribute in the way that's most natural and authentic for the Audubon Society is having focus and clear metrics around renewable energy development and build out. And that helps us shrink, the scale of the problem from our perspective.
So I want to build off the challenge part of that, and we know we need to build out more renewable energy. We know we need more transmission, and we at New York we're definitely doing both. But I think part of the conversation is missing, and the nature of this conversation just reinforces that to me. It's what can we as individuals ultimately do? And I want you all to think, for those of you who came to New York from out of state and are staying at one of our lovely hotels, how cold was the room when you checked in? Right, yeah, I knew everybody would laugh at that. I experienced that no matter where I travel. And that's just a microcosm of the problem. Each and every single one of those very cool rooms is contributing to the need for more and more energy. And what are we actually doing about it? I'll let that sink in. I teach a course at Columbia, and a question I often ask my students is, what can you do with 80% less of in your life? Food, water, air? No. But what can you do with 80% less of? We are trying to make this transition happen to save the environment while also maintaining the standard of living that we have. And I don't think anybody here wants to reduce the luxuries that we have, but we also have to think about how we use them, how we prioritize them, and how the energy that goes into making those available plays a role in creating the crisis that we are in. So that's the challenge. Now, on the workforce development side, you know, I've worked with a number of different organizations, both in my current role and prior to, and one of the biggest challenges I've seen is not having the jobs available, right? We'll train individuals, we'll develop 100 people to do X, and there are no jobs doing X for years and years and years. And that creates a bit of a block in both getting people who want to do that training on a continuous basis, but also for the people who went through it expecting there to be a job waiting for them. So one of the challenges that I think we're overcoming, working with NYSERDA, the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, SUNY, the State University of New York, CUNY, other colleges and universities throughout the state, we're looking to catalyze the clean energy workforce by working with our colleges to prepare their students to be that clean energy workforce. Because it's not going to be just electricians, technicians, mountain climbers climbing up wind turbines. It's going to be accountants, lawyers, and other professions as well that we'll need to make this successful. And they're going to come from different places. So.
Great. Well, just to start on the workforce question, such a great question. And we, during our due diligence process of all of our loans and our grants, really look at this is a key risk. If you don't have a good workforce or a trained workforce, we can't reach a reasonable prospect of repayment. So it's something we think about a lot. We work with different companies and we go do listening sessions. Think about, like, have you thought about an apprenticeship program at your local community college? How can you partner in different ways? And so we think there's a lot of opportunity and sort of that local place-based development around these huge manufacturing sites that we think we're going to be able to, you know, help spur. But I think it's a great question. I think we're going to keep thinking it through. I think I just want to end with, like, such a big thank you. This has been, you sometimes when you're the federal government, I think we probably all have this in our jobs, you're just like, heads down, get the money out. You know, we're doing some of the right things and all this, but a lot of the issues that were raised today, whether it be disinformation, how you get the community on board, it's just so incredible to have the NGOs, the nonprofits, all of you, like, with the wind at our back and helping get this money out and get the communities engaged. So just thank you. It makes me sleep better at night that we're all sort of in this together. Because I know probably in each of our fights it can feel a little bit lonely, but I think we're all moving towards it. So just thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. This is a great session. You know, we've only scratched the surface, but you see there's a lot to do. But I hope that you leave this panel also seeing the hope and seeing how many people are focused on this and seeing the progress that is being made. Long way to go, lots to do, but look at the resources we have, look at the ability we can do if we all pull together as a team from the different sectors, and that's what it's going to take. So please, join me in thanking our panelists on this really great panel and all the information.
Hey, 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 check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, hey. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, 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 check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, 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 check, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, hey. Mic 3, check, check, 1, 2, hey, hey, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, hey, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, hey, hey, check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, hey, 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 check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, hey. That's all I can count to, so I got the job.
I can get to 20, but I got to take it.
I'm missing a toe, I was 19.
So what do you need 3? Is it like he was saying for editing purposes, 3 separate lines?
Yeah.
Is that why?
That's exactly why. So that, like, I guess so.
So do I get a credit on the show? Do I get a credit?
I can give you a shout out at the end of the episode.
Hey! Yeah, but then people go, man, it sounded really sucked. Well, blame that guy. Right.
So you want to hear it?
You gave it to him. Yeah. Let me hear it first. Yeah.
I thought that was. I love your title.
And then if not, I was just like,
I was
Joe Blow, you know? That stupid audio guy from the Jazz.
Like, I know it was your title. It was like what? Going fast without breaking things. Good.
Were you getting the last one?
You know, I know you're doing a lot of stuff.
Oh, you were? You didn't give me a thumbs up, that's why. On the third one. Okay.
Us, you all, Audubon come together and coordinate some of the
Hey, folks, just a quick announcement. We're going to get started with our live podcast in about 5 minutes. For those who are here to listen to the podcast recording session, please grab a free drink. We've got some free beverages at the back of the room. After you're finished with your beverage, you can hand it back to the bartender for recycling purposes. So just a quick note, looking forward to it. Grab a seat, grab a drink, and we'll have some fun. Can y'all hear me? Folks, why don't we come on in? We're going to get started in just about 2 minutes, okay? Grab a drink outside and come in and grab a seat.
Ooh, God. Is there a way that's not directly in my eyes? It'll give me a migraine.
It was like that the whole last time. I was here earlier.
There's not much we can do about the migraine. Can I move my seat or something? I'm really.
Yeah, you know what, Sheila, if you can move it a little bit this way and it'll be more close to center. Sadly, you will have to stand up.
You're welcome to sit here. It's good to be right in your face, but I'll switch with you if it helps.
More this way. More this way? Yeah. Should we all move?
Yeah, we can move the whole thing that way. So you're home free that way.
It's the same, so I don't think it makes much difference.
Do you want to sit here instead?
I don't know how we want to do it. Sorry, it's just like I do get.
No, I'm happy to switch with you however you want to do it. It doesn't matter to me. You want to try this seat?
I'll try either. Seth, do you want to put Seth in the middle?
Super not picky.
Yeah, I'll be next to you. So I'll switch with you.
But I think when you look up, you're going to find that it's still
Let me see. You're right. There's no way.
Do you want to try this seat, Sheila?
I think they're all going to be bad. Yeah, they're all bad.
If you're looking this way, is that?
I think what I'll do. Sorry. Little prima donna.
It's not prima donna.
All right, folks, thank you so much for being here. To all of those here in the room at Climate Week, thank you. To folks watching on the live stream, thank you. If you're here with us, feel free to grab, there's water at the back of the room. We've got some free beverages outside, and you can turn those containers into the bartender for recycling at the end of the show. So again, thanks so much for being here. And welcome to the first ever live edition of Nature Breaking. What's a live podcast? We're going to talk, we're going to do a conversation here for you all, and we're going to also record it to be released on our podcast feed in a couple of days. So you'll be able to find it there as well, or if you have friends who couldn't be here, send it to them. So for folks who don't know, Nature Breaking is a World Wildlife Fund podcast focused on the news and trends affecting our natural world and the people and species who call it home. I'm the host of the show, Seth Larson, and if you don't already follow the show, please take a moment to do so. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, we'll be there. Please take a moment to do that. We're here today at the Nest Climate Campus at the Javits Center in New York, where WWF is hosting 2 days of programming for Climate Week, which is an annual showcase for the latest in climate policy and activism on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly meeting. Now, the Paris Agreement and the Global Biodiversity Framework have put global governments on the hook to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030. Achieving both of these goals will require major investments from all sectors to protect and restore landscapes and seascapes that serve as the world's major carbon sinks and provide habitat and ecosystem services to all life on Earth. People everywhere now expect that global companies will help with this effort. So today, we're going to explore how leading companies are unlocking the power of nature to stabilize climate, nurture complex ecosystems, and support local communities. Joining me on stage for this conversation, I'm very grateful to have 2 wonderful guests. Sheila Bonini, WWF's Senior Vice President for Public Sector Engagement, and James McCall, Chief Sustainability Officer for HP Inc. James and Sheila have worked together to advance sustainability initiatives for many years, going back to James's time at P&G and now with HP. And this current partnership between WWF and HP stands out to me as a great example of how NGOs and companies can work together to think outside the box, complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, and tackle big challenges. So James and Sheila, thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Seth.
Thank you for having us.
So I'm really excited to hear from you both, and I want to kick things off by just giving you both a moment to introduce yourselves and say a little bit about your background. So Sheila, I want to start with you, and I just wanted to ask, what led you down the path to becoming a conservationist? Where did your passion for nature and the environment come from, and what led you here today?
It's a good question because I have a very business-oriented background. I went to a good school on the East Coast, worked in investment banking in New York, went to a top business school, went to a top consulting firm, McKinsey & Company, and did that for a number of years. Always, though, I have been pretty interested in and passionate about the environment. I grew up in California. The city I grew up in is, I believe, the first city in the U.S. to have curbside recycling. So very sort of environmentally minded, and I was always aware of this. So I helped start, recycling at the desk when I was in the investment bank.
Wow.
And when I was at McKinsey, I was always trying to do pro bono projects. But at some point, I realized that I wanted to do more. And I actually left McKinsey for a couple of years and worked at Hewlett Foundation, so at Hewlett-Packard. And that was really, for me, my education in the environment. But then one of my mentors said, hey, these people, these partners are doing the stuff that you really care about, you should come back. So I went back and helped start up what became McKinsey's sustainability practice and did that for a number of years before I said, well, I actually really, this is my passion, and I traded in my business hat for a nonprofit hat, and I have now been at WWF almost 7 years, and so it's terrific, it's amazing. I have learned so much more about conservation than I knew before, and there's so much more to learn, but really amazing for me to get to be at WWF, the world's largest conservation organization.
Yeah. James, how about you? I know you are from North Carolina originally, right? Is that where your interest in sustainability sort of took root, or did it come at a different point in your life?
No, I think it absolutely took place in North Carolina. So if you look at it, not only am I from North Carolina, but I grew up in the mountains of North Carolina, deep in the woods, and if you can't tell by my accent. And so, we didn't necessarily call it sustainability back then, right? We called it respecting the world around you. We called it giving back, protecting the water. I grew up fishing, hiking, things like that. And so if you wanted clean streams, if you wanted the soil to be healthy where you're growing your garden, you needed to take care of nature, right? You needed to think about the entire ecosystem. And it wasn't just the plants or the animals, it was the soil health, it was all of those things pulled together. I'm an engineer by background, an electrical engineer. I came out, as Sheila and Seth shared, and started at Procter & Gamble in manufacturing and in supply chain. But I think that's given me a strong base in sustainability because I've seen the equipment that uses the energy, right? I've seen the way that we think about manufacturing. I've seen what a global supply chain looks like. And so taking a little bit different path than some of you in the sustainability space in the sense that I've chosen to work from the inside out, right? Working with companies and being that change agent to be able to drive that impact. So to kind of put things in scale and perspective, HP produces printers, laptops, cameras, headsets, all kinds of different things. We literally produce 2 laptops and 1 printer every second. So if you think about that around the world, 2 laptops and a printer every second. So that's about 870,000 metric tons of goods and materials that we're shipping around. And so we want to be a growth engine for innovation, right? Because we know a lot of those PCs, a lot of those printers are helping do the next green building design, right? You've got to be able to print out the design, you've got to be able to print the drawings out. They're helping do biomedical research, they're helping develop the next generation of AI that can change the climate, that can change the planet. They're doing all kinds of amazing things. And so I want to provide people products that help them drive innovation, but I want to do that with products that have a smaller footprint. And so, for me, being able to come inside and connect together what's smart for business, smart for the planet, and ideally smart for our customers, because my footprint is your footprint, right? It's your footprint in the type of PC you use in your office, in your home, in the new hybrid world, for how you print your homework out, how you print your grandmother's photos. I mean, all of those things apply. And so I want to give our customers sustainable choices, and that's really what gets me passionate and what drove me back into sustainability. So.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a super important angle to think about all this stuff from, and we're definitely going to get way into a lot more of that in the course of the conversation. Sheila, I want to turn to you and get a little more into the meat of the topic at hand here. You know, I think it's important to set the stage for this conversation to just talk about how WWF views the role of companies in our work, right? When we think about things like the Paris Agreement or the Global Biodiversity Framework, we think about heads of state, government ministers who are meeting at COPs and setting those agendas and agreeing or not agreeing to different targets. So where do we see companies fitting into this? What's your vision for the role that companies can play in this work?
So I'll start by saying it's fundamental. We need the policymakers to be setting these goals. So we absolutely need policy at all levels. But we need everything, right? We need communities, we need governments, and we need companies if we're going to achieve the kind of goals like the Paris Agreement or the Global Biodiversity Framework and others, right?
Yeah.
So we need companies to be part of that equation. And companies in particular have tremendous power, right? They touch down everywhere. They have incredible global reach. They have incredible innovation and technology. They have incredible relationships with their suppliers, with their customers, with governments. And we need to tap into all of those amazing resources and with companies thinking about how can they bring their unique assets to bear for today's biggest problems, climate change and nature loss. And I think even more so, we need companies. I think, you know, leadership today, and I think James will touch on this, but leadership today is no longer just how do I reduce my footprint? It's about how do I actually go beyond, right?
Yeah.
How do I have a positive impact? And we absolutely need that as we're looking at, you know, how do we turn the curve on biodiversity loss? How do we become nature positive? And that's going to require everyone, as I said, but it's also going to require policy. So we need the policy, and we need companies to engage in policy as well. It's kind of the next level of leadership, where we can't achieve the kind of goals that we need to make. And many companies have set really ambitious goals that they can't achieve if we don't have policy in place. So we need companies to be advocating for some of these really ambitious policies. And we've seen some of that. James, the CEO, was actually one of 70 companies that did an open letter before the Glasgow COP, COP26 in Glasgow, asking for the policymakers to really adopt ambitious policy. And we're seeing tremendous action around plastics, and I'd say hugely important that there's a number of leading multinationals who are supporting and advocating for a global treaty on plastics. So I think the power that companies have, not just in dealing with their footprint, but going beyond, but also in helping advocate for policy that we need to be able to support it all, is incredibly important.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. And going back to what James said earlier about companies sort of being an end user of energy or of resources and seeing how that takes shape on that end of things, but also being able to engage and shape some of these policy discussions that those ministers or heads of state are taking part in is super important. So James, you know, Sheila just talked about the role that companies play in turning climate and nature goals into a reality. I want to hear what that process looks like from your side of things, working at HP and before at P&G. First of all, do you feel like from a company standpoint, it's helpful to have things like the Paris Agreement or the Global Biodiversity Framework as sort of the North Star to work towards? Are those frameworks helpful to have? And if so, what does it look like to map your company's sustainability priorities toward those North Stars?
I think for us at HP, and much like many companies out there, it actually doesn't start with frameworks and goals. It starts with customers, right? I mean, we all serve customers, we all serve communities. And so we first sit down and try to understand what our customers care about and what are they looking to drive. And, you know, they recognize, like in today's hybrid world, let's take your PC, for example, it's no longer just something that you use at the office and your company's buying renewable energy and they're helping offset your footprint. It's now your footprint at home, right? It's your purse, it's your wallet that's helping pay for that. And so by really starting to think about your customer, thinking about their footprint, and what we're seeing is that sustainability is no longer just nice to have or the right thing to do. It's really embedded into people's lifestyle, right? I mean, even your listeners here on this podcast, I would argue that sustainability is part of their lifestyle. Are they eating local? Are they sourcing local? Are they thinking about the type of furniture they buy? Me and Sheila were just outside joking. I've got on a pair of shoes from Cole Haan that's got dandelion rubber on them, right? So, I mean, you're trying to support companies that are supporting the things that are important to you and are moving in that path. And so HP very much starts with our customers and what are our customers asking for. And if you look at our big enterprise partners, they understand that their printers, their IT infrastructure is a meaningful part of their footprint. And so they're building in eco certifications, things like EPEAT, Energy Star, TCO into their certifications as they buy equipment. And then our everyday customers, whether it's school systems, whether it's parents at home, we just did a survey of parents globally. We went in multiple different regions, and 91% of parents said they're substantially concerned about climate change, right? And that it's starting to impact their buying behaviors and it's starting to impact their activities. And so if 91% of parents are saying this is a big deal to the point that they're even questioning like how many children they want to have, it's absolutely going to influence their purchasing. So going back to your original question, we start with the customers. We start with what they're looking to drive in their footprint. I think what we try to do with the frameworks such as having a science-based target is we need to be able to understand what is good and what is our fair share, and how do we contribute towards that. And
it can be a kind of an amorphous thing, right, if there's not some structure around it.
Absolutely, because it's not just what do we think is good, it's what do we really need to contribute all together, right, and how are we all pitching in. And so I'm proud that HP has a science-based target. We've committed to be net zero by 2040, but 2040 is a long ways away. And we have some students in the audience, and I'm looking at them and I'm looking at my own kids, and we need climate action now, right? Not 2 decades from now. And so we committed that we will cut our absolute emissions in half this decade. And that's scope 1, 2, and 3, end-to-end emissions, everything from the materials to the way we manufacture, to the way that we ship, or the way that you charge at home or at the office, all of those. And as part of that, as one of the world's largest print companies, forests are intimately linked to our business. And so we need to be a major player in the forest. We need to be doing meaningful work. And so, going beyond those science-based goals, as Sheila was pointing out, and saying, okay, first we kind of compensated for our own paper, and we said all of our HP paper is going to be responsibly sourced and FSC certified and doing the other work. We looked at our packaging, and we said, look, we've got to ship products around the world, so we want to make sure that that's also responsibly sourced or ideally recycled fibers that were going into our packaging. But a lot of the paper is in the day-to-day stuff that you print, right? And that's where this goal came from us, is trying to be forest positive for every page, right? So that every page printed through an HP printer can have a positive impact in the world around us. So I think the goals provide the North Star. The customers are telling us what's important, and then we as companies, to Sheila's point, need to bring our global reach and our global innovation and funding and resources to bear to make a meaningful impact. So.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that statistic about 90+% of parents being concerned about climate change does not surprise me at all. I have a young son at home, and you look at the events we've seen around us just in the last 6 months, touching every community on the planet pretty much, and you look at a person that young in your household and think about what their future is going to look like, it's really a really motivating concern. So James, I want to stay with you and just flesh out a little more about some of the priorities you were just speaking to. So, you've already touched on this a little bit, but I think any of us here in this room, anyone watching online, anyone listening to this podcast later on their phones or in their cars, when they think about HP, they're going to think about computers, they're going to think about printers, and they're going to think about paper that goes through those printers. So that is obviously why HP and WWF have focused a lot of our work together on forests and conserving forests and restoring forests. You touched on this a little bit, but I'd like you to just dive a little deeper on what some of the specific goals are that we've set for our partnership together and how those goals were chosen and what we've done so far to achieve them.
So our initial goals, like I said, started out with removing deforestation from our own supply chain, right? You need to get your own house in order before you go out and start to drive outside of your own footprint. But as we started to look broader and we started to look at every page printed, we sat down with WWF, and it started originally as a fiber goal. And we just said, okay, we know roughly how many pages we print. We know an approximate number of pages. We can figure out how much fiber goes into that. But it's actually evolved into more of an impact goal. And this is where having a partner like WWF helps, because I have a few forestry people on my team. They have hundreds of forestry experts around the world. And so you want to go and pair with the best, the brightest. You want to pair with people that are in the forest doing this work day in and day out. And so what we realized is that the paper you would source to go into a printer in, say, France or Germany is very different than the paper you would source in Indonesia. And so that paper in France is probably a little bit more likely to be responsibly sourced. The paper in Indonesia, it probably has some illegal deforestation going on. There's maybe some illegally sourced paper. And so we partner with WWF to actually build a global regional model that says, okay, where are we selling these printers? What paper is being used in them? And then we actually try to look at that impact and we try to compensate accordingly. So we're offsetting not only the fiber impact, but making sure that we're doing some level of moving forests to the right type of sustainable forestry. We're doing some level of forest protection where we're going in and protecting old growth forest, and then some level of restoration where we're going in and trying to compensate for those negative impacts that we know are coming. And so I think that kind of meaningful science-based approach that WWF has been able to bring to bear, that HP has partnered with them on, is helping set the foundations for the new science-based targets for nature. It's helping us think differently about what does it mean to be a positive print industry, to be able to kind of look at your overall bio footprint. And I think those are places we're all learning together. The piece I would encourage people is don't let perfection be the enemy of progress. Like, we want to make sure that we start somewhere. And so you pick the right partners, you pick smart partners, you work in the right communities, and then we kind of go from there. So.
Yeah. Sheila, I want to pick up on what James was just saying with you and just ask you to talk about which places we've focused on. When we're talking about conserving and restoring forests, that sounds nice. Where is that happening? And why did we choose certain places to focus on as priorities?
Yeah, I think I'll start by repeating a bit what James said. Our focus is in sort of 3 areas. So we're first looking at protecting existing trees, and I think it's really important. I love this concept of a hierarchy, but we talk about a mitigation hierarchy, but the most important is to take care of the existing trees, right? The carbon that we release, the degradation of nature that happens when you take an existing tree out is much more than planting a new tree will make up for. So starting there, and then it's better management of forests. So you touched on certifications. The FSC, or Forestry Stewardship Council, is the top certification, ensures there's no deforestation and the best sort of management of forests. And so that's the second area that we're focused. And then the third is restoring forests. So we do some tree planting, but it's really important to think of all of these aspects and not just, you could be doing little tree planting projects all over that don't add up, but we're really looking to choose projects and places where the highest ecological value is, so we're ensuring we're doing the best thing for nature. And secondly, that it's highly threatened, right? So if it's not under threat, it's, nobody's going to touch it, then we don't really need to go and intervene. And third, that's really important for us, is that it's critically important for communities. Our work, if we want it to last and if we really want to do good, high integrity conservation, we need to do it in concert with the local communities. It's fundamental. And we need to, I think a lot of it is, we talk about nature, people, and climate. So we need to really be thinking of it holistically.
Absolutely.
So I'll say that because those are sort of the main sort of drivers of choice in terms of where we chose to focus. So currently, we've got 4 different landscapes that we're focused on in the work together with HP. The first I'll mention is in Brazil. Everybody thinks of Brazil, you think of the Amazon. Well, I think another incredibly important place is the Atlantic forest. It's second only to the Amazon in terms of richness of biodiversity. But because of human activity, there's only 12% of it left.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wasn't very familiar with the Atlantic forest until I started working at WWF, and hearing that much of it is gone. But it's still an incredible cradle
It's
for
still
biodiversity.
an incredible biodiversity, and it's also the home to 150 million people.
Wow.
And it's, we were just talking about this earlier, it's the pulp basket of the world. There are many, many things that are sourced from the Atlantic forest, but pulp is one of them. It's a big source.
And
So
when you say
seeds-
pulp, you're not talking about oranges and lemons.
No, sorry.
You're talking about paper pulp, right?
Pulp,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
The fiber that goes into making paper. Absolutely. The work we're doing there is more restoration focused. We're restoring 20,000 acres, including some critical corridors for key species like jaguars. And we're also strengthening support and capacity for 120,000 acres of protected area. So really important work that we're doing there. We're also working in Peru. In Peru's Madre de Dios, which is the biodiversity capital of Peru. It's about 15% of the Peruvian Amazon. And a lot of it is threatened today by mining, logging, and agricultural expansion. So we're doing some work to improve the forest management there. We're doing that for about 250,000 acres. And then we're restoring about 1,200 acres of key jaguar habitat. There's a lot of, if you're in South America, there's a number of areas that are key jaguar habitats. Very important. And then the third is Australia. And Australia, everybody thinks of a koala. I think it's good to think of a koala because koala is now an endangered species. And a lot of the habitats for the koala are forests. So we're doing some work there. One of the things that you may not know, I didn't know this, but Australia is one of the only developed countries that's considered a deforestation hotspot. So it is important. You sort of think, well, Australia, does that make sense? It's also still recovering from the 2019-2020 bushfires. So definitely an area that is in need. So we're doing work there to protect and manage 53,000 acres, including some restoring some koala habitats. And then the fourth geography is China. And China is interesting because they are the largest producer and consumer of paper. So improving, the work we're doing there is around improving forest management. It makes sense, right, to make the paper.
Sure.
And we're also, we're also transitioning some state forests into FSC certified. So as I mentioned, the Forestry Stewardship Council is the highest level of certification. So we're working there with the state on some of the state-owned land to transition those to FSC certified. So again, critically important work, and we're really, really excited about the continuation of the partnership. These are just 4 of the landscapes, and there's more to come.
So, James, Sheila just talked about Peru, Brazil, China, Australia. What was exciting about those landscapes from HP's perspective? Maybe WWF made those recommendations from your perspective to HP. Why were you eager to get involved in working in those places?
I think I get excited about those because each one of them represents unique biodiversity benefits, unique forest benefits, but very importantly, it starts with people and communities, right? So if you look at the work in Brazil as an example of any of the 4 ecosystems that you just talked about, the indigenous groups, the local communities in Brazil were already working to protect the space. They were the natural protectors of the forest before WWF, before HP. They were driving this work. Where I get excited is we're able to come along beside those local communities and help give them the resources, the technology, the additional skills and capability to do that even better, right? To take the work that they were doing and going even further. And so in each one of these ecosystems, it starts with those communities and finding that right local partner. Like using Brazil as that example, just to kind of keep unpacking that. We talk about the work with WWF, but we're actually working with 11 different local partners on the ground. And so, WWF brings the consistency, they bring the collaboration, they enable us to look at broader corridors to say, how do we get species movement? How do we look at broader biodiversity, soil health, all these other pieces? But it's really the local partners that are helping us implement it. And I think so keeping that very focused people mindset, and as we think about these ecosystems, looking at where does the planet need us to go, which communities are already working there that we can amplify that work and make it go even faster so that we're not starting from scratch. Those are some of the things that get us really excited. I think the other piece that we try to do and why you see us spreading these out is, climate change and deforestation really are global issues, right? And there really is a planet-sized problem. And so we need to be working in multiple ecosystems. We need to be working in multiple regions. And the same as resilience is important for your supply chain, resilience is important for the planet. And so, I don't want to be in one ecosystem and we have a major natural disaster, a flood, a fire, a hurricane, and it wipe out the work that we're doing to try to capture carbon and sequester that carbon for the long term, or to try to grow long-term forestry fiber. Like in HP's case, a lot of our focus is not on carbon. A lot of companies are focused on the carbon. We're focused on the fiber, and making sure that every page is forest positive. So looking at that from a resilience standpoint, you want to be in diverse spaces. You want to have a lasting legacy, and to Sheila's point, you want to go beyond reduction and start to think about that handprint, that legacy that you want to leave for the next generation.
Yeah, and so just zooming out a little bit and thinking about all the work that is going to go in and has already gone into working in those places and restoring and protecting those forests. Can you, James, just quickly before I turn to my last question, can you just speak to the scale and scope of how much forest we're trying to protect and conserve to be responsive to the amount of paper that you've identified as going through your printers?
Yeah, so I can give you a bunch of big fiber numbers and a bunch of page numbers, but I always like to keep it real and keep it simple. So we're trying to compensate and protect and restore the equivalent of about 1 million acres. And you may say, well, what is 1 million acres? So we're here at Climate Week this week in New York. So 1 million acres would be about 5 times bigger than New York City. So think about an area of forest that's 5 times bigger than New York. You looked at it as you flew in, or as you took the train in, or as you drove in. And so, to me, that is working at a global scale. That is bringing to bear the innovation, the wherewithal that HP has, and making sure that we're leaving that legacy for our customers, for our partners, and so that people can focus on things like reducing the number of pages, focus on things like water-based inks, and making sure that we're printing only what we need. But at the same time, when you do need to print, you want to print it in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I love that. And I love that you've been able to extrapolate that out to sort of quantify it in that way and paint a picture for people of the scope of the work we're trying to accomplish together. So for my last question, I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted to ask you both something that maybe I haven't heard you answer before. It's increasingly normal and commonplace for NGOs and companies to be working together on climate and environmental issues, but I think there's still a little bit of a lingering sense that we make somewhat strange bedfellows. And so just thinking about that, I wanted to ask you, and Sheila, I'll start with you. When you were going into our work with HP, what was something that surprised you about our work with each other? And it could be anything big or small, from the fonts that we choose to use in our email formats to the choices we make about our work together. So what was something that surprised you initially when you got to work with HP?
I'll answer that, but first I'll say something about the bedfellows, because I do think that increasingly companies are looking to partner, and certainly we have a lot of partnerships. But I think what's happened is the risks of not engaging are so much higher today. For business, I think figure that, the World Economic Forum comes up with a big risk report, and something like 6 out of the 8, or it's 4 out of the 6 now, I'm forgetting. It's
6 out of 8.
6 out of 8, I
I
think
know
of the biggest risks are environmentally oriented. And also, companies are really dependent on natural assets. Something like $44 trillion of global GDP is dependent in one way or another on nature. And that's about half of total global GDP. It's massive. So there's a piece which is...
I can't even get my head around that number.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just that the companies are realizing this. So I think we're, in some ways, not such unnatural bedfellows because, you know, for James's business to thrive, he's got to be thinking about nature. I mean, you need it to be there or you don't have a business, right? So, you know, companies are realizing that they need a healthy planet to have a healthy business. So with that, you know, being said, I think some partnerships are better and, you know, longer and really rich. And I think our partnership with HP has been over a decade. We started working on climate, but it's been such a terrific journey, this work that we're doing together to drive, you know, forest positive printing. And I think it's just, in part, the passion that James has and his team and the dedication to really actually getting to know the forest. And you got a sense of it just now when James was talking about the communities. Yeah. A real interest in engaging at that level, which is tremendous. Because you know, we have some partners that say, go off and do some good and tell us about it. But HP's not that partner. HP has got their fingers in all of it. And it's really tremendous to work with such great partners.
Well, thank you, Sheila. You're too kind. But I think what's interesting is you think about, you know, this concept of at HP, we believe that diverse teams are more innovative teams, right? So if I only surround myself in the corporate world, I'm not really getting diversity of thought, right? I need to bring others, I need to bring other thought leaders into that conversation. And so for me, partnering with leading NGOs like WWF is expanding that diversity of thought. And if we're gonna solve planet-sized problems, I need as much diversity of thought as I could possibly get to go after those problems. But when we think about pushing each other, everybody thinks that it's the NGOs pushing the companies. Sheila and I have been working together for over a decade. We push both ways, and I'll give you some examples. You know, one of the early things that Sheila and I worked on was, you know, thinking about like accountability. How are we going to track it? How are you going to measure it? How are you going to make sure that we're doing this in the most rigorous way? You know, WWF was focused on doing the good, and we needed to make sure we were measuring the good, you know, because you get what you measure, and we need to have those outputs. And more importantly, we need to be able to drive the investments. And if I'm going to drive large global scale investment, I need to be able to measure what I'm investing. And so it doesn't mean WWF wasn't measuring it, but companies are pushing them to go further. How do we get like third-party assured level investment results? How do we make sure that we're tracking this in meaningful ways, that we ensure that we're providing customers the data they want and that we're not greenwashing or not doing different pieces? But the other place we push each other is, as we started this forestry work, HP does a lot of work in closing the digital divide. We've committed that we're going to go in and support digital equity for 150 million people this decade. And so as I think about our forestry program, we said we shouldn't treat this any different than our digital equity program. We shouldn't treat it any different than our human rights program. And so as we look at these communities, we're saying, how do we bring learning centers in? How do we think about the people that are helping plant the trees and helping do the deforestation work? Are we treating them fair and equitably, and are we driving the right level of human rights engagement and worker empowerment in these areas? Because I want to leave a community that we bring the full HP to bear, right? Not just the forestry side of HP, not just the climate side of HP, but the digital equity, the human rights side, the diversity side, to say we're coming along because we want to make this community a better place for the long term. And I think that will actually help the forest health, because you give people other options. You give them the next level of education, the next ability to go off and have a job that's not just tied to the forest. And so I think that gets rid of some of the illegal deforestation that you see. It gets rid of some of the other pieces, and it just empowers that community to have better education, better healthcare, better options. And so I think those are the areas that we push each other, because we all care about the same. WWF cared about those things the same as HP cares about them, but I think we all push each other to raise the bar, and that's why I get excited about sustainability, because it truly is a team sport. It's an area where all ships rise together. So.
Yeah, I love that, and I love that notion of pushing each other. I think in every facet of life, whether it's a partnership like this between an NGO and a company, or just in our personal lives, we need people to push push us to do our best. I know I'm always at my best when someone is pushing me to be a little better, and the same goes in all forms of partnerships. So James, Sheila, thank you both so much for being here. I'm really grateful for you spending some time with us today at Climate Week. Thank you all in the audience and online for tuning into this special live edition of Nature Breaking. Please do take a moment to subscribe to the show on your podcast apps if you haven't already. And you can look for this episode to be up in a day or two, and you'll be able to share it there as well. So thank you all, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.